is not an insult.
Not the Stanley Cup.
I need a little clarity. So you're saying that if somebody bangs one of these chicks, it's like throwing a hot dog down the hallway?
You know, listen, these girlies with the gaping pussies are the loudest on social media because they ain't got shit to do but suck dick, fuck, and carry burdens and babies. And they realize that they're like, she's the opposite, she's everything I want to be and achieve. And to you ladies, I respect the woman that you could become someday. Good luck on that journey.
Well, let me ask the room a question. Who had on their bingo card, nice saying gaping pussies tonight? Anybody?
Yeah. Remind me never to piss now. Remind me to never, ever piss now.
So, because you got to shut it down immediately. Because if you give a bitch an inch, she will take a mile and open up a room. And I'm the type of bitch, listen, I take advantage, full extent of the white man's laws. I'm calling the police, filing complaints, and filing lawsuits. I'm not arguing with you hoes. The white man said sue bitches and have them arrested. Yes, white man, thank you. Thank you for your laws. Thank you.
All right, let me just say, this segment of Healthy Debate is sponsored by John Kitover for Congress. If you like John, vote for him. Congress, I think, whatever assembly seat that was, 16 or 17, John's on stage. He's our clubhouse politician. But let me say hello to Poochie. Pooch, what's up, big stank?
What's up?
How you doing, bro? Hey. Well, you know, I wasn't on the app most of the day other than this morning. And I kept getting text messages offline that I'm missing all this drama. So I came in, I said, so what I miss? If it's about somebody running a room with my name in the title, I don't give a fuck. Keep talking. Because the more you talk, more people are interested in finding out who I am. The hate is stoked the engine, bro.
Your name was in the title today?
No, I wasn't in the title, but I was spoken about for about 3 hours by somebody. And it's all good. Keep talking, baby.
God damn, baby. God damn. I don't know. Yeah. Hey, man. Well, say about, you said about the auto car, everybody doing.
Happy Saturday, too.
Hey, Nye, I know that you've been in Hollywood, but where are you born?
I'm born and raised in Chicagoland area in the Midwest, but yes, I lived in Hollywood, California for 20 years, and that's why I had to tell somebody yesterday. I sent a message farm line or clubhouse to the person who's doxing. I made sure that this individual knows, listen, my resources and connections based on my 20 years working in the industry are very long and wide. Dox me and I will destroy your fucking life, okay? I know people who will find anybody if need be. So yeah, I'm sorry, I just went off on a tangent. That's Suki coming out Jackson. Midwest girl, and yeah, I worked in Hollywood for about 20 years until I came back. There's my girl coming in. I won't say her name, but she knows who she is, and I love her. Shout out to my boo, Marley boo. Hi. I love me some Marley. Happy Saturday, Marley.
Hey, Marley. Hey, Pat. Hey, HR. Kim, I see you, Kim. E, how you doing? Elizabeth, good to see you again. Man, Elizabeth's been coming to my room for years now. Good lady right there. Summer, how you doing? Notorious in the house. Guys, going popcorn style. If you have something to say, disrespecting one of my policy. Now, I do need to step away for 2 minutes. So I'm going to leave it to you, Adams, and Pooch, the big Pooch.
No problem. It's popcorn style, guys. If you just came into the room, the poll at the top, if you don't see the poll, that means you have to update your app. Some people are not sure how to update the app. So you just got to go into your Apple Store if you have on iPhone, or Google Play, I think, if you're on Android. Download the most recent version of Clubhouse, come back in, you'll see the chat on the poll, which is asking how important is Clubhouse to you? Very important, not at all. Clubhouse is life. I'm addicted. I'm addicted. Because first of all, with my job as an entertainment news reporter, I have to spend an unhealthy amount of time on social media because of the type of work I do, researching, gathering, posting, interviewing, et cetera, et cetera. So between Clubhouse and X, I get my fill of the fuckery. But I'm addicted to Clubhouse because I really am. There are a handful of people on this app that I simply adore. I adore their perspectives, even, when they're being positive, negative, when they're bringing the smoke, bringing the heat, all of it. I just love. And I was being, I host my own rooms on Saturday, usually at 2 p.m. Central. I have a house here called Press Hollywood, where we talk about conspiracies, UFOs, mostly celebrities and entertainment. And I was supposed to host my room today, but I was just so kind of discombobulated about some shit that happened on this app with doxing last night that I couldn't host my room today. And I had people hitting me up all day. Where's your room? Where's your room? Where's your room? So I felt, I don't know. I always feel special to know that while there are people on this app that I appreciate and I like to tap in with to see how they're doing, seeing what they're talking about, the love is reciprocated when I don't, kind of feel that need for others when they want their celebrity gossip or they want to talk about conspiracy, because I am a proud card-carrying member of the Conspiracy Theory Society. I put on my tinfoil hat daily. And so we like to tell, and I love that, I have this saying, your vibe attracts your tribe. And so I have found my tribe on this app, and I love these people. And even though some of these people I don't know personally, I feel a spiritual connection, that energy, that exchange of energy on this app, and I will defend these people, and some of y'all might be like, well, so-and-so is not worth you defending, so-and-so is not worth you talking to because they said this on the app or they said that, or their past is this and that. You know what? That's got fuck all to do with me. You're kind to me, you're respectful to me, you don't talk shit about me, I reciprocate it, and if the shit hits the fan, I pride myself in not arguing and fighting with people on the app. Like I said, I will, if I have to get ratchet, I can, because I won't let people walk all over me, but if I have to defend people who are good people, I will, right? And I was speaking to somebody earlier about a mutual kind of friend, quote unquote, who is caught up in some shit. And I said, somebody's got to defend this person. We tend to support this person's faces. We tend to laugh and kiki with this individual, which would suggest we like to be around this person. Some of us spend all day in this person's room. And when the shit hits the fan, folks are like, well, they had it coming. The same people who like to laugh and kiki and be up in this individual's face, now they're nowhere to be found when it's time to defend. And you know what? I'm not gonna throw our friend under the bus like that, right? So defend your people. Be good to your people on this app. If there are people on here that you like and appreciate and respect, whether you know them personally or not, if you get a good feeling from them, if you feel like they're true, authentic person, I'm not saying involve yourself in drama. I'm not saying fight and spar with their enemies. But if the opportunity arises and you can subtly, safely defend them from bullshit, be an honorable, righteous person and do that. I feel like people, it speaks highly of your character, and I think people you defend might appreciate you for that, right? So I'll land. The stage is open.
Yeah, I'm with you now. I'm definitely addicted to the app because I'm busy enough where I don't need to be on that. But even when I'm busy, I find time to come on here and listen for a wide range of reasons. Like sometimes I go in the rooms and they're philosophy rooms are like super intellectual and I learn a lot. And other times, people on here going crazy and talking about shit that just cracks me the fuck up. I don't know. It's a different type of social media than I've ever experienced because I grew up when Facebook started and all that good stuff. So I don't know, something is very transparent even when people hide themselves. Something is very transparent about hearing somebody's perspective through their voice and getting to hear, from the fluctuation to the standpoint they're coming from. There's something very transparent about this app.
Hey,
somebody hides themselves.
Pooch, just hold on 1 second real quick. Yo, everybody, if you like healthy debates and you want a little bit of a spicier side, I pinned Press Hollywood on the top. Just hit that link and join this lady's house. She's amazing. You have a great time in that, promise.
Oh, thank you, JB. That's so sweet of you.
So, like I said, I got to step aside for 2 minutes. I'm going to let you guys run it. Let's get some more people in here. Ping, ping, ping.
Poochie, go ahead and finish. I don't know if you had a chance to land. Go ahead.
No, that was a good interjection because I was done. But yeah, apps just I don't know, it's just interesting. So yeah, I'm definitely addicted to it. Nah, I'm with you on that.
You know, it's crazy. I'm an old goat. There was a time where, like, the biggest, like, interaction that I would have with someone was in Yahoo chat. There was a time where Yahoo had, like, chat rooms, and you could, like, go in there and talk. I mean, there was, like, only typing and maybe a little bit of voice if your mic was good, but, like, it just was not as interactive. You couldn't see one's face, anything like that. And so this app is really great. I think for me personally, I think I like the old Clubhouse better, like how it was before they did the big change. I liked it the way it was because it was just set up nice and it was easy to find, you know, what you were looking for. And now maybe I need to do something because like I'm seeing all these rooms pop up in my feed and I'm like, I have no desire for like 95% of these rooms. When I look on the list, there's maybe 2 rooms at any given time that I may want to join. But other than that, it's just a bunch of hogwash. And yeah, so I usually get on here and I try to find people who I feel like are intelligent, but you know, still have the ratchet side. Because sometimes, you know, we're here for the smoke and we're here for the shit and we want to, you know, talk shit and hear people get the shit beat out of them on, you know, verbally. But other than that, you know, I want to hear intellectual talk and people being smart and, you know, I like to learn things, you know, and I love to be around people who don't think they know everything and are always willing to learn. That's always fun. So, but yeah, I'm glad I fell in here tonight.
Is this your first time in Healthy Debates Room?
Not my first time, but it may have been like, this is probably like my first time actually feeling like maybe there may be people in here that aren't disgusting. I don't know. Just
Yeah,
for lack of a better,
exactly.
for lack of a better word, you know? So I'm just like, okay, cool, this seems nice. Unfortunately, I know the next time I probably see this and come, it'll be a totally different conversation, it'll be totally different people in here, and I'll be like, who are these stinks? But for right now, you know, I'm happy with who's in here.
Jasmine, we usually don't run rooms on Saturday nights, but, you know, me and Nye and Adams had a conversation. I said, you know, let me open a room. But rest assured, ma'am, there's piece of shits in the VIP section right now. And if this was any other room, I'd point them out. But tonight, I'm not going to take any headshots. I'm really trying to bring the temperature down. You know, listen, the people that I've been around for 5 years, people that I've got to know, like Nye, I know Adam's offline, Poochie, I'm hoping to get to know offline. These are good people. I'm not going to surround myself with scammers and scumbags and lowlifes, you know, so that's just welcome to Healthy Debate. Just so we had some good conversation. Like Holly just came on stage. She's a great lady, great mom.
Hey y'all, I'm back. I have to put my kiddo to bed. Thank you being such a wonderful mother.
Jordy's coming back up on the stage, I think. Jordy, welcome back to the stage. Did you kind of want to chime in on, you know, your experience on Clubhouse? How do you like Clubhouse? Do you know, are you addicted to Clubhouse? Are you kind of indifferent to Clubhouse? What kind of rooms do you like going into? The mic is yours, Jordy, if you would like to speak, sir.
Jordy, Bueller.
And then, of course, we always have to deal with this when people either come up on the stage, you call them and they don't unmic, or they sit in the group, listen to the conversation, and then come up and don't know what the hell you're talking about. Go ahead, Jordy.
I'm sorry, thank you.
No, you're all good, it's okay.
As you already might notice, I forgot to put on my mic. It's my second time using the app Clubhouse.
You are forgiven, sir. I'm sorry for talking shit. Go ahead.
I'm from the Netherlands.
He's not. Go ahead.
The reason that I'm using this app is because sometimes when I come home after a long day of work or something, I just feel the need to still have a conversation with some people, and then I thought this would be a good option.
I like that. Let me ask you something. You're from the Netherlands. Okay. Do you like the highs? Are you familiar with the highs?
With the highs? I don't know what's that about.
Okay. They're a rock band from Sweden? I mean, it's
Oh,
kind of
no,
in the,
no.
okay, I know
And
it's kind of in the general area, it's kind of in the
It's
same
the
region
Netherlands.
nearly.
I'm
No,
from the
not
Netherlands, so everything around the Netherlands, I'm not so aware of that good.
Oh, Jody, let me say this. You're welcome in healthy debates anytime. I think you got a cool accent. I think some of the ladies in here are gonna like you. But let me give you, stay away from the women in here. They're dangerous.
Yeah, I think it will be fine. But thanks for warning me.
You're welcome. Let me say hello to, we have Ollie and we have Dolly. What's up, Dolly? Long time no hear. How you doing?
Hey, JB, I'm doing so good. I've really, really enjoyed listening tonight, the last couple of days in all the different rooms. It's really given the old school vibe back of having real conversations with real people. That's why I joined Clubhouse, and I did back in 2021. And it was during COVID, and I loved it. I think I'm addicted, yes. Part of the reason is because it's adults, talking to adults. I work with children, and so I'm oftentimes in the queue, and I just listen. So I feel like, and I've changed my name. I changed my name because my clinic got doxxed. I have a child and adolescent psychiatric clinic.
Hold on, wait, I'm being serious here. Well, two things. First of all, I discovered Nye, so I get 10% of whatever she makes. But how did you get that? You got doxxed on this app, you mean?
I did. Well, at the very beginning, it was so much networking. It was like a blast. Like the networking was incredible. And I own my own child and adolescent psychiatric clinic. And so then my clinic got doxxed, and I started getting these really weird phone calls to the clinic. And so I changed my name just to Hello Dolly is my favorite movie. So I changed it to Dolly maybe like 2 years ago. So it's really funny because a lot of people don't know who I am, but they know who I am, and they just don't know that they know who I am. And so
I have no clue who you are. Okay.
Yes, and so it's nice to reintroduce to everybody again, but I really, really love having the adult conversations, I love it around election season. That's definitely one of my favorite times.
Well,
but
let me ask you this question. I'm sorry to cut you off, but I'll forget.
Sure.
And I'm not trying to dox you, I promise, but when you say you got doxxed, what exactly happened? And the reason I'm asking is because it could be a cautionary tale for other people.
They called my clinic and left multiple messages that were very inappropriate, and they were, they used the name of the room that I was in that day, and so that's how I knew it was connected to Clubhouse. And they called my clinic, and so that scared the bejesus out of me, just because I own a psychiatric clinic for child and adolescents, and it just was.
How long did it go on? How long did it go on for?
There was three messages, and then I blocked that number, and then I just changed my name and didn't go in that room anymore.
I'm so sorry this happened to you, like sincerely, because I've been doxxed. Other people in this room have been doxxed. It's not fun. I don't understand how. I know you deal with kids in the psychiatric care, but maybe you could explain why some of these people. Why do they do that? Why do they take it off the app? I can't understand.
To try to get under his skin, to try to feel important, to try to give themselves a name, and that's unfortunate because I really feel like at the beginning, it was so good. It was so good. I met so many people that I could be real with, tell them my career, tell them my job, tell them what I do, and we connect and come up with some ways to therapeutic music groups and networking. It was really, really good at the beginning. And so it kind of stinks that I feel like I have to hide who I really am now, and I stick in the goo mostly, but that's just safety wise, I guess. I don't know. I have
to tell you, and there's no bullshit. When I close this room, until I go to sleep, I'm gonna be like, who the fuck was Dolly? I don't want you to say who you were. I'm just saying that I'm like, damn, I know that voice. I just can't picture who she was.
Yeah, I've been on since 2021, so I know a lot of these voices, and I know a lot of you, and I've listened to you guys for a long time and appreciated what I've learned, and I love the adult conversations. So yes, I'm addicted, but it's also because it gives a new perspective. It takes me out of my, I swear, working with kids, I've lost a lot of my big words. My language has gone down. So I just love to listen to adults, even cursing, even some of the banging. It's like, okay, yeah, this is kind of fun. It gives me out of my my world. And so I love healthy debates. I was sad when it was gone for a little while. I'm so happy that it's back. It's feeling a little more reminiscent of the old Clubhouse, which I love. So yeah, that's why I love Clubhouse, and I would say now I'm addicted.
Well, I have to tell you, and this is not me, nobody feel bad for me, but running some of these spaces is very, very stressful.
Oh yes, moderation. And when I attempted that, and then I couldn't take the heat. I can't handle the heat. Like, you guys are rock stars, absolute rock stars. And I appreciate, and Dr. Adams, I adore Dr. Adams. I think he's hilarious and smart as shit. All of you guys are so smart. That's what's really cool about Clubhouse, is that the IQs, but not just the IQs, the outside, the abstract thinking, it's just different. It's different ways of thinking of the norm. And that is something that I love. In psychiatry, you always want to look at every possible reason, or, dive deeper, and you guys dive deeper. And I love that. I love it. So I'm so happy you're back, Nye. I'm so happy to see you. And I just, I'll be in the goo. I come up sometimes, but not as often as I'd like to. So.
Well, you're welcome.
Love it.
You're welcome here anytime. Thank you, and thank you for coming back. Yeah, Healthy Debates is definitely back, and we're not going anywhere, even though people are trying to take us down. I don't know. I think the more intelligent conversation you have on this app, the bigger bullseye you wear. People would rather have the dumbed down crash out rooms. Like, there was a room about me today that went for like 2 or 3 hours, right? And people hit me up like, "What are you gonna do? What are you gonna say?" I'm like, "I'm not saying shit. I don't care." The more they talk about you, the more they come to your rooms. Hate. And the haters stoke the engine of success. I guarantee if I open a room, more people hate me than like me. But they still show up, Dolly. Keep it bringing, baby. Let's go. Speaking of mentally ill, what's up, Devil Agent? Malone, you there? How you doing?
Here.
I know you're here. I see you. I hear you. Have you got help with that mental disease?
Well, it's a good thing. I just got back to Canada, where at least all the I mean, I don't know if it's actually helping, but any treatment I'm getting is paid for by the.
Bro, let me tell you something, man. This is how I know you're full of shit. Because you said it's a good thing I'm back in Canada. Nobody in their life has ever said it's a good thing I'm back in Canada.
Right. It's a beautiful day, though.
So, Malone, we're talking about people's experiences on Clubhouse. I know you've had a roller coaster ride. But I like you. I think you're a good dude. I can't wait to meet you in real life. Let's have some pizza at Spumoni Gardens.
Oh, yeah.
But what is your experience like on Clubhouse?
I mean, it's been incredibly educational. Talking to people who I only heard about, in podcasts or in the news, and I honestly didn't believe it. And then to be able to interact with people and, just see how crazy people actually are, what we're dealing with. I would say I think it's radicalized me a bit in certain ways. I think my tolerance for nonsense has gone way down. But I'm grateful for the education I've gotten and the friends I've made.
Well, I tell you what, Jordy, hold on one second. Let me just say this to Double Agent, then I promise I'll come right back to you. Double Agent, I bust your chops because you have a good sense of humor and you get what I'm doing. But I do have a lot of respect for you, and I do like you as a person. I think you're a good man, so I just want to say that.
I feel the same way.
Thank you. I fooled another one. Jordy, go ahead.
Yeah, what I found out about the app when I just installed the app and I was just scrolling
fallen through a few rooms, and I was just joining randomly, so just to see how it goes. Because my reason is just to talk to strangers and meet new people, learn about other people. It's what's my interest. But when I joined some rooms, I've been not so very welcomed in all rooms. Like I've been making fun of, or people being racist at me, or they call me. I remember I was joining a group with people from color, and I think I was the only one. They called me the white dude. What's this white dude doing here? And
Hey, Jordy, let me just give you a little piece of advice. Two things real quick. If you keep coming to my spaces, I promise I'm gonna make fun of you. That's a promise. But it's all good fun. If I like you, I'll make fun of you. But here's the thing, I got 3 different messages in the back channel. Some of these women in the room want to know if you're single. That's your real picture.
This is my real picture, and I'm single at the moment, yes.
Okay, ladies, there you go. Send messages. Jordy, so we have a couple of terms. So if I say land your plane, that means stop what you're doing and just, finish what you're saying, and then mute up so we go to the next speaker. All right, have you finished what you're saying?
What did you say when I have to finish?
When I say land your plane, that's a term we use on Clubhouse.
All right.
Okay, have you landed your plane, or are you still continuing?
Yeah, that was what I wanted to share, and if you also had the same interactions on this app, now you deal with it.
Every day. Every day, bro. I just had a room about me for 3 hours, some lunatics screaming about me.
You always just use this app to debate, or also just have lively conversations?
Well, we like to have lively conversations and debate at the same time, but I'm going to tell you this. If you're going to come on Clubhouse, and I'm being serious, you got to put your big boy pants on. Don't be sensitive on this app, because these people will tear you apart. You're welcome in this space. I'm going to make fun of you, but it's all in good humor. But let me say hello to Trayvon real quick.
Wait, hold on.
Okay.
I did my PTR, but it's not. I was trying to change my PTR to an airplane landing to tell Jordy if he's ever talking on a stage, and if he's ever on a stage talking and he sees a person's photo changed to an airplane landing, that's their way of telling you that you're talking too long, so wrap it up.
Jordy,
look at my picture right now, you'll see that. If you see that image, but you're cool right now, Jordy, just some tips.
Jordy, you came into the Cool Kids Club. Just hang out with us. We're gonna learn you real quick. Trayvon, what's good, bro? Trayvon has one of the smoothest voices on this app, man. What's good, bro?
Well, first and foremost, respect to everybody that's done it. Blessings to the lovely people on the stage and also from the audience. Shout out to my guy, who spoke for me, man. One love to my brother. Welcome to the Clubhouse. But on that note, getting straight to the point, my Clubhouse experience, I'm going to keep it relatively brief. Came on here when Clubhouse actually started. I've been on here for years, of course. Clubhouse for me is kind of like an outlet. Going through, first, it was really for me to get my voice out there, as I'm a freestyle artist. I love freestyle music, freestyle hip-hop and poetry is my thing, definitely. But, at that time, I was going through a very toxic relationship, you know what I mean? Clubhouse became more so my outlet, my way to connect with people who was going through the same thing that I was going through, who could provide me a little bit of insight. At that particular time, I didn't really trust therapy and whatnot. Clubhouse for me was kind of like this. Going through the process, met a couple friends, or what I thought to be friends, come to realize that, a lot of people in Clubhouse is not who they really say they are, definitely. Even though it's a social app, you tend to draw these connections with these people, but reality of the matter is if you ain't met them in person, you really never know what they expect. For me, I had a couple friends on here I thought was real, turned fake, but hey, that's life, right? So other than that, got to the point to where now, I'm in a position to where I'm creating platforms to be able to connect more with the people that's undergoing domestic violence, as well as be a voice for people that's going with domestic violence, and put a smile on people's face. Because I know we live in 2025. I'm going to leave it at that. Bad love, this is blessings after that.
Yeah, I love that shit. Get Adams.
So, as far as speaking to domestic violence, are you equally speaking to both women and men?
Yes, most definitely. I think both.
Okay, I'm just making sure you're staying on code.
Yes, most definitely. I appreciate that.
Yo, Trayvon, man, you ping me into your rooms, I'll come support you. If I'm not running my own rooms, I'll definitely come in and throw you a little love and some online currency. Hey, Paulie. Hey, Paul, you seem to have a lot to say about me when I'm not around. The stage is open, bro. You're more than welcome to come up and share your thoughts on me. You don't have to hide in other rooms and talk about me. I'm right here, baby. I stand on my square every day. Yeah, I'm not, if it don't apply, let it fly. But to me, any man that goes in another room and talks about another man is a bitch. Straight up, bitch. If you got something to say, bro, hey, I'm going to give you grace and space. Come to my stage. How about that? Don't hide.
You know what's crazy, Jay? I mean, I know you went and, took a nice, lovely woman shopping. I personally worked and, made a pretty good bag today, A lot of these people just seem to be miserable. I mean, shout out to a lot of these people that claim to have families and claim to be engaged in the community. They have so much time to give their, unwavering opinion about other people on a fucking Saturday. Isn't that crazy? I mean, and none of these people have a honey to-do list. Like, none of these people are checking in on their parents. Shout out to some people's old-ass parents. School just started this week. People aren't going through the curriculum with their kids. They're not sitting down and doing the first week's worth of homework. I mean, to me, it's very bizarre.
You know what's bizarre to me, Adam, and I don't disagree with you, but here's something else that's bizarre. A grown-ass man will go in another room, call a man who's not even there, call him a rapist, a sexual predator, and then when you call him out, they're bullshit. Come to the stage. I'm being respectful. I'm not yelling. I'm not screaming. This space, I try not to yell and scream. But if you got something to get off your chest, bro, come to my fucking stage. And I'll tell you what, I'll even clear the stage. It'll just be you and I. So you don't feel like people are ganging up on you. Don't be a bitch. Okay?
You know what's crazy, Jay? In these political spaces, everybody's complaining about inflation, right? There's not a politician good enough to appease anybody on this damn app. I don't care if it's a left politician. I don't care if it's a right. People are complaining. Nobody has enough money. Everybody's complaining about inflation. Why don't you get a second job? Why don't you get a second job? Is anybody paying any of these people complaining about inflation with wives and kids at home, okay, with kids that just started their first week of school this week? Is anybody paying them to be on this app to be running up their mouth like a messy washerwoman about other men's business? It's very strange.
You know what's strange? Is people, I'm gonna tell everybody, here's rule number one of Clubhouse. And this is really the God's honest truth. There's no secrets on Clubhouse. If you say something in some Pakistani room, it's gonna get back to everybody. Men gossip worse than women on this app, and that's a fact. Women will talk about women like you're fat, your titties are fatty, all that other bullshit. But men, oh my God, you guys fucking gossip like wash women on laundry day. That's a fact. Some of you motherfuckers never been around a woman. So my thing is, if you got something to say, please show me the respect to come say it to me. Any of you, not just Paul. Because Paul's sitting here, Paul's probably sitting there saying, oh shit, how do you know what I wrote in the chat in another room? Because you know what, Paul? Loyalty's not a word, it's a lifestyle. And I got loyal friends who tell me what's going on. So Paulie, if you want to come up with anybody else that got something to say to me, but please, I'll clear the stage for you. Get Adams.
No, I mean, it's just, chalk it up to experience and chalk it up to the game. Many of you guys know I grew up with some kids that were on reality television. They filmed at my graduation. I've watched a couple of reunions from some of the housewives best. Some of the men on this app airing out people's dirty laundry, or what they think is people's dirty laundry, is nothing short of an Andy Cohen Bravo spectacle. And this is supposedly heterosexual men, which is crazy. Which is crazy to me. I mean, when somebody made a comment earlier this morning about the feminization of men, well, welcome to Clubhouse, folks. You have a bunch of men...
No, Adam. Right, that said it. The pussification of men.
The pussification of men. So welcome to Clubhouse, folks. These men talk a big talk about how we need to, drag women out of the workplace and, put them at home and, disenfranchise them. By the way, these are also the same men that are currently living in two-income households and complaining about inflation. Let's just add that context. You know, these are the same men that they hear of people gossip. They open up whole entire rooms with other messy drag queen men to put this man in his place. Like, I mean, this is like a freaking drag queen version of bad girl stuff. Like, this is embarrassing.
Well, Adam, let me jump in. Now I sent you a text message. I'm gonna be doing a poll tonight. You guys want to choose between the two of this? And it's really true, right? My man Trey's from being like, I don't know this guy's real life. He's always been smooth, been nice to me, respectful. He comes up and says, this is my mission, this is what I'm doing. This is the dude we should be embracing, not these idiots that are running around doxing people. If you don't breathe air into the fire dies out. How about that? Let's embrace the good ones instead of putting them down. It's ridiculous. I know it sounds like kumbaya because I'm calling Paul a piece of shit talking about
If
me.
you're not
But
deciding
you know
how
what?
much you're
You just, here in New York, we got a saying. You can just shove shit down somebody's throat and say, Paul, hey, Paul, I'm full. You got something to say, man up and come up. No, I wonder why I put the poll up, please.
All right, welcome to Healthway 11 Here's a couple of tickets. Rachel, I don't mean to call you out, but I'm surprised you still have a cake ticket in house today. Hey, stop. Girl, if you don't join our house, come up to the stage, stop tripping. Stop tripping like that. I'm not going to do this from another listen. And
Real Chicagoans
so
woke up this
come
morning
to the
relieved
stage and talk
that the
about,
Department of Justice is finally
you know, their experience
investigating the
on
rape
Clubhouse,
hustle.
if you yourself have been down to experience drama, and you feel from it, and now you want to talk
We're
about
thrilled
it.
to announce that our Kaminsky,
Your therapy couch. We are here to
we're thrilled to announce that our Kaminsky franchise program is officially launched and we're expanding nationally.
Yesterday, some of you may have seen a false headline in the New York Times, and the headline was terribly misleading. It said House Republicans are, quote, adjourning until September to avoid a vote on releasing Epstein materials. I just want you to know, and everybody here knows that's an outright lie, it's not true. And they were forced to modify their headline and update it today. No one...
Bitch, how are you a hoe with STDs in your eyes and big, and you come into my room talking shit and you want to adopt me? Bitch, you better stay out of the freak office and go get your eyes and your ass tested, right? So if you got mess like that out in the streets that people know about, do not come on Clubhouse and predict when you find out we're telling everyone.
Well, to piggyback off that, I'm going to do a poll up. Who's more tightly sensitive on Clubhouse? Men are crybabies, women are the worst, or gay men? Please vote. I'm curious what people think. You're not going to offend anybody because nobody gives a fuck. Get out.
So, to be honest with you, I feel like the gay men on this app, you know, shout out to Ion, actually hold their composure more than some of the most masculine men on this app.
Amen. No,
The California Christians strike again.
And you said a mouthful right there. Who holds it down?
Don Gimme. I mean, these are men.
Do you still want to abolish ICE? Do you still want to abolish
I don't know
ICE?
if you're in the Matrix.
I joke about that, but at the same time, like, they stand on business, they protect women, they actually don't gossip in the same way that a lot of these other men gossip, like, it's crazy.
Through the DC
Well, I'll
guard,
say this, Adam. I
you will
said
see
it
them
before. I said,
going
if
to the
it's
streets
two
of
hands, I'll say
Washington
it.
in the
Not
coming
around.
weeks. There are other
In my
units who are
opinion,
prepared
the
to
5 years
break
on the staff, the single greatest content creator on the staff is Ion. That just means not even close. Because he doesn't come to them. And I have nothing but love and respect for Ion. And Ion will tell you he's not but, and I'm saying that because I think he's a good human being. He does protect me. Ollie, you wanted to jump in and I want to say hello to him. J-Lo.
Wait, hold on. Did you move Jordan? Because he's trying to come back up. Did you move him?
I didn't touch
Get
him.
out.
Yeah, that's a tough one to answer, right? I'm in.
Anybody else in the house? Come on, now. All the way in the back.
And his response to that was, your eggs are dry, you're old, you're stuck. I mean, it's like, why don't you get that? Dude. Unreal. And then, then I had this woman who got offended because I was not seen woman, I guess, enough.
This is the office, this is where we come in,
We
we
do all the work.
that I would die alone. This is where we do all the work, and, as you can see, there's not a lot here. They just moved in here prior to COVID, and so I don't think they actually moved it totally. I started putting some pictures up, as you can see, I went to that house, so please, I have some pictures.
And they look great.
I'm gonna tell you what, Holly,
And I
I hate it
extra
too.
the frames.
In my, this is my opinion.
Not a lot of money available.
You and I share a thousand spaces. People like you. You're just a nice lady. You're pretty, you're smart, you're engaging. They're none of those things. Jealousy's a motherfucker. I'll say that right now.
Work with CIA.
Jayla, what's good?
All major federal agencies that are involved overseas work hand in glove with the CIA. If you are at the State Department, you're above the CIA. Tucker wasn't lying when he said, I might have to the CIA.
In my life.
He knew he worked with
Alphas on the
Tucker's dad
I would have to go with men.
was not
With
just
friends and
CIA.
they'd be
It was
fighting and
beyond
fighting
that.
and fighting and who
And
has
I've
a bigger
explained this to
muscle.
people that
I've seen it in so many
Trump
ways.
has cut my food
I
stamps
know
from
nothing.
$2,800.
Shayla, but let me ask you, do you think they're alphas though? Because I think they're betas.
Wait.
Because I don't think alpha
I
males.
think they're alphas, but then all of a sudden,
And now it's down to $350. $2,800 is more than.
But a lot of them are a bunch of fat,
Welcome to the
a lot of them are a bunch of fat dudes with a bunch of baby mamas, razor bumps, and a beer gut. Like, that's what it comes down to. Like, a lot of these, like, think about the amount of time that these dudes spend on this app complaining about women. How do you have the time to cultivate relationships with these said women?
Not the razor bumps. Wow. Before I go to Casey, give me one second. Before I let me just say a little. Mary, Howard, what's good? Yoel, Victor, Shia, you're beautiful, Shia. I don't care.
This
I
special
like it down
edition
to
celebration of customs.
Tisha, how you doing? Love, Mama, how you doing? Jay? Guys, you have a pink ticket, please cash in. KP, my brother from another mother, was good.
had agents here.
What's good, bro?
I think of this line.
Man, I'm chilling. But Trent Adams, real quick.
Newly released body cam video shows gunfire erupts when the gunman police outside Grand Sierra Resort in Reno, Nevada. After police say the suspect walked into the resort's play area and started shooting.
They're fine, though. Y'all done woke me
The
up now.
incident on July 28th killed 3
And
people,
Alpha
including 2 friends
is
from
an
Southern
asshole.
California who were in town for a bachelor party and
That's
injured
what we do.
another 3.
A beta, alpha beta of fossils, of prisoners that try to,
Gunman was
you
shot by
know,
police
live
in
in
a hospital, where he was later
a girl's apartment
Investigators
later,
said
or
they have not
whatever.
identified the motive for the shooting
A
or any
stigma,
connection between
we
the
saw our
suspect and
own
the
way.
victims. The shooter has no criminal record
Hey, come
and
on
no
now.
mental health issues.
Man, KP, I hear where you're coming from, and respectfully, and you know I respect you. You one of my uncles on Clubhouse, okay? But respectfully miss me with that, okay? Because some of the men, and I'm not talking about you and the space that you guys run. Y'all got it together. And a lot of y'all have gone over the finish line and have accomplished a lot more things than some of these young men with dirty dreads, pants hanging out their ass, and talking shit up on Clubhouse could ever dream to accomplish, okay? I'm talking about the young YN, okay? Yes, I said it. Get mad? Yes, I'm talking about them young YNs, okay? They just discovered what politics, they just discovered what politics was when Donald Trump started running for president and all of a sudden black women are the enemy, okay? These men don't know how to run a household. These men don't know how to save. These men don't know how to provide. But for some reason, when they come up into your spaces and they hear the way that you guys have accomplished certain things, they try to play a certain act on this app of people who they're pretending to be. That is my whole point.
Yeah, I'm about to get up out the bed. Give me some to eat now. Go ahead, cook it.
Man, I'm gonna say real quick, I ain't gonna lie, Dr. Adams, my first thing is, why is there so much focus on YNs? What is YNs? Let's be real about it. That's my first thing. Because throughout the day I've been hearing a lot of
Just call your niggas.
why are we so focused on these? These is kids that come from a lot of our communities. Why are we considering kids in our own communities YNs?
That's what they call themselves. Because, right, that's what they call themselves, okay? Because they need to do better. Okay, they need to do better. It's unacceptable. No, hold on. Because again, I'm a lot older than I sound. Okay, I'm closer to 40 than I am to 21. So, looking at the way that these kids are moving, okay, it's unacceptable. Okay, it's absolutely unacceptable. The behavior is unacceptable. The pot smoking out in public, okay, the freaking hair going in 5 different directions, the pants hanging down to the ass, the freaking pro club shirts looking like a dress, okay, it's unacceptable. I'm tired of it. I'm absolutely tired of it. So yes, I'm going to continue to say young YNs because I'm absolutely sick of it. Sick of it. And I'm also behind it, sick of the justification that for some reason, you know, there's this battery that's been put in these young men's backs on this app to attack women indiscriminately for no fucking reason. For just the sun coming up and having a pussy. There's no discernment, okay? There's no listening to these women. There's nothing. It's just like, let's just attack black women. So when you say that I'm going after the young YNs, why don't you check them young YNs that are opening up rooms bashing black women that could, quite frankly, be the likes of their grandmothers and their mothers that aren't out in these streets getting their back blown out. That is one of my biggest points of contention with this whole fucking movement.
Is this a gaslighting room or something? Like, these guys be like...
Who's gaslighting?
For Omar Bartov, I thought made a very good case. Raz, what's his name?
For the intention? For the
But they
intention?
don't have access to the information that would say there are orders to do, you know, X,
Listen,
Y,
I don't know. I just was convinced by their arguments, but try to convince me elsewhere. I just know that.
What arguments? They're civilians. Who cares what they say? Do you think any of us give a shit what any of them have to say?
No, I'm talking.
They have no power or no say in the government in Israel. So
No.
what does that have to
Let me
do
put
with
it
it?
like this, Buttercup. Buttercup. Let me give it like this.
Let's
I'm
not
gonna
get
give
hung
you the
up on
benefit.
semantics, okay?
Hold on, Buttercup. I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt for 1 second, and I'm gonna explain something.
Can I just finish speaking?
No, hold on. Because people that are speaking out against their own country usually lie and stretch the truth, and you should know better than that.
Why are you lumping me in with other people who you claim speak out against their country? I don't claim. First of all,
I
don't
didn't say
speak out
that.
against
I didn't say that about you. I'm saying the people that you're listening to that are speaking out.
Omar Bartov is lying about his country. He's an academic.
People lie about their country all the time.
Well, hold on. Let's try to get to the point of lying. He doesn't have access to the information in which...
He served in the IDF.
Yeah, just
Academics still have interest to answer to.
Have information, intelligence...
So maybe he's wrong. I found him convincing. Maybe he's wrong. Can we leave it at that?
Equating death with genocide.
I mean,
Okay,
I don't want to leave it at anything,
I don't know
Buttercup,
anything.
because I just read your bio and it makes me believe you are a self-hating Jew. Literally, just in one sentence, I can just get that out of you, and everything I've heard from you also.
Buttercup, I have a question. Buttercup, when you learned Hebrew, did you make an effort to pronounce?
Who cares
The
about
rash?
that? No, who cares about that? Who cares about that?
I think it says something
Who
about
cares
that.
about that, though?
I
George?
speak Hebrew with an
No.
American accent, but
No, but listen, but your bio,
He doesn't have
even-
a good attitude on the man.
even our number one troll, Al, he has a problem with it.
with my
Is Al
bio.
Jewish? Like, what is this guy? He's a Jew?
No, he's the LARPing Norm. His Norm accent is like 1-to-1.
I thought it was Norm for a second.
Yeah,
So if you want to know what I believe, why don't you just ask me? Why are you making the
Oh,
question?
okay, no, that's
We've
what we're trying
heard
to
you
do.
for the last couple of days talking
You know what?
in all the
Let's
rooms.
give her the benefit of the doubt. Tell us what you believe.
We've heard you debating the really
Yeah.
Norm. Like, I heard you debating him for an hour last night. What do you mean? Like, I know
Do you
what your
think
stance are.
do you think that Norm is arguing in good faith? Do you think he's like a fair interlocutor?
You know what? Listen, I've known Norm on this out for almost 5 years, and when I first met him, he was a big lefty, very left. He didn't care. He wanted a two-state solution and all this. He's changed his ways a lot since the very beginning. I have to give him
So
that.
maybe you'll convince
But
me too.
he's okay, maybe, but he still has a long way to go. But I think
Harry, we gotta give her
something
credit. We gotta give her credit. She's actually saying she wants to learn.
Okay,
Maybe you
listen,
think
that's actually really good.
I doubt you'll convince me, but you should try. That's why we're
Well,
having
if you're coming in with that mentality already, then there's
Well,
no point of
because
being
I've
trying.
heard a lot of these arguments that you've presented, but I'd like to hear more of them. I'd like to see if you have anything new to say.
Buttercup, the army that is in Gaza is the IDF, okay? It's your family members, it's my family members. You've been to Israel, you know the society. Do you actually believe that What? Oh, L, I don't have energy for you. I'm sorry. So everybody, L is like cosplaying as a Jew in order to spread Jew hatred. He's not a Jew. He's actually an anti-Semitic person that is pretending to be a Jew in order to defame us. So Barakat, you've been to Israel. You have family, you say, which I assume serve the IDF. I serve the IDF. My entire family serve the IDF. I right now have 2 people in my family that are serving the IDF. Do you actually believe that there's a genocide going on, that there's a mission to kill Palestinians? And if so, how come the strongest army in the Middle East almost, that was able to do what they did to Hezbollah, do what they did to Iran, do you actually believe that there's a possibility that there is an order or there's some kind of a mechanism of genocide that the IDF, our heroes, brothers and sisters, nephews and sons and daughters, are committing? Because yes.
Got it. Listen, I want to answer, but I have a feeling I'm going to get shouted down, so I don't know.
Nobody's going to shut you down.
Okay.
Unless you're spitting Jew hatred. But listen, you did say it in good faith. That's what we're taking it as, because Harry never backs down. So he's actually probably thinking that you're probably here because you probably do want to learn. And but you did come in a little bit where you're like, I highly doubt it. But we're giving you the benefit of the doubt, because listen, if somebody wants to learn, we have so many smart people in this room. I don't profess to be one of them.
I hope we can learn from each other.
Exactly.
Well, we've learned from people like you a lot. That's the thing. So we've already learned that. I think it's on your part to actually learn.
You don't know anything about me. You don't know where I stand.
We know plenty about you, Buttercup. You're brand new to that, but people like you. Sure, not a problem. I just want to say people like you
I was lined up with all the judges.
are very vocal about their stance. You're very vocal about your stance the last couple of days, and we've heard you. Don't worry. People listen on this app, so just remember that. Okay.
So, first of all, I just want to say quickly that my position is I support a strong democratic Israel. That's my position, okay? So if that's anti-Zionism to you, so be it.
No, that is exactly my same here.
What we all believe in.
Good. See, we found common ground. Now let's.
So it will stay like this. That it will stay like this.
So I think that we need some new ideas, and some people think new ideas are anti-Semitism.
No, I understand.
New ideas, yeah, what are the new ideas?
So I talked to Daniel about it earlier.
Do you believe in a two-state solution, Buttercup? Do you believe that
Hold on. I wanted to ask, I already asked her one question, and I would like, let's
take that question. You asked me if I think it's a genocide, if it's intentional for brothers.
Originally came in for, because I was going to vote on the poll, and then I was like, in terms of what? Yeah.
I'm going to be as respectful as possible. That was a whole lot of nothing, bro. You want to vote?
Hypersensitivity to what, though? Because I feel like every single one of those entire groups are hypersensitive to certain specific things. I have strong opinions on all. But yeah.
I would say the men, to be honest with you, Jay.
My experiences. And if it don't apply, let it fly, people. But a lot of the men on this app are straight bitches. They gossip worse than any old washwoman I've ever seen. The women will come at each other, but they'll say, you got saggy titties, you got a fat ass, whatever these women say to each other. But the men, whoo! And then what they'll do is they'll say something they know has maybe 1% nugget truth, and they'll start the fucking gossip, the rumors, all of it. That's the men on this app, right? Is this jerk-off still in here? There's a guy in here earlier who called me the most egregious names you could call a man in another room without him knowing that I saw what he said. Amazing to me. Amazing! Right? And then when I call him out on it, he wants to back down. Some of you men are straight bitches, and that's how I feel. It's my opinion. To crack me in the corner.
You know, it's crazy, Jay. I remember summers going out to New York, and my grandma used to have a bridge club.
They're using
It's up to
innocent
me.
He's right,
civilians
he's right.
to go
Hamas,
into...
Hamas is committing war crimes by using their people
Why,
to
hold on,
shield.
why are you saying,
You're right.
hold on, why are you saying that they're innocent? Let's say, okay.
Because
that
they're
there's
children and
there's
elderly people. Even if they're guilty, they're not actively Hamas.
How do you know that they're elderly and, who did you speak to?
They spoke to the press. These people were, they put their,
What
you know
press?
everything about them.
So I will tell you this, okay, as an IDF, like, ask your family that were in the IDF, okay? If it was indeed an illegal command, first of all, they have the obligation to not follow it, okay?
They did. They fought back.
They don't need to fight back, okay? They just
did.
need
Their
to say, I'm not doing
commander said
it.
too
Okay?
bad. Their commander said, tough shit, it's not your job to worry about war crimes. That's what happened.
So I'm telling you again, please listen to me, okay? Every soldier in the IDF, and you can ask any person that was in the IDF, one of the first things that you learn in basic training is an unlawful command. Unlike other armies that tell the soldiers you need to follow every command, the IDF is actually one of the first things that they teach us is how to defy a command, okay? It's called a command with a degel shachor mitnoses me'alea, meaning with a command with a black. Okay, got it. That's what I will tell to the others, with a black flag waving over it. Those are commands that we are commanded not to follow. They don't need to, and if the commander say tough shit, he cannot, like, he has no authority to say it. Those soldiers overrule him. Now, if they really did commit crimes or were told to commit crimes, you do not go to the press, okay? You can go also to the press, but there's an independent judicial system in the army that is not under the chief of staff.
They went to the press. They went to...
What do you mean, hold on, what do you mean when it failed? Hold on. What do you mean it failed? That they didn't find merit in their, because again, the judicial arm of the army has no obligations to the army, they have an obligation to the law, okay? It's always been like this, is why they prosecute soldiers that commit crimes. If they went there and they told them, like, as you said, it failed, so they go to somewhere else, like Shovrim Shtika, that their barrier for accepting a testimony is like, does it defend the IDF? Sure, then we support it. So I'm asking you, you said that they went to to file a complaint and it failed. Can you elaborate? How did it fail?
So I think we need to talk about specific cases, because I don't know every single case, but I will say that it is a bureaucracy, right? Like whenever you file something in the IDF, and you're going through a bureaucracy. If you know anyone in the IDF and you've been in the IDF, you know it's a giant bureaucracy and it's hard to get anything moving. If it's an urgent matter, you're going to go to the press.
That is not true. I've been to the IDF and I can tell you that you can.
It's almost comical what
they've done. You can go to court within like 2 days, okay? It's not a bureaucracy. And especially, there's a difference between someone stole my kid bag or I lost my kid bag, then we're committing war crimes, okay? It's not like, okay, please take a number, we'll call you in 2 weeks. It's not the same.
Why is there such a huge backlog of war crime complaints that have been filed? There's a huge backlog in the IDF. They're just sitting on it.
Where are you getting this information?
I'll find you a link.
Oh, we want to see it. We want to see where this link is.
But when you read a link, okay, you need to read inside the article, what is the source. I mean, whatever publication you might have, they are not like sitting at the computer and making up stuff. They will have to say, okay, we got this information from, I don't know. And if it's a public record, because obviously
they have to put attribution to every claim in the newspaper.
Great. So tell me what is the attribution.
Okay, I'm finding it.
If you have. Thank you very much. And just so you know, okay, the fact that crimes are committed or that the soldiers do things that are not supposed to do, it doesn't mean that Israel or the IDF are committing those crimes. Now, did you ever check how many soldiers were prosecuted during this war for like looting or for like all kinds of stuff? Because the system is working. I don't know what kind of backlog you're talking about. I know that the system is working. Also, they're not necessarily waiting for complaint. Remember the Zeteman rape allegation? There was a Nukhba terrorist, okay? A Nukhba terrorist that told the doctor in the prison that he was assaulted. The doctor filed a complaint an investigation was opened. They raided the base, they took the video, they arrested the people based on the complaint. So what backlog? We saw it in real time happening. We saw it live. Not only that it happened.
You mean with the State Taman case?
Also,
Are you talking about State Taman?
The entire story came from Israel. It wasn't like a whistleblower that revealed it. No, everything was exposed, revealed. Even like, where do you think we got the videos from State Taman?
They didn't release the video. The video was leaked, no, to the press?
Leaked by who? Leaked by who? Stop, Shalom.
Someone inside the base. There were countless, there are countless soldiers.
Do you know what kind of operation?
To the press.
So tell me how it goes, okay? So this.
You read the Haaretz articles, right? Did you?
I'm getting my sources not from Haaretz, but.
Okay, but Haaretz interviewed dozens of people who work at State Taman that talked about sadism.
But hold on. I understand. I'm using critical thinking, okay? So the story broke because this group of terrorists.
Our brothers and sisters are trying for help. They're blowing the whistle, and you're calling them liars. That's what's happening.
Well, the fact that you're calling them whistleblowers, maybe you're the line. You just believe them without no evidence. But I want to do critical thinking with you for a second, okay? So to kind of examine what you believe happened or what you were told that happened.
Sure.
So this Nukba terrorist went to the doctor, filed a complaint. He moved it forward and filed to the military police. They started an investigation. At some point, you say that someone in State Taman knew about it, like he was told that this happened at this moment, and that the fire was complained, and he went and to the control room, went back to the time, recorded the video, risked himself, sending it to the press, like this is what, how did he know, like what to look, when to look, like how did it happen in your eyes? Because is talking to a doctor, okay? And the doctor filed the complaint. There is no like a bulletin board like, hey, those are like the complaints that were filed today.
Daniel, you're right. I don't know the details of how that maybe it is Israel that.
No, just to make sense.
Right.
We don't know the facts, and I also don't know the facts.
I don't know who released the video, but I do know that there were dozens of young soldiers who were forced to serve at State Taman who spoke up about what they saw there. So it's.
Do you have their names? Or
yes.
It's all anonymous?
Very few of them put their names on it, but some did, and some of them are interviewed with their voices concealed. But at least one put their name on it.
Amazing. So they saw stuff that they didn't like. It's State Taman, and they filed a complaint. As far as I know, I think they shut down State Taman afterwards because there were complaints. But
yeah, that's right. Even the Israeli system has shut it down and asked them to fix problems.
Yeah, but that will show you that there is no backlog, and when complaints are made, they are addressed.
They couldn't look away, but there are other cases like this.
No. So that was all egregious, but genocide. So where are all the, like if you're talking about State Taman and you're taking
there were no consequences for the rapists. Also, there was no consequences. They're free. They're all walking around.
Hold on. With all due respect, as a woman, I would suggest don't call anyone a rapist unless they are convicted. Okay?
Exactly, no convictions. Please. What does that mean? What does that tell you?
Why? Because let's see. Did you follow up on the story?
Yeah.
Because that okay. So the Nukba terrorist was then, after the allegations were made, he was sent to the head of the Shiva hospital. Okay, that examined him, and he issued a report. Did you read the report? I will tell you what the report said. Okay, the report said that the bleeding that he had in his rectum, because the bleeding was inside but nothing on the outside, the determination for him was that it was self-inflicted. That basically the only way that only the interior will be damaged but nothing on the exterior, if you understand how heinous works, is that he
there was at least one case where there was reconstructive surgery, like there was complete.
Yes, but it doesn't mean that anyone raped them. And you are blaming people
I've seen numerous interviews of people who claim they were a hot rod was put upside, like people, not even prisoners that were convicted of everything. They were let go. They were completely, Israel arrested them during their raid, and they just all men. They rounded them up, and then they let them go, and they said they had things like metal rods shoved off their ass.
Who said that?
Multiple. I mean, it's Palestinians who you see as uncredible, but they looked. It sounded. I think we should give some credence to what people are saying when they come out of Israeli prison.
No, so I tell you what, I hear every day 3 new allegations, and some
Why
of
are
them
they
are
all
even
telling the
drafted
same
from the
story
BBC.
about the hot rod, even though they weren't in the same prison? How do they all have the same story with the hot rod?
I don't know the communication, and once they go out, they can be told. And again, if you follow the rate of allegations that are coming against Israel, it's like we get 3 a day, new ones, and then we have like a week or 2 weeks later, if it goes to mainstream media, retraction. It can also be the cover of the Time magazine. It could be a heartbreaking story. They don't check, and they just believe, basically like you do. You are here, basically with nothing but allegations, no evidence, no convictions, no nothing, but you are very convinced, and you are not only convinced,
No, I'm not
you
very
are
convinced.
kinda,
I give credence to the voices of the soldiers on the ground. The soldiers, the kids, 18-year-old kids who are forced to do this, who are being put in traumatic situations, right? That's who I'm listening to, and I think their voices need to be elevated.
well, it's that, no, they need to be, no. The fact that someone said, no, I'm sorry, repeating a lie doesn't make it true. You need to investigate and find the truth.
I just told you a link what happens when they investigate. In 80% of cases, they just come up with no finding. They don't give a shit.
So
that's not what it said in the article.
All right, what does it say in the article?
It said either they have 88% are unsolved or they found no wrongdoing. So I don't know where you're getting or your comprehending skills are coming from.
It basically proves the point of like allegations.
As well.
Allegations are cheap and fast. You know, lies is cheap and fast. Investigation, find the truth. But for you, they are only rapists. You don't care about the investigation. You don't care about due process. You want to elevate the voices of those accusing soldiers with crime. You don't care about facts. Because if you did, I want to tell you.
Soldiers who say they're being forced to commit crimes.
So if now, like 4 of us would say that you raped us, that would make then we can call you a rapist because we want to elevate the voices of people that saying that you are a rapist.
Listen,
or
if
would
it
you
was
want
just
to?
one case and that was the only evidence, that would be one thing. But it's not.
I understand. So you say I say so basically repeating it. So this is why I said 4 of us would say that you're not just me, one crazy, 4 of us.
Then there's more
because
credibility.
We don't like you.
When multiple people accuse someone of rape, there's more likely chance.
All right. So I guess you're a rapist.
That you have raped us.
Okay, so yes, she was willing.
If all of us said that I raped you.
Get off your crazy horse. Come on, that's crazy.
If 4 people are accusing me of rape, I probably should be shunned, you know? I probably have raped
Buttercup, I'm sorry. Truth is repeating a lie doesn't make it true. We actually care for the truth.
Because there's high stakes. There's high stakes.
Are you smart? Were you known for being smart growing up?
You have your own head. You know whether or not
you raped us.
If 4 people gang up against you who are trying to kill you and say you raped them, that probably means you should be ostracized.
Computer running like a Motorola
just like in Western.
You kind of grok the complexity of it.
But couldn't I just use a Windows Millennium Edition laptop?
True, you could.
That still accesses the internet, I assume.
Like 1000 is actually Windows NT is like decent.
Windows Millennium Edition was not. It was that even more awkward phase between Windows XP and Windows Vista. Like, there was Windows Millennium Edition before that, and if you thought Vista was bad, oh my.
Yeah, we had an HP laptop with Windows ME. It was dog shit. I liked XP. I didn't mind XP, but Windows 2000 was honestly like perfect for like a single-threaded computer.
Back when computers could only have one thought at a time. That was great tech. I loved that. Now we got asynchronous, we got thread pools, we got service workers, we got a whole bunch of shit. Made computers all super fiddly. I gotta know all sorts of fancy words just to Google shit.
Blame blame Chromium for that. Blame Distrct. Actually, a lot of old systems, like any company that actually makes real things, is still pretty much using like JDK, like JDK 7 or something. It's all Java.
I see Wiggle there, I'm gonna bring him up. Hey Wiggle, it's been a while. What you up to?
What up?
What up, what up?
Yeah, did you get a better computer setup?
What up? What's up?
It's like a lower latency version. It's like it's a higher latency version of cells. Wiggle, have you got a computer set up we can play some Halo?
I got a PlayStation set up. I don't know if Halo is on it though.
Yeah, no, that's not gonna work, damn it.
Let me check. Maybe they ported.
Could be.
But I do have a Diablo like up and running.
I'm not playing Diablo at the moment anymore. I completely cracked out, and yeah.
Gotcha.
Do you have the Halo Master Chief Collection on PlayStation?
The original was good.
Is it cross-platform though?
Yes.
It's PC to Xbox cross-platform.
Hang on.
Any other games you playing right now?
Well, just Infinite at the moment. I was like looking at some Helldivers, but that one's just like an endless like. That one just gives me problems. I don't like it too much sometimes.
Yeah.
I went on Steam today, and they're having a Ukrainian game festival. So all the games that are made in Ukraine are on sale.
I don't know any too many Ukraine games, to be honest.
I was thinking of playing Dune with one of our people.
I heard they make board games.
I'm gonna get you to play Borderlands one day, I swear. You're gonna love it.
You guys ever play those like deep simulator games, like Farm Simulator, or like Euro
Fuck
Simulator?
Farm Simulator. Fuck work simulators in general.
On that
Fuck work
note, be right back.
What?
I just never played those ones.
Simulators. I'm gonna go take a nap. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. He talked about simulators. It's just gotta happen. I'm so sleepy now.
You're gonna play Nap Simulator?
Yeah, Nap Simulator 2009 when they hit their peak.
Yeah, I don't like simulators. No, I don't. Yeah.
It's a single player game, but it's also a multiplayer game.
I think it's funny that you there's people who like live stream themselves playing like Truck Simulator.
I know, right?
And they have like actual truck bodies in their
Dude, I was watching this guy, he's like this Mexican guy, and he's got like a full rig in his basement.
Yeah,
and
dude's
like,
fucking hilarious.
An entire
like
18 wheeler with like a shifter, and it's got like six screens around him.
And they're all wrapping around like in a circle. Yeah, like.
He has like a cup holder and shit.
Yeah, and they have like a little horn on it.
The thing that made me laugh the most is he had like a second seat next to his seat, so like someone hanging out with can like deal with him.
Is he the guy who LARPs as the bus driver?
I don't know, this guy had like 200 views on the video.
There's one Mexican dude who does that, and he LARPs as a bus driver, and he like turns around and like yells at fake people.
He yells at like fake kids.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny. See, I get the entertainment value.
Oh, here you go, bro. Wait, no, like two things.
Yeah. With the people.
I think that, of course, they are being not only honest, very professional, they're being all kinds of voices, but we are not spreading lies. That's the difference.
First
What
of
are you
all-
missing in Israel? That we tell about the story, all the allegations, the daily allegations? For this you have Al Jazeera. We don't need the Israeli TV for this. Listen, you should actually expect some journalistic.
Right? I don't go into spaces of people I don't like. As a matter of fact, I just block them. I don't want to see you at all in my hallway. And if I do, it's just because we just happen to be in a room together. But, you know, I won't see your rooms if you're hosting them. I don't want the energy. So I don't get it. I don't, but somebody said the other day,
I told you why not. I told you why not. He's irrelevant in life. He's miserable. I'm being honest. I'm not even yelling or screaming or doxing this idiot. He's irrelevant in life. He's definitely irrelevant on here. Nobody gives a fuck about this dude. Nobody cares what he has to say. You know, he thinks it's funny doxing people and their families, calling people names. It's to draw attention to him because in his life nobody pays attention to him. So let me just say this. Like I said, he's been blocked. I'm not going to remove him because I'm going to let him get out whatever he has to say off his chest. But he will never come back in health debates. He's permanently getting banned. And I want to be okay with that because you know what? My rooms will still fill up and I'll still be irrelevant. About that night, you don't breathe smoke. You don't breathe air into the fire.
Yeah, you know, the problem I have is, you know, I've been, I don't want to center Rich or anything. I feel like I've been honest with Rich in my kind of assessment about how he moves on the app. You know, Rich knows how I feel about how shit went down last night, which I didn't like, and which is unfortunate because I know I'm probably in the minority when I say this. JB, don't give me no smoke. Despite it, I've enjoyed being in spaces with Rich because to me, Rich is funny.
Hey, nice. Let me check this out.
I'll shut up.
You don't have to shut up. No. Let's have the conversation. We'll use Rich because Rich loves that. Rich is probably jerking off to our voices right now. But let me say this. If he comes into a space, right, and nobody said two words to him, and he starts automatically gaslighting the chat and saying things about me, rest assured he's going to say things about you. And I say this because Rich was always welcome in my space until he got butthurt, until I moved him to the audience a couple of times, until I kicked him out because he was saying the craziest lies. So I used to enjoy Rich as well. But Rich has found this new lane of doxing and thinks it's funny. But you know what happens? It's always another ball game when the rabbit's holding the gun. And these walls are going to get closer and closer on these people. I promise you. It's all good. I told you I wasn't going to speak about anybody that opened rooms about me tonight. I'm not. Keep talking about. Do me a favor. Open a room every fucking day. Because every time you open rooms, you guys, my rooms get bigger. So sincerely, thank you so much. Yeah, Pat.
I don't know the person you guys are talking about, but I'm sorry you had to go through a bad experience on here. Like, I feel like it's almost a rite of passage on here. Like, some like weirdo follows you around and like, like it's. I'm sorry you guys had to go through that. I'm surprised I haven't run into you on here before. Like, I came on Clubhouse during like COVID, and I wish I'd run into you guys before. You guys seem cool. You're both from New York, or like I'm assuming NY, New York, JB.
No, she's in Chicago. But then again, we still love it. Nobody's perfect.
Yeah. Chicago's a cool city. Top 5 city in the U.S. for sure.
Oh wait, for crime and diarrhea. What's the top 5 about?
Not too much on the shy. On the shy.
Meat, the meat in Chicago, like the beef, the sausage, like it's just better. They got like more Eastern Europeans, like Polish, German, like they got great sausages. They got, I don't think the Chicago deep dish is.
Hold on, Pat, mute up for a second. Mute up for a second, please. I promise you can talk about all the meat you want. Did you notice that? How I handled that situation, and he left the room and didn't say another word. So, that's how you handle it. And I'm going to say this now since she's in the room. Monica, I'm putting all grudges aside with you. I'm not going to bring up your name anymore. You have my word as a man. She left. I tried to be respectful, graceful even night, and she fled. He doesn't want peace, he wants smoke.
Yeah, I just noticed that. Now, that's too bad she left. She would have been surprised by what you had to say.
It's all good. But you see how I handled Rich? Rich left the room and didn't say another fucking word in the chat. That's it. Hold on, Pat. I need you to mute up. Thank you. Read the room, baby. When I'm talking, let me talk. So, you see how you don't breathe air into it. That's it. And he never said another fucking word. He fled like the bitch he is.
Listen, and I also just want to make note, you said to me that he'll talk about me too. I have no doubt he probably already has. There's a handful of these guys on here who I don't know for certain, but I'm going to 100% say I assume, and I know what they say about assuming, that he and a handful of others have talked shit about me either with each other in their own room, and that's cool, right? That's cool. The one thing they're not going to do is bring it to me, right? They don't stand on business like that. So but the only one who I think would stand on business is Brad, because Brad has called me out on stages in the past week. So I think Brad is the only one. If he had some real issues, Brad, he might talk shit behind the scenes, but when he sees you, he's bringing the smoke.
Listen, one thing about Brad, even if I don't agree with him, he will stand on his square. 100%.
Yeah, I agree.
Whether he's right, wrong, and he's not going to admit that he's wrong, but he's going to stand on his square. So I saw you came back in, Monica. I'm offering you an olive branch. I'm not going to say a word about you. I'm not going to send any info about it. That's my word as a man on my children. I ask for the same courtesy in return. That's it. Just leave my name out of your mouth. You stop passing articles about me that have been passed on this app for 4 years already. I'm asking you respectfully. I'm doing this in a public forum. I spoke to Roger Tax. Roger, I'm going to apologize to Monica. I'm going to offer an olive branch. We don't have to sing Kumbaya. We don't have to even share spaces with each other. Let's just leave each other alone. Because you see what's been going on in this app for the last 24 hours. It's enough already, Monica. And I say that sincerely. I'm not telling you what to do or how to move. You do you, kid. I'm just asking you, please, respectfully, leave my name out of your mouth. And I'll do the same courtesy. So, and I know a lot of people are shocked right now, like Nice, like, what the fuck is going on? John Kitover, where is I asked you to send me a message, Ding-a-ling.
Yeah, what's your Instagram?
It's in my profile.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Anyway, thank you, John. No, I said that because, I had a long talk with Roger today offline. I said, you know what, man, I'm tired of this petty bullshit with people. What's done is done. You can't undo things. What you can do is not just do them again. And I'm just going to stand on that. I hope she hears me. I hope she receives my message. And like I said, we don't have to sing Kumbaya, but we can at least respect each other. See, Monica, you came into my space. I didn't block you. I don't block you like that. I want you to come in. Monica, the truth is this. You're really smart. I don't agree with a lot of things you say, but you're smart. You add intelligence. You add a certain segment to each conversation. But I've never blocked you. You want to block me? That's fine. I'm not your cup of tea. That's okay because I drink coffee. And we got Matt Cool in here. Matt gets a lot of smoke, but he ain't got room creators and. I like Matt Cool. I like Matt Cool also, but he knows what he does. But we got Paola, we got Rachel, we got Joe B, we got Yoev, we got Jenny J. I don't even know what that is. A ferret in your PTR? We got Joss, we got Summer, Stinny. Yo, if you guys don't know Stinny, definitely get to know Stinny. We got Ann Hero in the house. For those who don't know, Ann Hero is an OG on this app. She's a pain in my ass, but she's like my sister from another mister. She knows when the shit hits the fan, she's running right here. JB, can you help me? We got Mike Moon now. Love Mike Moon. Anyway, guys, if you want to come up, raise your hand.
Can I ask a question?
You just did.
While we are debating about topics, how can you make known that you want to interrupt or do you want to say something?
You flash your mic.
You might not know how to do that, or you can say, what do you think about this, JB, when we say, can I get in the queue or can I speak next? What do you think of that?
Flashing your mic will work.
Okay, cool.
Okay, that's clear. Thanks.
I hate that Monica left because I wanted to say also, people if we could put our grudges to the side. And so as long as that, if the beef is not too deep, right? And I'm not directing this to Monica, but because she and I like some of the same people and go to the same rooms, and JB the same, and some people in the group. And not that any of these people are all mixed up in the same drama. But I agree with you, JB. I wish we could all just kind of, especially after yesterday, just moving forward, just keep the damn peace, right? Just keep the peace. Because I think a lot of us like to be in each other's company for the most part, and we don't have to. We can spar and argue and agree to disagree, but we don't have to take personal shots and jabs and dox each other. It's really never that serious. So
You know what I'm standing on? What is me having to run a Trump room or a race relations room or whatever rooms I run on a daily basis have to do with anything in my past? Where's the correlation there? I'm trying to understand that, right? Like if I'm talking about Donald Trump, Joe Biden, Mitch McConnell, if I'm talking about Nye McGee and her Hollywood room, what the fuck does my past have to do with anything? It just doesn't make sense how people just grab the lowest hanging fruit and love to gossip.
John said it's clubhouse politics. John, there's a typo there. I think you meant to put clown house politics.
Well, it's gossip and it's stirring the pot, and that's really what the definition of politics is in many ways.
Yeah, JB, your past has nothing to do with anything as far as I'm concerned. I've already told you a million times over when I started coming into your space, the number of people who would reach out to me on the back end. Then when Roger started minding me, somebody called me Roger's token. And they're like, you're surrounded by racist white men on his stage. And, you can't, someone reached out to a mutual friend and said, I'm concerned about her proximity to women because I sit in the room with you. I drown out, right, I didn't want to put your name in it, but she knows what I'm saying. I have to drown out the noise. I don't pay attention to these people because the one thing I've noticed is folks want to police your actions on this app and who you hang out with, who you talk to, but these same people will go into rooms, the messiest, most ratchet ass rooms, and entertain foolishness, entertain women being put, disparaged, threatened, black women who hit me up on the back end talking shit, the same black women who will sit up in rooms hosted by black men, and all they do is bash black women all day, right? So I don't pay attention to the noise, JB. And to answer your question, what does your past have to do with, when you're hosting other spaces? It doesn't. People just want to create drama, and they want your attention because they want to create beef with you. And if they can get your attention and get you
Rich, where you at, Rich?
Guess what? As you know, you've given them content. Now they're going to open up a room to talk shit. Wait, what? What is happening? Yo, I love Adams. Adams, so you weren't here. JB extended an olive branch to Monica, apologized to Monica. Okay, and I was just saying, guys, can we keep it peaceful going forward? I was speaking in general, because some of us.
Outrageous he is, and so he ends up quitting. So I told you right away that there are other Israeli experts who, in fact, disagree with Bartov.
No, I agree there's no consensus. They surveyed all the Holocaust scholars over the world. In fact, it was like really splintered. I think it's that whatever, they have some convention with the Almina, and I think halfway through the war they were split, right? Half of the experts worldwide thought it was a genocide and half thought it wasn't, and they debated it. But I think a year and a half later, there's a full year later since they last voted on it, I think most of them, there's a consensus now that it has devolved into something that resembles a genocide. So listen, I'm not saying it, they're saying it.
Buttercup.
And so even if some people thought it wasn't a genocide initially or that wasn't the intent, it's devolved into something that is unmistakable and looks a lot like it.
Intent requires orders from the political leadership to the army. The people that you're talking about, the academics, do not have actual access to that information. They are being prescriptive. They can retroactively look at Rwanda, and they can look at, 3,000 tons of information was brought into the Nuremberg trials. That documentation exists. People can look at things that happened in the past. The people that you're referring to, unless they've got like some superhuman capability, do not have access to actual orders if they even exist. So,
Jakob, she already made up her mind. She literally thinks that we are Nazis. This is how down the rabbit hole she went. I'm speaking. You did, okay? You called my nephew and my brothers Nazis, and this is why I said, fuck you, and I will say again, fuck you, and be a better
Stop putting
human.
words in my mouth. I said I'm defending our brothers and sisters on Gaza. I want them to be, I want to listen to them.
You said,
They're crying for help.
don't gaslight me, okay? Don't gaslight me. You blame them for war crimes, you call people rapists, and now you say that we are doing the
I said they're
final
defying
solution.
orders to commit war crimes. It's the opposite of what I said.
You said that they are committing the final solution, which is exactly the Holocaust inversion. If you look under the definition of anti-Semitism, you might find your face under inversion of Holocaust. Just take it and don't do it ever again.
Thank you. So yeah, he came into this space, right, thinking that it's gonna be okay that, like Doc's me, Doc's one of my good friends. Not just on this app, but in real life. So I needed to call attention to that, so I could show people how you handle idiots like that gracefully. You don't have to scream, you don't have to be hyperbolic, you don't have to do crazy shit like that. You just handle it like a man. So Rich got called out. Let me finish, bro, I'm gonna kick you. But you have my control. But let me say this, Rich got called out because Rich was in the space. If other people come in, trust me, I got no problems calling them out either. This might be the first time I'm sharing space with you. Get familiar how I run my rooms. So before you open your mic again, let me say hello to Matt, who doesn't come to my stages. Matty, what's good?
Oh, good evening, JB.
Yeah, well, you say that like you're surprised I'm talking nice to you.
Good evening, NY.
Good evening, sir. How are you?
What about chopped liver? Man, what's up, man? You the hood, man, for Congress. Oh,
Cool. You know what I said before was true. You're hanging out with some dinglings. Just say.
I can't be guilty by association. This is silly. Like, like during an event on your stage, do you become part of that conversation and guilty the minute the person says it? I'm just trying to figure out why, I guess you have an issue with that.
It's been ongoing on this app that for some reason people are guilty for things that are said on their.
Hey, you know what happened, Matt? Check this out. I was kind of being facetious when I was talking about you earlier, but since you want to get real, let's get real. When you enable known racists, when you enable idiots, lunatics, and reprobates like Sarah to have a voice and dox people, then guess what? If that's your room, that's your responsibility, my friend.
But I have nothing to do with the doxing. So I can't be responsible.
So when you give somebody like Sarah, listen, I don't think you dox. I've never heard you dox anybody. But when you give people, I'm using Sarah.
He hasn't. Just for the record,
let me finish. But I know he hasn't, Adams. Let me finish. But let me say this, Matt. When you enable these people, you're just as guilty as the perpetrator. When you give these people a platform, because listen, Matt, I like your rooms. I do. I like you. I said that twice before. But look around. Look who my mods are. Right? Look who I associate with. So unfortunately, yes, you're guilty by association when people come into your space and you mod them and they do egregious things.
I just disagree. So I mean, a lot of people say a lot of bad stuff on your stage. I don't, call you out and start saying, well, why do you support that? Why are you doing that? I mean, it's the tone policing and the dictating of what people do in the rooms just gotta just stop. I mean, I have my own rules, right? If someone does, death threats, I'll definitely send them off on their way, right? There are some standards or whatever in that sense. But I'm just not following this whole, you have to do a certain thing for me. This is your own personal issue, right? With how I quote unquote enable people. I'm not enabling anybody. They can do whatever they want.
Are you done? Did you land your plane? I guess you did. So Matt, listen, we could agree to disagree. I think if you bring people up and you mod them, and they say egregious things, I can tell you some things, right? Roger has said egregious things. Roger will tell you, I have. Adams has. But rest assured, the names I'm throwing out here, Kelly has, Rohan, that moron Bren, but none of us have ever doxed anybody. I haven't, trust me, the thought has crossed my mind many times. And listen, Matt, like I said, I don't know what to say other than I like you. I think you're a good guy. You run good rooms. You know, I go into your rooms honestly, so I can sit back and not have to run my own rooms and just listen to the chaos. You know, because you do have some crazy people that go, listen, Mag is crazy, you know this. So I go in there just to listen to the MAGA. I think it's funny. But we can agree to disagree, bro. But I still like you. And I'll still come to your rooms until I get kicked out again.
The one true Black King of Clubhouse is back. Welcome back to King. You know, I like to call you the Black King, and I mean that respectfully. I hope you don't mind. But if you're like, no, don't call me that, I will stop. Oh, I get a heart. Thank you. Thank you. I don't want no smoke with a King.
I'm gonna tell you guys a quick story. It's story time. Okay, Kima. Kima, you want to address that?
Oh no. I was only gonna say I don't want no smoke with Matt. Like the tongue lashing she just gave some people. No, I don't want no smoke with that.
Well, it makes you question respectfully. Should I call you King of Kima from now on, or Your Majesty?
No, it's definitely not necessary. I have not earned that. I have not earned it.
That's just me. That's just me who refers to him as King.
I got a question for Matt Cool. I mean, I'm in Roger's room.
John, you're very low, bro.
He's cut from a whole nother cloth. All right, this is you know what I'm saying? He's also like 6'8", 240 solid. Be careful what you say to Kima people. Right? Yeah. Wake that up.
So I was in Mojo's. Hold on one second. I was in Mojo's room yesterday, and I come across Matt Cool's room supporting Darren LaHood with Dr. Adams against candidate Congressman John Kitover. Talk about loyalty and disloyalty. I mean, I voted for Trump two times. I did as much as I could for him on this app with you, and then I see you're endorsing the incumbent and $20 trillion debt super creator, vaccinologist rhinoceros Darren LaHood. And JB and Hakima are the biggest contributors to the campaign to elect Kitover. So Matt, I went in your room with Anonymous, and then we listened to the Dr. Pepe and Dr. Adams show where they were drunk off their asses, mumbling, drooling all over the mic, totally drunk, shitting all over and doxing Roger Mayhem, aka Mojo Positive Vibration. So Matt, I mean, I gotta say, as a leader, your moderation, as the green bean and putting together your little shit show yesterday, I gotta say you should go look in the mirror, because if you haven't contributed $10 yet to the campaign to elect John Kitover, your status and your reputation will go way up if you also become a campaign contributor. Putting the link in the chat. Thanks in advance, Matt.
Got it. So again, when was I doxing Roger? John?
Wasn't you? It was Pepe. You were just happy as a girl at the bar on a Saturday night getting free cocktails, drunk and drooling and mumbling.
Got it. But again, I was wasted. It was crazy. It was a very, very, very good night. And I didn't tell you girls. No, you're good. But it's crazy to me. I just want to clear up a couple of things. My contention with Rich specifically is, the slew of sexual harassment that I've had to experience as far as being interrogated about my penis size, being interrogated as far as the hair that I have around my anus, and the things that, Rich fails to actually mention. He brings up, the fact that him and I have an issue with being a married man, and continuing to say the colorful things that he says to me on this app. Now, going back to the John issue, because I do remember that, Pepe was in the space, Rich was in the space, and I tend to be very carefully guarded as far as Rich's present. So, John, I mean,
I hate this for you. I really do. Shout out to Lahoud, but at the same time, listen, at the end of the day, I hope that you're dotting your I's and crossing your T's, because again, it sounds like you're coming up to that threshold for which you do have to account for that money.
Yeah, we're at the $500 threshold. When we hit 5,000, then we have to start worrying about more, disclosures and regulations. But at this point, you're still not a donor to the campaign, Dr. Adams. And I know last night with the amount of vodka you drank, that was probably $100 worth of vodka you drank last night. Can't you spare $10 for the campaign tonight?
200 to Lahoud.
You gave $200 to LaHood, and I've been chatting with you for 4 years, making videos of you screaming out all kinds of racist, profane insults and derogatory remarks against people on this app. Oh my gosh. And right now, even with your Darren LaHood PTR campaign, I'm shooting videos. So thank you so much, Dr. Adams.
Great. Thank you.
Alright guys, so debates. So what did I miss today? Seems there was a lot going on. I wasn't around. We have a poll up. Who's more hypersensitive on Clubhouse? Men are crybabies? Women are the worst? Or gay men? So far on stage, everybody's voted for men are the worst crybabies. Dolly's voted for that. Craig has voted for that. Randy, Scott, Moose. I gotta be honest, I'm shocked you voted that. David voted for women. Yo, what's up, your piece? We got Jordan, Dr. Jordan in the house, an OG in Clubhouse. We got Curtis, we got Catherine, we got Roya, Mike Moon. So here's a story. From the crack around the corner. It's gonna be a quick story, I promise. I won't put you people to sleep. So somebody reached out to me, right? Somebody I like, I believe he likes me, and said, can I talk to you offline? I'm like, absolutely. And when we spoke offline, I like this guy. He said to me, man, listen, I did a little deep dive research into you. I'm like, really? What'd you find? Because I've been transparent. He said, man, I just want to say I have so much respect and admiration for what you've been through and how far you've come. And that shit really touched me, the way he spoke to me, man to man. And really he took the time to do the research. He didn't grab the lowest hanging fruit. Because I talk about my criminal past ad nauseum. I'm sick of it, to be honest with you. But I definitely want to shout out that man, Mike Moon. Mike Moon's one of the real ones. Yeah, Mike gets loud, Mike gets boisterous, Mike gets a little crazy sometimes. But let me tell you something, Mike Moon's a good dude. So the fact that he humanized my experience. So Mikey, I appreciate you, man. I admire you. Thank you for that. That's going popcorn style. I gotta step away for 2 minutes.
Alrighty, healthy debates. Y'all see the poll up there. I voted for men, of course. Initially I put women.
Here in Clubhouse that these rooms are being streamed.
And they get really triggered if you say go Trump. But then I thought men are, especially my experience on this app this week dealing with certain men, a handful of them, less than a handful. Yeah, they are the biggest babies. Somebody said earlier.
The slew of sexual harassment that I've had to experience as far as being interrogated about my penis size.
You can't make this shit up.
Threatening to rape each other's wives and children. And so, as a matter of fact, true alpha males don't even have time to spend all day on this damn app. They might dip in and out. They might even engage in a little bit of drama for entertainment. But, they don't resort to doxing because they have grievances. So go ahead, man.
And why? Who's harassing you? Nobody should be harassing you. You just go ahead and you send me that name over. I'll take care of it. Next thing you'll hear from me has been taken care of, okay?
Oh, wait, are you shooting your shot, Maggie?
I got a little mix there going on, yeah.
You got a good taste, brother.
What did you say? You got a little what going on? Nixter?
No, mix. I was shooting a shot and trying to help you out at the same time.
Oh, okay, got it. I appreciate you, man. I've grown fond of Matt. No, Matt. Yeah, I've been catching strays this week. I said I'm gonna stay out of this white-on-white violence. Sometimes I spend so much time in the white rooms, I gotta go into the extra blackity-black rooms to reclaim my black card. I'm like, God damn, let me watch
ashamed of himself. Welfare tax, work requirements. I think there's something going on. The whole U.S. Constitution, Illinois running against. I think. Zero problem. Suppose you have all time.
I saw at least 10 rooms like that. Like I could not believe that shit existed.
Now I keep an eye out on what rooms Hakima's going in so I can join some of these houses.
I was gonna tell you, y'all see me in some weird rooms coming in, y'all gonna be like, what the fuck is this shit? Y'all gonna be like, wow.
I was wondering why you were in that Pakistani room.
I don't understand that language.
It's like to buy it. Yeah, I must have accidentally joined a Pakistani room. I don't think I did, but my hallway is laced with Pakistani rooms. And I just don't, I feel like when I leave one, another one pops up. I'm like, God, dog, this game is racist to mine.
I think they be following you like different names, but it's definitely like, I got all kind of Pakistani, all kind of, I don't even know what they is, like different language rooms all through the hallway. Like where did shit come from?
I joined a house called Republicans. And child, when I go in there, it's all Africans speaking in their language. They're not even American. I said, this is a big switch. What in the hell is this? I thought I was going into a room to listen to some American Republicans talk about Trump and the economy and et cetera, et cetera. And it's all Africans speaking Swahili and shit. And I'm just like, oh my God, this is the ultimate. No, the slew of sexual harassment that I've had to experience
is dying. And then you look around your hallway, and there's some of those Iranian rooms, the Pakistani rooms. There's 5,000-6,000 people in those rooms. This app's not dying. We just gotta expand our circle. We all know too much about it. Listen, I know when Matt comes to my stage, I know what side of the aisle he sits on. I know what side Adam sits on, Hakima, right? But this app's not dying. We just have to expand our circles.
Yeah, one way to do that, somebody reminded me the other day. Well, not reminded me. They were speaking on the stage, and they said, "Listen, I was reminded we have to follow the laws when we or the speakers when we go into these rooms. Follow maybe not everybody, but just follow some of the speakers on the stage. Follow the moderators, because as we know, that's how we open up our hallway. And I honestly had forgotten about that little trick on Clubhouse, right? That you want to open up your hallway.
The law, he whose law is within himself walks in hiddenness. His acts are not influenced by
to admitting that the country is broke. This has made
oftentimes have new speakers. I just go in there, follow some of those speakers, and then of course, as we know, those speakers go into rooms that you haven't seen before. And I'm glad I was reminded of that little trick, that little Clubhouse trick. So for newbies in the room, if you're new to the app, or old heads on Clubhouse, old heads, you may have forgotten. How do I expand my reach? Follow folks that you know would normally follow folks whose opinion you might not even agree
Scared? What are you scared about me for? I'm just running for Congress. I didn't create $37 trillion in debt or 100 trillion in unfunded debt liabilities. I'm trying to fix a solution. Meanwhile, you guys are having racist, unhinged, deranged wasting of time day in, day out talking about nothing. And you're worried about somebody's live streaming your room about boring shit. And you're the moderator allowing doxing and toxic communication.
Wait. Who's being racist? If I remember correctly, John, when you had a slow news day on this app, you were going into rooms with Shy and Jazzy and attacking black single mothers.
Sorry, that's not me. That might be you. You got me confused with yourself, Dr. Adams. That's called projection, Dr. Adams. Yeah, I live stream everything, so you can go look at all my YouTubes, and yeah, I record everything I do. So feel free to find the evidence. Post the receipts, Dr. Adams. Post your receipts, Matt.
What were you saying, Matt?
So he records everything, so there should be a recording of this. We need to have a whole room just on what you said, right, John?
Yeah, go ahead, post the receipts. I record everything.
No, you have the receipts. You're the one that should bring it to us.
No, you're the one asking for receipts, so post them yourselves. I do all the heavy lifting over here.
There is no reason to go after freaking Roger. Okay, if anybody was concerned about this deranged man's campaign, okay, this man is going to sink him damn self all on his lonesome. Okay, you have attacked black single mothers. You've attacked many different people in your
Again, you might be projecting and confusing me for yourself, Dr. Adams.
Have you looked up your numbers? Your approval rating, John? You're not even on the radar. So again, shout out to Darren LaHood, okay? Darren LaHood, who's going to be good for the hood, okay? And you're gonna lose, right?
Let me jump in here real quick. Before I get to the great Nicholas, Matt, I have a question for you. Now, I'm not looking for smoke. I'm just trying to get some clarity.
Okay, Darren LaHood.
Not you, Nicholas. I'm gonna ask Matt. I promise I'm gonna get you in a second.
Before you get to Nicholas always requires a reset, so make sure Mother gets a great reset, right, Mother? Mother needs her reset the room. Okay?
Well, he's sharp. He can pick it up. But Matt, let me ask you a question. You know what happened with Roger yesterday. Are you okay with all that? And I'm not saying you had anything to do with it, even though I've heard whispers. I'm just curious. You're okay? Asking, are you okay with that?
Matt had nothing to do with it. I know that for a fact.
Matt answered for himself. Because it happened in his space, and I'm just curious if he was okay with that.
So just give me some context. What issue do you have a problem with? Just so I'm clear what we're clear.
I didn't say I had an issue or a problem. I said I don't know if you were okay with Roger getting doxxed. Are you okay with that?
I don't think he got doxxed. That's why I'm asking you for context.
Okay, then I must have misunderstood what I was told. You don't think he was so not just a picture, but his work history was spoken on, his family was spoken on, his elderly mother was spoken on. Now I don't know if it was in your space or not, but are you okay with all that?
So if it's public, it can't be doxxed, right? I mean, his picture, I suppose, is out there already in public, clearly, because someone got it. They didn't go and ask her for it. So that's okay. LinkedIn is a public site. That's how you get hired. I don't know how that information can be doxxed. I'm just a little confused. Now, I will hand you this. I would never do what Pepe did. I thought it was just distasteful. But he has a right to do that. I mean, I would have never done that, but that's just the way things go. This is Clubhouse, man.
Well, if it's done to you, again, at the same attitude, I'm just curious. Not that I'm going to do it to you, because I like you, but if it's done to you, you feel the same way. Because if you're on LinkedIn, because, my belief is this, Matt, nobody's untouchable on this app. Right? Nobody. If they kill presidents in this country, your information can easily be acquired. So, my thing is, if it happened to you, would you feel the same way?
If it happened to me, if it's information I don't want out there in terms of not public, of course I'm gonna have a problem with that. Yeah, that's fucked up. Doxing's should be never done.
Oh, so but now it's not. My thing was your name was interjected into it.
No.
5 minutes ago, because it's public, it's not doxing. I'm just trying to get clarity.
Well, we gotta make
stops when somebody comes on a social audio app without somebody's permission and talks on that, whether it's public knowledge or not, that stops it, bro. There's a reason you didn't give that information out.
But the information is freely available. That's the difference. It's not like.
But you have a choice whether to disseminate that and distribute it to the public. I have a choice. Listen, I have files on so many people.
Powerful things that he says to me on this app. Now, going back to the Johnny issue, because I do remember that,
Hold on, Matt. I'm not looking to fight with you. I'm just saying, man, at some point, some people's moral compasses have to be affixed because they're askew when they think that private information, if you don't use, I use my real picture, I use my real name, right? But let's say Nye did it. There's a reason people don't. It's not my place to publicize it, Matt. Maybe that's just my moral compass and not yours. I'm just saying.
Well, that's the part where I say it's just distasteful. It's not doxing. Because there's a real legal definition and a real thing around this, what doxing really is. Because, if it's actionable stuff, like, okay, if Pepe came on there and said, oh, find this guy at this address, this is what he looks like, and go, rob him or kill him, that's doxing. You know what I mean? Like, that's...
So Matt, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Okay. So, when you go and apply for a job in the context of work history, right, you are giving that said employer the right to be able to dig into your work history. And they're only able to do so, right, if you sign a certain set of disclosures. Is that correct?
You're talking about almost terms of service, but for an employer and LinkedIn, right? You're talking about in general, like that.
No, but I'm just saying as far as like people's, right to privacy along certain pieces of information. So even if you apply for a job, they can't just indiscriminately, just go and, start doing, reference checks and background checks on your employment history, right? There's a certain set of disclosures that you have to sign.
Yeah, there's a problem.
At least, and I'm speaking specifically in my state, right? So again, it's a very slippery slope, when people create the justification of seeking and extracting information that's otherwise public, yes, okay, but in the context of what it's being then used for. That's a very, very, very interesting question.
Well, that begs the question, how was Pepe using it in a wrong way?
By the way, Matt.
I mean, one could argue as a means to harass.
Matt, let me just say this. The name you keep bringing up, I want it to be known publicly. I have not said that name one time tonight, so I want that known because that person's going to say, oh, you were talking about me in an open rooms. His name never came out of my mouth, so I need that to be publicly known. But Matt and Adams, continue. I apologize.
So I mean, David brought up a very good point. It's malicious intent, and even some of these background websites and a lot of places where people are finding information, about people on Clubhouse, like they have certain terms and conditions of even those vehicles of information. And I don't think that people are really safeguarding themselves because a lot of those places are putting terms and saying that you cannot utilize this information found through these channels to then go and harass somebody.
What's that debate, Nicholas?
Okay, so I actually, when I agree with Adams, but partially I agree with Adams. And I also will say, like, Matt, I love you, as a brother. But you have a tendency to let chaos and fuckery go at full display.
The slew of sexual harassment that I've had to experience as far as being interrogated about my penis size and interrogated
going on in your room that don't get that you just let fly, And I think some of it is like you like fuckery and you enjoy listening to it, but you don't want to be put directly in the middle of the fuckery. And then the second thing I want
That's
Oh
what I
shit, I
did.
should have voted for that. Voted for gay men.
You can change your vote. Go ahead, Matt.
Thank you for backing up my vote, Nicholas.
Can I vote again?
I have the purple one.
You can change it. Just wherever the vote is, just change there you go. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I don't know if you were when you came in on the conversation, but again, if I'm guilty of chaos, I mean, have you been around Clubhouse? I mean, I guess everybody's guilty of chaos, right?
Not me. You don't see me hosting crazy
Well, you don't host rooms, yeah, because you would never dare do that because you know chaos would break out. Actually, that's a great point, Nicholas. Why don't you host the room? And
Well,
wait. We'll see how smooth it goes.
Wait, you asked me why I don't host rooms because I don't have patience.
Not why you go. Why don't you?
Oh yeah, Mike. Have you noticed that the moment I'm not interested in conversation, I leave. I don't have the patience like JB to entertain you dumb fucks. The moment I'm not, I would just throw them into the hallway immediately, and then that defeats the point of a room. That's why I don't host rooms.
It'd be chaos, would it, Nicholas?
No, it wouldn't because I would get rid of them.
You're tossing people out. That's chaos.
No, I wouldn't even say anything. They would just be gone.
Yeah.
But Matt, I guess the question is, how does it make you feel being the organizer of chaos? Like, does that make you a leader? Does it make you an immature man? Does it make you somebody who engages in gossip, slander, defamation, libel? What is it, Matt, about? Is it the dopamine? What is it, Matt? Explain yourself.
This is crazy. John, I just want to point out that the reason why people are fighting in this type of polarized manner amongst these circles is because of you, okay? It's simply because of you, right? So again, you are the one that came out into the open, and you are the one that decided you are the one that decided that you want to run for Congress, and because of that, it created all of this vitriol. You are the reason why all of this are the one that came out into.
I disagree. This has been going on long before John Kitover decided to run for Congress. And listen, do I agree with him live streaming? Not really, but you know what, honestly, I don't care. I'm not saying anything that's going to be held against me. People, and not you, Adams, if don't apply, let it fly. People are too hypersensitive to what other people do. Listen, he knows people feel uncomfortable with him live streaming. He doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't care. Now, he's running for public office. You know what, Adams? That may come back to bite him in the ass. I don't know. But personally, me, I don't consider live streaming a free social audio doxing. What I do consider doxing is you ascertaining somebody's information that they've tried to keep off this app and you publicly broadcast it. That's doxing. And that's just wrong. Now, here's the thing. If you want, I'm going to use myself as an example. You want to dox me, right? You want to say JB's an ex-con and all this, that's fine, I don't care. But when you go to the next level where you bring up people's families, their work history, right? Where they live, yeah, these are lines, if anybody thinks that that's not wrong, then you really need to get your moral compass checked. But I just put up a new poll. Is it ever okay to share someone's personal info on Clubhouse? I have absolutely, no, it's morally wrong. Karma gets everybody. So guys, we're going to go popcorn style. If you're in the VIP section, you want to come up, be more than welcome. We have a pink ticket. Please cash it in. We have great conversations like this. Yeah, we got some great people here. We got Howard. We got BB who wants to come out. We got Gildas that wants to come up. I like Gildas. We got Your Peace, one of my favorite people on set. David, Mike Moon, Joe B in the house. Mary's been hanging out for a while. Good to see you, Mary. My man Gildas, what's good, brother?
Rich, maybe Ken, real quick. They got Rich trying to get me into a private. That's how crazy this is all gone.
Right, because he can't get into the room. So, I mean, do what you guys want to do.
Wait, Adams, hold on. Matt, Gildas, give me a second, I apologize. Matt, let me ask you a question. Why do you believe somebody like Rich can't get into my space? I'm just curious. Why do you think that is?
He's been about 2 of the 3 months.
I don't know what's going on. I don't know what happened. I'm just saying.
He can't go. Well, listen, Matt, this is what I want you to do. I'm sorry to cut you off. Because I didn't throw him out, by the way. Go into the chat and read what he was writing about me. Why would I want that toxicity in my space when I knew he was in the room and I didn't mention mention his name until he started talking about me. But go into the chat, go back maybe an hour, and see what they're saying about me. Would you want that in your space? Because I've had enough of it. See, if I don't breathe air into the fire dies out. And what I mean by that is if I don't have him in my spaces, I don't have to worry about him. And that's just how I feel. Felix, how you doing, my man?
Hey man, I'm doing all right. I don't know much about the controversy that took place. I was kind of in the room earlier, yesterday, but I don't remember like what was going on with Pepe and Roger, so I wanted to speak on that. But I will say, man, just for the record, JB, I used to live in New York City for about 10 years, and like, no homo or nothing, but you really remind me of like the best of New Yorkers. Every time I hear you speak, man, like I'm always happy to hear you like conflict resolve and check people, and man, you're a true like cornerstone of a cornerstone New Yorker.
Man, I appreciate that. And people won't realize what that means to a New Yorker. So I appreciate that, man. I'm leaving New York, this probably within the next six to 8 months. I'm moving to Texas. Because when this guy Mamdani gets elected, bro, I don't want to be here.
Yeah, I can understand that, man. Sometimes you gotta change, but the essence will always be with you. So, continue on, Jedi.
I appreciate it, bro. I'll tell you what, I have a sign in my office that says, you can leave Brooklyn, but Brooklyn can never leave you.
I gotta ask you a question. I don't understand. You voted Kamala and Tim Walz. Kamala and Mamdani are pretty similar on positions.
No, my man. Mamdani is Kamala on steroids. So I'm not even going near that one. But I want to welcome BB to the stage. What's up, BB?
Okay, so one thing, I'm a Persian. I'm a Westerner, and I was thinking.
Okay, you're in the hood. Who's going to be good for the hood? Okay, and you're gonna lose.
What's up, David? How you doing?
Good thing. Wait. Did you move her? Because I want to make it clear that I didn't, because we were in the.
I absolutely moved her. She's a drunk.
Yeah, no, like, come on, like, what's the cock bucket, JB? Like, she always flirts with me in the chat. Like, what's going on?
Listen, bro.
I just wanted JB to clarify that it was him, not me, because we were in the muck the other day, and she's in the chat saying to me, she's always centering herself. So I want her to know, BB, the bitch who centers didn't center you and didn't move you down, okay? I just want to clarify that so you're not whining in the chat and blaming me. Thank you, y'all. Continue.
Listen, I know BB for quite a while. If you catch BB during the daytime, you may have a decent conversation. But at 11:30 Eastern Standard Time, BB is like David Bobadilla. So yeah, I'm not putting up with that. I don't know why she comes up the stage to deflect off the conversation. But let's get back to the conversation. Mr. Katz, how you doing?
I'm doing well. Had a good day. Worked some. Went to the casino. Had a good day there. I missed most of today, so I can't tell you anything about what you missed today. I'd say you missed.
You're gonna lose.
Maybe 3 days.
Right. Let me jump in. Let me jump in here real quick. Before I get to the Green Eagles, man, I have a question. The slew of sexual harassment that I've had to experience as far as being intimidated.
In the last 3 days.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's all right. Other than that, it's been typical clubhouse.
Those two were worse than gay men, like going at each other's necks. I'm like, wow.
Yeah, gay men would have been more original.
Hey, but let me say something. Let me give Keegan a little. I'm not going to give him flowers. I want to give him a single flower. Keegan had a room right the other day about Brad, and he got that room packed, and it was all about nothing. Keegan was able to manipulate some of you people, including myself, to pop into that room, and it was like the trip in Alaska yesterday. It was a nothing burger, that summit. So, we're all susceptible to being dumb. But I give Keegan credit because he played on our dumbness.
He didn't show up.
That room was packed. That was the most people that Keegan's ever been around in his life. But good for him. He knew how to play it.
Jay, listen. You need to give Craig his flowers, okay? And you need to give people from the dark side that were sitting in the goo, because Keegan's been fucking with a lot of those people for a very long time, and Craig packed his ass up. So again, I feel like Craig needs to be the one to be getting the flowers for making that event popping.
Listen, I got nothing but respect and admiration for Craig. I like Craig, I always have. Him and I, thank God, always got along. Never had to worry about him coming after me.
Well,
John Kitover, you got something to say?
yeah, look at Jane down there. Poor, beautiful, innocent Jane just comes on the app to enjoy herself. Meanwhile, she suffers the brunt of Brad's death threats. So, Brad has a tendency to do death threat Tourette's in the same way that a lot of losers here do the N-word Tourette's, like Pepe and others. So, on my Instagram at John Kitover, you can see a legal warning for defamation and libel against Brad because for 2 days straight, he roasted me about stolen valor and how I'm a fraud and I'm not running for Congress. So everything, 2 days straight. I mean, this is typical Brad Tornado where he goes on a rampage and attacks people. And I've towed the line with drill sergeants. I got no problem with some social audio chat warrior screaming at me for 2 days. Have at it. It's good for my publicity. So, my point is, I fight back, I post, I live stream, and anybody who wants to defame me or besmirch my character, I'm more than happy to record you doing it, and I'll post it so the whole world can see it on the internet. I got no problem with that.
Thank you, John. Let me, a couple people just walked into the room. And I have to say this, because we've been having a real conversation. Nebraska, man, I gotta tell you, and I said this the other day, I don't know what happened to you that you got this switch going on. And I know it doesn't matter what I say, you shouldn't really give a fuck. But I have to tell you, I'm really disappointed in some things I've been hearing coming out of you. You're better than, and I believe that you're better than that because I've shared enough space with you to say that. You continue doing you, and you can come up, you can gaslight my stage and all that other stuff. But let me tell you something. I don't know if it's because you got chillism in your blood now, you hang out in that space, and that's your prerogative. But the interactions you and I've had, I'm a little disappointed in you. But before I continue, before I give you a chance, Pima, let me just say this. And a lot of you people won't agree, and I don't give a fuck. Jane's a real one. Jane's a New York girl. And she knows all, Jane is the real deal. I have a lot of affection and admiration for Jane. And if anybody don't, that's your problem, not mine. What's up, Nebraska?
Hey, what's going on? What do you mean? We haven't even had any interactions. What did I do? You got me right?
I know who I'm talking to.
Yeah, what did I say? What have I said? Tell me.
Well, your anti-Semitic stance really bothers me. I don't know what, I've never heard it before in the years we've been around each other. That's your prerogative. If you want to hate Jews, that's on you. But, I'm just disappointed in how you're disseminating your information and how you become an anti-Semite. And, I also believe that, and I have no proof of it, it's just in my head, my crazy voices, B-Mom, that you're okay that Roger got doxxed because you had some smoke with Roger. But that, like I said, is just a voice in my head. But the anti-Semitism, bro, not cool.
Well, I mean, Jay, the first thing, let's go bad.
Bima, let me just say this. The comment that you made towards Incan, as a proud indigenous man, in my personal opinion, I feel like that was so right. And I don't even think that was
like a sheep and you repeat it because that's just what you do. So, I mean, and that's fine. I'm not disappointed. That's just what it is. And JB, it's interesting. I won't be coming into your rooms anymore, and that's fine. But listen to me. What's interesting is if you were to listen to my political positions.
Well, you're not gonna come into your room, into my rooms anymore, then come to my stage. I don't need you, I don't want you. If you're gonna spew your anti-Semitism, go back to chillism. They'll more than embrace you. Let's get real. But you act like you do me a favor by coming to my fucking stage. Lady, you need to wake the fuck up. Because I liked you, I was giving you the courtesy to say I was disappointed in you. But the truth is this, I think you've lost your way, and you're drinking whatever Kool-Aid they're serving in chillers. I don't give a fuck. Like I said, you're entitled to your opinion. But don't come up here and with the sweet little voice like you're the victim when you spew and hate all over the fucking app. This is not my first
slew of sexual harassment that I've had to experience as far as being interrogated about my penis size, being interrogated as far as the hair that I have around my anus, and the things that...
What the fuck? You can't make this shit up. It's just crazy.
John, don't know you that well. Thank you for calling out the viciousness.
Yeah, it's not just vicious, it's illegal. It's death threats, and it's death threats to Tourette's. You know, I posted the code he's violating. You can't just make sentence after sentence a death threat and jumble it all together and think people aren't listening and recording you. It's Tourette's or it's, you know, something else, but it's illegal to do, and you can't do it on this app. And I don't know why you have thousands of followers and you can go to room and just issue death threats. If you don't agree with somebody, fine, kick them to the goo, have a debate. But you can't come on here and make death threats to people in every other sentence. It's insane.
And JP, by the way, if I can work with our friend John, I'll get a clip of this because I gotta follow up on this one. I've had so many I didn't. My daughter walks in, Jay. It's a funny story too. She's visiting, and she says, "Hang it up, Mom." So she was moved out of Manhattan when she was 7 or 8, but she still has a Jay. She heard Brad. She knows I fuck around with psychos on Clubhouse. She heard Brad saying, "Get a rope and kill yourself." I think he said he was also going to rape somebody. So the guy's gone off the deep end. So I'm really glad we have John Kitover. And I don't care who's friends with him. If you're friends with him,
Contribute to the campaign now.
you shouldn't do that. Not smart.
You know what I always find? Oh, hold on, Abs. Let me just say this, and then you can jump in real quick. You know what I always find, for lack of a better word, Jane? You know what I always find crazy? And I'm not doxing you, and I don't even want you to speak on it. But if these idiots only knew what you did for work, oh my God, it's bizarre to me. They have no idea anything about you in real life. But go ahead, Adams.
You know, I feel like everybody has kind of a different relationship with different people on this app. And I will categorically say that from my experience with Brad and, you know, just having life happen to me on this app, you know, while being on this app, you know, not this is life, but, you know, just in my personal life and going through just different milestones and whatnot. Brad is probably one of the most kindest, you know, human beings and male figures that I've ever encountered on this app. Now, again, going back to my point, everybody has a different relationship. So, you know, I encourage you to actually maybe revisit a different interlude and a different introduction with Brad because he really, truly is one of the most kindest people that I've met on this app.
Well, because we don't have a relationship, Adams, but I have no, as they say, beef with you. I don't know that you do with me. I will take your word for that. But if he's your friend, you should tell him to say sorry. It's not that fucking hard.
I think Dr. Adams has said it before, both things can be true. You know, I've heard him be a first responder.
Be nice and say that kind of shit. Something's wrong with
you. Yeah, I don't agree that, I do agree that it is sick. You know, and I don't even have that.
I'm sorry, David, I'm going to defend my friend. Do you guys hear the context for which his family was being brought up on this app throughout this week? Okay, one of the most painful struggles that any human can go through is choosing a person to raise a family with to confide in, to be their life partner, and to not finish that race due to something that they cannot practically
This is
control.
where like
You
Adams
know, so
breaks
instead
in
of
with
driving
projection.
Brad,
It's pretty
people
funny.
should have been donating to cancer treatment. Okay, people should be.
No, they should have been donating to the campaign to elect Congressman candidate Kitover.
It's very disgusting. It's just, hold on. It's just very disgusting that people look at Brad's actions and it's met with a dismissiveness as to what actually triggered him and what actually brought us to this place.
Well, let me jump in, Jay.
I had cancer. I didn't do that.
Let me jump in, Jay.
No, somebody, Keegan said to Brad, "Did you kill your wife?" And that was really fucking low. Yeah.
All right, but still, all right, come on.
And Brad has endured that a long time on this app. Like, I can remember somebody saying something to the
I
effect
just
like,
said he's very hateful, okay?
well, you know, to his, like, to back him up, man, like, people have said shit like, I'm gonna dig up your wife's grave, and, you know what I mean? And it's like, god damn, when you're faced with that kind of shit, yeah, man, you have no reason to go off the rails.
Gildas, I agree with you, but in the context that we're talking.
Wait, let me jump in here real quick. So first off, Brad's not here, so we shouldn't be speaking on Brad, because by the time he gets back to Brad, he's gonna get all the wrong information.
You go bananas. This is like charging the TNT.
So Brad's not here, but I'll say this, Adams. Brad and I have banged a million times on this app, right? We're civil to each other now, and I'm just using him as an example because his name's been brought up. But here's the deal. In my opinion, right? You could do 100 good things in real life. It all takes is one mistake to wash all of their good away. So if somebody's coming on this app threatening to rape somebody or hang somebody or come kick their whatever people are saying, to me, once you cross that line, and I get it, I totally get it. People have said the most egregious things to him, but look, man, look what was done today, right? Somebody was a rumor about me for like 3 or 4 hours. They were ranting and raving and stuff like that. You know what I say my response is gonna be? No response. Sometimes you just gotta be the bigger man and walk away. And here's the deal, Adams, and here's how I really feel. Women have softer voices than men. We're louder. There's no reason to be punched down, and some of these women are egregious animals, no doubt. But you know what? If you just ignore them, they go away. That's how I feel. Like I said, John, Brad's not here, so we're not gonna talk about Brad. It's not respect. I respect Brad enough to give him that courtesy. Thank you, Adams.
I do appreciate that. You know, as a mutual friend to both of you, I do appreciate that. You know, let's just move on. You know,
Well,
he's not here, and I do appreciate you acknowledging that.
Well, let me say this. Everybody in this room heard what I said. Gildas heard me. Kima heard me, right? But by the time it gets back to Brad, Gildas, JB was talking shit about you. He was doing this. I just said the man's not here. Let's not talk about it.
I understand completely.
Let me say hello to Mikey Moon. Mikey Moon, good to see you, brother.
Hey, good to see you too, man. Well, before we stop talking about him, I just want to ask Dr. Adams, is there anything that somebody could say
Mike Moon also hates Brad.
anything
Forgot about
about
this.
your mom, about your wife, anything that would make you say, I know where you live, I'm going to drive to your house, and I'm going to rape your wife? Who said that? Brad said that. In a room. And I was there, and I heard it. And to this day, he will never admit that he says any of the shit we've talked about. But trust me, he said it. I'm asking you that question. This is the guy that now, I'm not saying two things can't be true at once. I'm not saying he can't be.
Hold on, Mike. Mike, you're my friend. I like you. I've said nice things about you. But we need to move past this. And I get, listen, Brad's not, Brad was here to defend himself, bro. Speak all night about Brad. But he's not, this is one of the problems we have. People do it to me, and I'm like, I don't give a fuck. But you know what?
I'm not saying
maybe he does give a fuck. You know, Mike, listen, you've had a crazy experience on this app. You know, I'm having a conversation.
I've never even come close to saying that, though, Jay.
Okay, but you're a different man than he is. He's not here, Mike. I want to show him the courtesy that I would hope he shows me. And you know what? Maybe he won't. But maybe by doing it.
Actually, he won't.
I
understand. I was in a room with you the other day. You were going scorched earth on him. I get it. I know how you feel about him. And some other people feel very similar to how you do. But he's not here. What's the point of talking about us? Then that just makes us the gossips, bro. I know what he said. I've heard him say the most egregious things. But irregardless of that, he's not here to defend himself. This is one of the problems with Clubhouse. Let's move on. There's so many other things we can talk about. Mike, no bullshit, you're probably one of the smartest people on this app. We could go in so many directions. If I want to talk photography, you're my dude. If I want to talk history, you're my dude. Brad's not here. I don't want to talk about him.
It's all good. It's like fair enough.
And you know, I'm just gonna, again, in sentiment to what you said, Jay, I'm just gonna respond in saying this. This is not a union. This is not a clubhouse union. This is not collective bargaining rights, okay? Your issue with a said person is your issue with a said person. We just want to move on, have polite conversation, and just simply move on. And I hope that you can just respectfully agree to disagree in the notion that we just simply have different experiences and different relationships with different people. That's it.
Please, let's move on because Brad.
Well, why don't we ask Dr. Adams?
Hold on. Brad has blamed, and I like Brad, but this week Brad blamed me for shit that I didn't have nothing to do with on multiple occasions. And the slow sluts in the room, no one in particular, y'all will go back and say, JB and I were hosting a room tonight and talking about Brad. And
I'm not saying things came together once.
And I'll catch another straight for Brad. So yeah, let's please move on.
I'll just say this. Hold on, John. I don't want you. Don't even bring up his name, please. I'm asking you to respect his space, but I'll say this. And I'm not defending Brad. He said egregious things. I've said egregious things. We all have, right? But here's the deal. Brad has always been Brad. He's never deviated from who he is on this app. Now, I don't know if he's like that in real life. I don't care. So if you know that this guy is the way he is, and he bothers you, just don't be around him. Go to a different space. There's literally 5,000 rooms on this app, right? I'm trying to start cultivating conversations that don't have the toxicity, right? I'm really trying. Like, there was a room run on me tonight about 3 hours. Somebody was screaming. I won't mention the name because I won't breathe life into it. But when you come into my space, everybody comes to my space, every once in a while, we catch lightning in a bottle and have a conversation that people leave this room and say, wow, that was a great fucking conversation. John, I'm telling you, I'm trying to give you grace, but if you gaslight, I'm throwing you out.
No, I'm not going to gaslight. I'm not going to talk about anybody else or former speakers. You know, in the Muff, in Mojo's room, the rule is don't bring old drama from old rooms into this room. And that brings you into the now. So the now is all important. And I'm just wondering, why is Dr. Adams supporting Darren LaHood against the campaign to elect candidate Congressman Kitover?
Dude, I don't want to talk about your campaign anymore. We're done with that. Not tonight.
Can I say something really quickly?
Please.
Before this person leaves the room. Abby, I don't mean to call you out. I have tons of respect for Abby, but I want to issue an apology to Abby because I didn't get a chance to do this the other day in the month. There was a heated discussion going on, Abby and somebody else. I don't remember what they were talking about. Maybe it was Trump. I don't know. But they were very, very passionate in their discussion. And I think at some point I said, yes, please move on. And I know it probably felt dismissive, Abby, and I wanted to apologize because I was not trying to shut you up or shut you down. I respect you. I respect your voice. And I don't know if you left the room feeling some way. I did. I was just bored overall with a constant Trump conversation and Putin and whatever we were discussing in that room. I know one or two of the moms were trying to move on to a whole new topic, and it was impossible to move on. So I wanted to apologize to Abby. And Abby, I'm sorry for censoring you, but I see you're here, and I just wanted to apologize. If my saying, you might not even remember this, but I do, and it's been heavy on my heart since the day. And I said next time I see Abby, I'm gonna apologize to Abby. So this is my apology to Abby. I was not trying to dismiss you or shut you down. Or not give you space to speak. So that's it. Thank you.
Well, let me say this. Abby's a tough Philly girl. Trust me. She is banged with some of the biggest people on this app. People mistake her. She's the way she speaks, right? She's so eloquent. She's so nice that she's weak. the toughest ladies on this app. And listen, I love Abby. Abby and I haven't always agreed, but Abby's always welcome in my space. I appreciate the apology.
She's too tough, Jay. I need to butter her up for the campaign, and she's already given to APAC, which is given to Darren LaHood.
I knew that was coming
Hey, I want to say that you are one of the most even-handed, kind people on the app. There's no question about it. And you are a blessing to everyone.
He's gonna regret ever contributing to the campaign. They're gonna do a card charge back.
Frankly, because you're so kind and gentle under pressure, and you apologize when you feel like you made mistakes, which shows that you have empathy and that you second guess yourself after the fact and feel guilty and have a little bit of shame sometimes, and all these things that normal people with good hearts have. I mean, Lord knows I have a tough point now. You know that, right?
I always call him out for that. Like, war crimes. Why are we talking about that idea? I want to talk about Hamas. Like, you want to talk about war crimes? Well, let's talk about Hamas. I'm sick of fucking talking about IDF when there's no war crimes being committed by them at all.
So their new narrative is, I noticed it the last week, their new thing is, no, let's talk about before Hamas was founded. That's their new thing.
And we can talk about too, not a problem. We can talk about all the terrorists, the PLO. We can talk about them before Hamas, not a problem. They're a bunch of fucking terrorists too. Yasser Arafat, you want to talk about that? That's fine. We can talk about it. I mean, she's trying to bring shit up saying that there were documents released. There was documents released by like the Israeli courts or whatever, and only they released it in the 1970s and 80s. Most ridiculous thing ever. And then after that, it was sealed up again. Like no one knew what it was saying.
Yeah, my new fighting tactic with LD.
Yeah.
You've read that article?
Yeah, I knew all about all that stuff. Yeah.
Oh my God! Like he makes it sound like he was a simple street pimp. Like oh, I had 5 girls that were already drug addicts that worked for me, and I took a cut. No, he invited 2 fucking models to a hotel room, and him and his buddy raped them, and they kidnapped them and sold them to 60 different men for $2,000 a day.
Wow.
Like, that's fucking insane. That's not a pimp. That's a fucking sex trafficker and a kidnapper and a rapist.
Yeah, I mean.
That is fucking wild that he's like making it sound like he's some simple street pimp, like fucking Cat Williams.
Well, I think the way he explains it or downgrades it is he says that there was prosecutorial misconduct and trumped up charges and things like that. But he paid, he went to prison, so I don't know.
I know.
You can complain or gossip all you want, but that's not gonna get you the feedback you're looking for. I mean, that's why I record, because see, you can't get that dopamine the way I get it. Because if I got kicked and I got serious beef, now I'm just gonna focus in on that person and live stream them and record them, and then they become the hunted. So you can't get that dopamine the way I get it. So don't know what to tell you.
That's funny. But yeah, I thought initially I was like, oh, he must be like some simple street pimp, but I read that article. That was fucking wild. Like that was.
Yeah, well, I don't know. What do you know about Pepe's background?
I don't know anything.
Well, he's got a background too, and it's not pretty, And why do you think these two guys attack each other? Because like that's how they, prop up their self-esteem. Because if Pepe is roasting you, how pathetic are you if Pepe's roasting you, and then vice versa?
How bad can it be when Pepe's roasting you? Yeah.
Well, the other thing is, how bad is it when you have to roast Pepe? Like that's also the other thing. So.
Yeah, it's fucking hysterical though. Like this story's like taking so many twisted turns that I just wasn't aware of, I guess.
Yeah, this is why the app does have wings, because there's enough people in it to keep playing this game forever. The drama gossip game. It will go on forever because it's like a math equation basically.
Yep.
It's not going to
Yes.
stop. Tomorrow will be Brad's return, and there will be a huge Brad moment, and
Yeah,
then
big party.
it'll just
The
repeat.
celebration.
The whole cycle will repeat. The whole weekly cycle will repeat on Monday.
I'm enjoying it. Keep the seasons coming, John.
Well, we're live streaming it, and if the campaign doesn't work out, we may have, a video production business on our hands. So,
Yeah, I'm watching you on the live stream right now. Wave at your camera at your 2 o'clock.
it's hard to tell which one. There's so many.
No, hold on.
Oh, that's it. Maybe you're 2 o'clock. Anyways, but okay. Well, enjoy your evening. I'll talk with you soon.
All right, later, buddy.
Okay,
Be
bye.
safe.
Death Hippie, welcome to the show. I'm not gonna be here for long. I'm gonna hop out of here. How are you doing, Death Hippie? Everything working out for you?
I have no idea how I'm doing. So we're just gonna have to see. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing okay. Things are, it's better to be the eye of the hurricane as opposed, to the hurricane.
That is absolutely true. You know what my old iris was named? When I was named for me?
What?
Was the eye of the storm. Was the iris I picked out. That's exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, there's like 2 parts in that. The whole thing is meaning it's people's minds are chaotic, and what's amazing is Clubhouse follows you after you get out of the app, meaning that your brain is neuro-linguistically tied into this app. So, like, if somebody withdraws, you can't get that same dopamine unless they're there to give you that dopamine. So, it's like you invest in it and upload in it, and so if you make a deposit and then you leave, or if you go in and there's no place to make your deposit, you're not getting that fill. So it's interesting how you can manipulate it or be manipulated, basically.
Yeah, I can see that. I've had a very interesting spiritual awakening. It's absolutely rocked my overall, it's a paradigm shift for a lifetime or several. I don't know what to do with all the information. It's too much at once.
Well, I think one way to look at it is it's not too much information, and everything you just said is the opposite is probably true.
Perhaps everything happens for a reason. Is that not right?
No, you could just say there's not a speck out of dust. There's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe, meaning that everything the way it is the way that the game is set up to be played for you right now.
Yeah, perhaps. And it definitely is a simulation.
I mean, one thing to look at is your name, Death Hippie, and I've known you for a few years now, and a lot of your messaging is disarray or chaos or a lot of unknowns and fears, but yet you go by Death Hippie. So I'm just saying to you, you make your reality with your words, and I told you once before, change your name, because it's just implying, chaos, death, and decay, as opposed to, improvement or balance or stability or strength or victory. I mean, you are your words. So if you want things to change, I would encourage you to start changing your words.
You shall eat the fruit of your lips.
Yeah,
that's what that
the tongue gives life and death. So, I say choose life, as opposed to choosing death in your name, for God's sakes.
Life's happy. Ouch. I got into a very bad car wreck. And the seatbelt and the airbag saved me.
No, see, now you're just going around as death. You should go around as life, see how that feels.
You're right about the life thing. Life is in the power of become. Life, choose life, and also, life takes precedence. It's inscribed on my wedding ring. I don't know if I'll need my wedding ring much longer, but it's inscribed in the band. And you're right about the chaos. Definitely chaos. Everything's been going well for you.
Yeah, all is well. Do you want to hear some love poetry?
Absolutely, John. I love hearing your poetry. Oh, it takes me back to my old days.
Okay, this is called Keeper of Secrets. You came here to tell my secret to everyone, what I give no sign of. Last night in a dream you offered a cup. I said I will not drink wine. Do not, the loss is yours. I'm afraid of being shamed. I'll reach for you and you won't be there. It's astonishing to me that someone offers you his innermost life and you frown. Would you be deceptive with me as you do with others? I am the keeper of secrets. You can't hide from me. I am the beauty of the perceived world, but you lay back on the ground. I am the true direction of the spirit, but you glance around at clouds. Look here. If you angrily turn away now, you will do the same on the day you die. Be pale for the one who created color. Don't put saffron on your face for the sake of shadows. Be a rooster, conscious of time and the leader. Don't change your rooster to a hen. Bend and sit crookedly, but tell the straight truth. Truth is enough. I am the friend, your spirit. Why look for someone else? If you like the verse about lending to God, lend a clipping from a counterfeit coin and get back the deed to a diamond mine. If for 2 or 3 days you bandage your eyes with awe, you make your sensible eyes a fountain for the other ocean. If for only a second you go straight for this target, that arrowy intention becomes your bow and bowstring. There's no generosity better than this, that with your sins and forgetfulness, I'm telling you how to pray. So much for words which have to be written down, or not contained in the mouth. If you were to open every living particle, you could make a mouth of each.
I asked God, do not let me die until I know you. God replied, he who knows me never dies. So, let's be drawn into the timeless wisdom of Rumi through 9 unforgettable poems that explore the mysteries of existence. We'll start with the existence of origins in before time, uncover the radiant truth that I am pure light, and tackle the profound question, how you came into existence. Finally, we'll end with Rumi's heartfelt devotion to his master, Shams of Tabriz. I am sure these poems will resonate with your heart, linger in your thoughts, and stir your soul. Before time. I was there on the first day, before anything had a name. On that day, there was neither I nor we. Every name and everything named came after me. Within one curl of the beloved's hair, I saw the birth of creation. I saw every name forming, every object coming into view. Yet there was no curl. I looked upon every cross in every church, yet he was not there. I went to the temples of India and the shrines of China, yet he was not there. I searched the mountains of Herat and Kandahar, yet he was not there. I scaled the distant peak of Mount Kaf, only to find the empty nest of the phoenix. I visited the Kaaba, but he was not there, amidst pilgrims young and old. I read the books of Avicenna, but his wisdom went beyond all the words. I went to the highest court, within the distance of 2 bow lengths, but he was not there. Then I looked within my own heart, and there I found him. He was nowhere else. Oh, my beloved, I searched both worlds, but never found joy without you. I have seen many wonders, but never a wonder like you. I pressed my soul's ear against countless doors, but never heard words as sweet as yours. Oh, what grace you pour upon your servants. From our view, the ocean looks so small. Osaki, sweet sight of my eyes, I've never seen one like you in all of Persia or Arabia. Pour the wine that takes me beyond myself, for this petty existence brings nothing but fatigue. You are the endless love. You are the heavenly song. You are the mother and father. You are the one I will always know. We are scraps of iron. Your love is the magnet that draws us near. Why should I seek? All I need do is love. Rest now, my soul. Leave behind your religion and your empty show of faith. Remember when you had no religion. Remember when all you had was him. I am not from this world. Why think thus, O men of piety? I have returned to sobriety. I am neither a Muslim nor a Hindu. I am not Christian, Zoroastrian, nor Jew. I am neither of the West nor the East, not of the ocean nor an earthly beast. I am neither a natural wonder, nor from the stars yonder, neither flesh of dust, nor wind inspire, nor water in veins, nor made of fire. I am neither an earthly carpet, nor gems terrestrial, nor am I confined to creation, a throne celestial, not of ancient promises, nor of...
So I'm gonna read some Rumi in just a minute, but this is an audiobook version.
Future prophecy, not of hellish anguish, nor of paradisiac
And
ecstasy.
this is book club. Adams, if you want to try reading a book, I would, love it if you could grab a book at your home, and if you want to read for 5 minutes, email you too.
See, neither the progeny of Adam nor Eve, nor of the world of heavenly make-believe. My place is the no place. My image is without face. Neither of body nor the soul. I am of the divine whole. I eliminated duality with joyous laughter. Saw the unity of here and the hereafter. Unity is what I sing. Unity is what I speak. Unity is what I know. Unity is what I seek. Intoxicated from the chalice of love, I have lost both worlds below and above. Sole destiny that comes to me in my whole life, even if once forgot his name even perchance. For that hour spent, for such moment, I'd give my life and thus repent. Beloved Master, Shams Tabrizi, in this world with love, I'm so drunk. The path of love isn't easy. I am shipwrecked and must be sunk. I am pure light. Every question I ask is about you. Every step I take is toward you. I slept well last night, but I woke up drunk. I must have dreamt about you. I am totally lost in the folds of love, totally free of worry and care. I have passed beyond the four qualities. My heart has torn away the veil of pretense. There was a time I circled with the 9 spheres, rolling with the stars across the sky.
Hey Beema, I'm just getting set up here, but I'll read in just a minute.
There was a time I stayed by his side. I lived in his world, and he gave me everything. With the best of intentions, I became a prisoner in this form. How else did I get here? What crime did I commit? But I'd rather be in a prison with my friend than in a rose garden all alone. I came to this world to have a sight of Joseph's purity. Like a baby born of its mother's womb, I was brought here with blood and tears. People think they are born only once, but they have been here so many times. In the cloak of this ragged body I have walked countless paths. How many times I have worn out this cloak. With ascetics in the desert, I watched night turn into day. With pagans in the temple, I slept at the foot of idols. I've been a charlatan and a king. I've been a healer and fraught with disease. I've been on my deathbed so many times, floating up like the clouds, pouring down like the rain. As a dervish, I sought the dust of annihilation, but it never touched my robe. So I gathered armfuls of roses in this faded garden of existence.
Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? You really need to talk to Why Refi. Why Refi?
Rule number 1. How we see God is a direct reflection of how we see ourselves. If God brings to mind mostly fear and blame, it means there is too much fear and blame welled up inside us. If we see God as full of love and compassion, so are we. Rule number 2. The path to the truth is a labor of the heart, not of the head. Make your heart your primary guide, not your mind. Meet, challenge, and ultimately prevail over your naffs with your heart, knowing your ego will lead you to the knowledge of God. Rule number 3. You can study God through everything and everyone in the universe, because God is not confined in a mosque, synagogue, or church. But if you are still in need of knowing where exactly his abode is, there is only one place to look for him, in the heart of a true lover. Rule number 4. Intellect and love are made of different materials. Intellect ties people in knots and risks nothing, but love dissolves all tangles and risks everything. Intellect is always cautious and advises, beware too much ecstasy, whereas love says, oh never mind, take the plunge. Intellect does not easily break down, whereas love can effortlessly reduce itself to rubble, but treasures are hidden among ruins. A broken heart hides treasures. Rule number 5. Most problems of the world stems from linguistic mistakes and simple misunderstanding. Don't ever take words at face value. When you step into the zone of love, language, as we know it becomes obsolete. That which cannot be put into words can only be grasped through silence. Rule number 6. Loneliness and solitude are two different things. When you are lonely, it is easy to delude yourself into believing that you are on the right path. Solitude is better for us, as it means being alone without feeling lonely. But eventually, it is the best to find a person who will be your mirror. Remember, only in another person's heart can you truly see yourself and the presence of God within you. Rule number 7. Whatever happens in your life, no matter how troubling things might seem, do not enter the neighborhood of despair. Even when all doors remain closed, God will open up a new path only for you. Be thankful. It is easy to be thankful when all is well. A Sufi is thankful not only for what he has been given, but also for all that he has been denied. Rule number 8. Patience does not mean to passively endure. It means to look at the end of a process. What does patience mean? It means to look at the thorn and see the rose, to look at the night and see the dawn. Impatience means to be short-sighted, as to not be able to see the outcome. The lovers of God never run out of patience, for they know that time is needed for the crescent moon to become full. Rule number 9. East or west, south or north, makes little difference. No matter what your destination is, just be sure to make every journey a journey within. If you travel within, you'll travel the whole wide world and beyond. Rule number 10. The midwife knows that when there is no pain, the mother cannot give birth. Likewise, for a new self to be born, hardship is necessary. Just as clay needs to go through intense heat to become strong, love can only be perfected through and after adversity. Rule number 11. The quest for love changes you. There is no seeker among those who search for love who has not matured on the way. The moment you start looking for love, you start to change from the inside and outside. Rule number 12. There are more fake gurus and false teachers in this world than the number of stars in the visible universe. Don't confuse power-driven, self-centered people with true mentors. A genuine spiritual master will not direct your attention to himself or herself, and will not expect absolute obedience or utter admiration from you, but instead will help you to appreciate and admire your inner self. True mentors are as transparent as glass. they let the light of God pass through them. Rule number 13. Try not to resist the changes which come your way. Instead, let life live through you, and do not worry that your life is turning upside down. How do you know that the side you are used to is better than the one to come? Rule number 14. God is busy with the completion of your work, both outwardly and inwardly. He is fully occupied with you. Every human being is a work in progress that is slowly but inexorably moving towards perfection. We are each an unfinished work of art, both waiting and striving to be completed. God deals with each of us separately because humanity is fine art of skilled penmanship, where every single dot is equally important for the entire picture. Rule number 15. It's easy to love a perfect God, unblemished and infallible that He is. What is far more difficult is to love fellow human beings with all their imperfections and defects. Remember, one can only know what one is capable of loving. There is no wisdom without love. Unless we learn to love God's creation, we can neither truly love nor truly know God. Rule number 16. Real faith is the one inside. The rest simply washes off. There is only one type of dirt that cannot be cleansed with pure water, and that is the stain of hatred and bigotry contaminating the soul. You can purify your body through abstinence and fasting, but only love will purify your heart. Rule number 17. The whole universe is contained within a single human being, you. Everything that you see around, including the things that you might not be fond of, and even the people you despise or abhor, is present within you in varying degrees. Therefore, do not look for Shaitan outside yourself. The devil is not an extraordinary force that attacks from without. If you set to know yourself fully, facing it with honesty and hardness, you would see that it is an ordinary voice from within. Rule number 18. If you want to change the ways others treat you, you should first change the way you treat yourself, fully and sincerely. Otherwise, there is no way you can be loved. However, once you achieve that stage, be thankful for every thorn that others might throw at you. It is a sign that you will soon be showered in roses. Rule number 19. Fret not where the road will take you. Instead, concentrate on the first step. That is the hardest part, and that is what you are responsible for. Once you take that step, let everything do what it naturally does, and the rest will follow. Don't go with the flow. Be the flow. Rule number 20. We were all created in His image, and yet we were each created differently and unique. No two people are the same. No hearts beat to the same rhythm. If God had wanted everyone to be the same, He would have made it so. Therefore, disrespecting differences and imposing your thoughts on others is tantamount to disrespecting God's holy scheme. Rule number 21. When a true lover of God goes into a tavern, the tavern becomes his chamber of prayer. But when a wine-bibber goes into the same chamber, it becomes his tavern. In everything we do, it is our hearts that makes the difference, not our outer appearance. Sufis do not judge other people on how they look or who they are. When a Sufi stares at someone, he keeps both eyes closed, and instead, he opens a third eye, the eye that sees the inner realm. Rule number 22. Life is a temporary loan, and this world is nothing but a sketchy imitation of reality. Only children would mistake a toy for the real thing, and yet human beings either become infatuated with the toy or disrespectfully break it and throw it aside. In this life, stay away from all kinds of extremities, for they will destroy your inner balance. Sufis do not go to extremes. A Sufi always remains mild and moderate. Rule number 23. The human being has a unique place among God's creation. God says, I breathed into him of my spirit. Each and every one of us, without exception, is designed to be God's delegate on earth. Ask yourself, just how often do you behave like a delegate, if you ever do so? Remember, it falls upon each of us to discover the divine spirit inside and live by it.
How to automate repetitive tasks. Watch this.
It's 2025. AI can build a pro-level website within a couple of minutes. Meanwhile, you're still asking it how to write emails.
On each of us to discover the divine spirit inside and live by it. Rule number 24. Hell is in the here and now. So is heaven. Quit worrying about hell or dreaming about heaven, as they are both present inside this very moment. Every time we fall in love, we ascend to heaven. Every time we hate, envy, or fight someone.
Okay, I'm gonna read you some Rumi quatrains. I'm gonna create some clips on YouTube. Here we go. Late by myself, in the boat of myself. No light and no land anywhere. Cloud cover thick. I try to stay just above the surface, yet I'm already under and living within the ocean. I'm crying. My tears tell me that much. Last spring, they say, the new green, how weak you felt. Remember any night of all our nights, but don't remember things I've said. Friend, our closeness is this. Anywhere you put your foot, feel me in the firmness under you. How is it with this love? I see your world and not you. When I am with you, we stay up all night. When you're not here, I can't go to sleep. Praise God for these two insomnias and the difference between them. When I die, lay out the corpse. You may want to kiss my lips, just beginning to decay. Don't be frightened if I open my eyes. This bleeding eventually stops. The wolf appears. We run off in different directions, with always some thought of how lucky we are. But nothing floats for long. Death floods in the mouth and the ear. Every head goes under and away. For years, copying other people, I tried to know myself. From within, I couldn't decide what to do. Unable to see, I heard my name being called. Then I walked outside. Today, like every other day, we wake up empty and frightened. Don't open the door to the study and begin reading. Take down a musical instrument. Let the beauty we love be what we do. There are hundreds of ways to kneel and kiss the ground. The breeze at dawn has secrets to tell you. Don't go back to sleep. You must ask for what you really want. Don't go back to sleep. People are going back and forth across the door sill, where the two worlds touch. The door is round and open. Don't go back to sleep. Take someone who doesn't keep score, who's not looking to be richer or afraid of losing, who has not the slightest interest even in his own personality. He's free. Out beyond ideas of wrongdoing and right doing, there is a field. I'll meet you there. When the soul lies down in that grass, the world is too full to talk about. Ideas, language, even the phrase each other doesn't make any sense. I would love to kiss you. The price of kissing is your life. Now my loving is running toward my life, shouting, what a bargain. Let's buy it. We have this way of talking, and we have another. Apart from what we wish and what we fear may happen, we are alive with other life. As clear stones take form in the mountain. Someone who goes with half a loaf of bread to a small place that fits like a nest around him. Someone who wants no more, who is not himself longed for by anyone else. He is a letter to everyone. You open it. It says, live. Who sees inside from outside? Who finds hundreds of mysteries even where minds are deranged? See through his eyes and what he sees. Who then is looking out from his eyes? The clear bead at the center changes everything. There are no edges to my loving now. I've heard it said there's a window that opens from one mind to another. But if there's no wall, there's no need for fitting the window or the latch. We take long trips. We puzzle over the meaning of a painting or a book, when what we're wanting to see and understand in this world, we are that. Does sunset sometimes look like the sun's coming up? Do you know what a faithful love is like? You're crying. You say you've burned yourself. But can you think of anyone who's not hazy with smoke? Daylight, full of small dancing particles, and one great turning. Our souls are dancing with you. Without feet they dance. Can you see them when I whisper in your ear? They try to say what you are, spiritual or sexual. They wondered about Solomon and all his wives. In the body of the world, they say, there is a soul, and you are that. But we have ways within each other that will never be said by anyone. The human shape is a ghost, made of distraction and pain. Sometimes pure light, sometimes cruel, trying wildly to open this image tightly held within itself. Stay in the company of lovers, those other kinds of people. They each want to show you something. A crow will lead you to an empty barn, a parrot to sugar. There is a light seed grain inside. You fill it with yourself or it dies. I'm caught in this curling energy. Your hair. Whoever's calm and sensible is insane. Don't think of good advice for me. Tasted worst that can happen, so they lock me somewhere bound and gagged. They can't tie up this new love I have. You don't have bad days and good days. You don't sometimes feel brilliant and sometimes dumb. There's no studying, no scholarly thinking having to do with love, But there is a great deal of plotting and secret touching and nights you can't remember at all. The Sufi opens his hands to the universe and gives away each instant free, unlike someone who begs on the street for money to survive. A dervish begs to give you his life. There's a strange frenzy in my head of birds flying, each particle circulating on its own. Is the one I love everywhere? They say that paradise will be perfect, with lots of clear white wine and all the beautiful women. We hold on to times like this then, since this is how it's going to be. Come to the orchard in spring. There is light in wine, sweethearts and the pomegranate flowers. If you do not come, these do not matter. If you do come, these do not matter. Poles apart, and the color of dying. You are the color of being born. Unless we breathe in each other, there can be no garden. So that's why plants grow and laugh at our eyes, which focus on distance. Think that you're gliding out from the face of a cliff like an eagle. Think you're walking like a tiger walks by himself in the forest. You're most handsome when you are after food. Spend less time with nightingales and peacocks. One is just a voice, the other just a color. For a while we lived with people, but we saw no sign in them of the faithfulness we wanted. It's better to hide completely within, as water hides in metal, as fire hides in rock. The mystery does not get clearer by repeating the question, nor is it bought with going to amazing places. Until you've kept your eyes and you're wanting still for 50 years, you don't begin to cross over from confusion. The minute I'm disappointed, I feel encouraged. When I am ruined, I am healed. When I am quiet and solid as the ground, then I talk the low tones of thunder for everyone. I drink stream water and the air becomes clearer, and everything I do, I become a water wheel, turning and tasting you as long as water moves. In pain, I breathe easier. The scared child is running from the house, screaming. I hear the gentleness. Under 9 layers of illusion, whatever the light, on the face of any object, in the ground itself, I see your face. Today I'm up wandering, turning my skull into a cup for others to drink wine from. In this town somewhere there sits a calm, intelligent man who doesn't know what he's about to do. I asked for 1 kiss, you gave me 6. Who was teacher is now student. Things good and generous take form in me, and the air is clear. I am insane, but they keep calling to me. No one here knows me, but no one chases me off. My job is to stay awake, like the night watchman. When they're drunk enough, and it's late enough, they recognize me. They say, "There's daylight." During the day, I was singing with you. At night, we slept in the same bed. I wasn't conscious day or night. I thought I knew who I was, but I was you. Drinking wine with you, getting warmer and warmer. I think, why not trade in this overcoat made of leaves and dirt? Then I look out the window. For what? Both worlds are here. Since we've seen each other, a game goes on. Secretly I move, and you respond. You are winning. You think it's funny. But look up from the board now. Look how I've brought in furniture to this invisible place, so we can live here. The minute I heard my first love story, I started looking for you, not knowing how blind that was. Lovers don't finally meet somewhere. They're in each other all along. If you have any patience left, we know what to do. If you love sleep, we'll tear you away. If you change into a mountain, we'll melt you. If you become an ocean, we'll drain you. You say you have no sexual longing anymore. You're one with the one you love. This is dangerous. Don't believe that I have a love like that. If one day you see a picture of how you think, you will hate yourself openly. Okay, I'm going to read these last 2 pages and then I'll complete these Rumi quatrains. I'm not talking out loud. I'm talking to the ears of your spirit. Remember what I've said. Tomorrow, I'll say openly what I'm saying tonight. We've given up making a living. It's all this crazy love poetry now. It's everywhere. Our eyes and our feelings focus together with our words. We have a huge barrel of wine, but no cups. It's fine with us. Every morning we glow, and in the evening we glow again. They say there's no future for us. They're right, which is fine with us. Do you think I know what I'm doing? For one breath, or half breath, I belong to myself. As much as a pen knows what it's writing, or the ball can guess where it's going next. Do not sit long with a sad friend. When you go to a garden, do you look at thorns or flowers? Spend more time with roses and jasmine. Inside the great mystery, that is. We don't really own anything. What is this competition we feel then, before we go, one at a time, through the same gates? We are the mirror as well as the face in it. We are tasting the taste this minute of eternity. We are pain, and what cures pain? We are the sweet, cold water and the jar that pours. At night we fall into each other with such grace. When it's light, you throw it back like you do your hair. Your eyes now drunk with God, mine with looking at you. One drunkard takes care of another. We are walking through a garden. Turn away for a minute. You're doing it again. You have my face here, but you look at flowers.
I think you have a little bit more of a simplified background. I mean, a little bit more of a simplified understanding of what it is that I do, but that's cool because it's.
Do you have a quantum computer at your lab?
No, I don't have a quantum computer, but I have no.
But you hook the kids up with a remote terminal to a quantum computer, right?
Yeah. So.
Okay. Just basically like five qubit calculations or something.
Yeah, sometimes. Yeah. But the folks that I work with in quantum, there are some of them who it's their whole life. But even in fact, I should send you some of the info on QSteam, and I mean you can look it up. But I think I've told you a little bit about it. Like we build courses. We build quantum courses.
QSTEM?
Yeah.
Wow, QSTEAM.
QSteam, yeah. So
it's like, you've added quantum to STEM. QSTEAM.
Yeah.
Wow, did you like making it sound like he's like complete, yeah, it's like LGBTQ plus. I got all the letters.
Yeah, so.
It's a buzzword salad, I got it.
Yeah, something like that. But
I get it, yeah.
If you're someone on the learning side of the desk, if you're somebody interested in learning quantum science, QSteam is just sort of a bunch of on-ramp ways to get
now,
there.
We
built 4 courses, and there's 4 more courses that we're trying to come in with as well.
But what it is it's a QISE minor. So the curriculum is
one that's built where students get to come in and they it's not just learning the basics. Like you would earn a minor in quantum in your R1 institution or in any institution for that matter. And with the partnership universities that we already have, as long as we have faculty to teach them, we can run it at any given time if there's a critical mass of students to take it. So, there's internship opportunities through it as well, but the 4 courses basically are pretty comprehensive in terms of just getting your feet wet and understanding what it's about, and hopefully the people go on and they do
grad students, postdocs, or anything like that if they want to go in this direction. There's also a lot of entryways.
But in the end, they're comfortable with Shor's algorithm?
Oh yeah, they're comfortable with a lot more than just that. I mean, they're comfortable with just, being in a lab, so a lot of times they're already in a school that might have access to.
Do you have an oscilloscope and microwave
generators
or lasers?
two things here. When you say we, right, so it depends what you're talking about. It depends
Are the students exposed to an oscilloscope and microwave equipment?
Yes, but let me say it to you like this. So there's over 70 institutions we're talking about right now. We're not just talking about my institution. So it depends where you're at.
Some kind of collective thing and it's different everywhere?
Yeah, it's NSF funded, yes. So it was
Oh,
built to go.
interesting. So that's the program. Yeah, I see.
Yeah. Anyways, I don't find too much of this what I really was trying to necessarily talk about tonight. But
simulation. You want to talk about simulation? So simulation, we talked about, of course, the chances are low that it's us. The one, the real one. That was a good model. Is there any other kind of Drake equations, like the probability this thing is the case, that you're familiar in this field?
No, I can't. I don't think there's
so simulation interpretation.
Just like the Drake equation, any kind of math that you want to throw into the probability that you're in a simulation is going to be very loosey-goosey. Just like the Drake equation, every single one of those variables is up to
Yeah, all the terms are loosey-goosey, right? But that's not what's important about the Drake equation. The importance of the Drake equation is whether or not it fully captures the terms that would be important. And then over time, you can. Well, I feel like it's a pretty good expression of that. I don't think anybody's added anything critical to it in 50 years that way.
Right.
Right. So I wouldn't call it incomplete, but I would agree to you that it's amorphous, meaning all of the terms do not have quantitative values. Sorry.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, simulation interpretation. So I think of simulation interpretation as one of the ways that you can kind of escape the hellhole that's created by quantum entanglement. Is that your understanding as well?
Say it again? What?
Simulation interpretation.
Is the way that we can escape the hellhole of quantum interpretation?
Of the quantum entanglement, sure. Well, look, you have quantum entanglement, right? You have Bell. Bell kind of creates this, and then with John Clausen and everything, once you get rid of hidden variables, now you've got real problems. You've got, like, the observer effect problem, you've got multiple universes problems. You've got superdeterminism is one way that you can deal with this, and the simulation interpretation is another way you can deal with this. Now, I prefer Einstein interpretation, which is I opened up a room on that earlier.
I know you do.
And that's just the hidden variable local realism interpretation, right? I think that one is on has the best grasp, but simulation interpretation would be, well, if you accept simulation interpretation, there's no need for you to accept multiple universes interpretation. See what I mean?
Well, there's another slant on that. I mean, you could say that the multiple universes could also not be a quantum object, right? It could not be a result of quantum. You could still get there with simulations. I mean, it would make more sense to have multiple universes, right? If you had a simulation. I mean, that as a sentence almost makes more plausible sense, right? It would mean something different. It would mean something different.
That's kind of interesting, because what you're kind of poking at there is that maybe we could have an experiment that would expose the fact that the machine has to spin up a new universe every time we do a thing that triggers quantum entanglement.
Yeah, whatever that thing is, right? Like
whatever that thing is. And maybe we could feel the parent computer slowing down for a minute every time it has to spin one up.
Sure. Why we get weird effects like Casimir effect or Hawking radiation or whatever, these things that feel weird, anything that's quantum jittery, I don't know if I have to be, conspiracy. But anyways, I think without getting into it, didn't realize there was people here that I haven't invited up. What up, Hanson? What up? Speak of Hanson.
Yeah, I was wondering what's wrong. It's very rare that I speak for more than about 25 seconds before there isn't 14 people who all want to.
16th District in Illinois. Good job. You're in the room, but people are like, oh my gosh, I have to contribute to the talk. Benjamin's talking, it's got to be good. What up, Hanson?
Right. Well, usually they just come up and like.
Yes, it is. If you say the word quantum, it's like saying, standing in front of the mirror at midnight and evoking the devil to come out. What is it?
If you leave the topic at the top of the room for about 14 seconds, I'm going to ask the two of you to attack my latest thesis so that I can defend it.
Jeez.
Hi, Sean. Sean and I haven't met, but I can tell he loves me.
Who's got?
Boy. Come on, man.
How he run the play?
Yeah, sir. Boy, they jumping the shit out of fucking Hugo over there. Yeah, sir.
Well, how he run the play, though?
He ran the play on Hugo. He went over there and count right on them, they jumping the shit out of Hugo.
Hugo went over there on his own.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We in this
So happy.
Hey, I got an email from my wife, but I want you to think about that. Joe was actually suicidal. Joe wanted to die. He was going through so much shit.
Do you want to keep answering questions from this guy? Does it seem like you wanted to move on?
Well,
This is getting sinners.
I still want to hold on, Sam. Hold on.
You're talking?
Hold on. Dang, hold on. You're hogging the mic. Him and D just had a whole conversation. You're hogging the mic. I just got two.
You're hogging the mic like hogging the mic. Please do.
Moderators, can you come on?
Moderators, I'm trying to talk right now and everyone's over talking me. Why is everyone over talking me right now?
I'm the one that's talking, y'all.
Why is everybody over talking me right now? What the fuck, moderators?
As Orion was having a sincere conversation with you, if you don't want to have the conversation with him, can you let him know? If not, they're going to troll Orion. So
I don't even want to troll, I just want to say something. I don't want to decide it.
let him know if you want to still have the conversation, so that he can go eat with his wife if you don't want to have the conversation.
Well, I mean, if he wants to like kind of quickly give kind of his closing question, and we can, because I know everyone might want to jump in, so if he wants to like quickly kind of do his closing question, we can knock that out real quick.
Yeah, because I just had two more questions. I'm not pigeonholing you or nothing. You just answer and say you don't know. It's simple. Are billions of people from all eras simply just delusional about believing in a higher power, while modern atheists are the only ones who got it right?
Yes. Well, I wouldn't go that far as saying like, this is a delusion. I don't. If people want to like believe in higher power, fine. Because I think it gives people strength to get through their day. So don't think it's fair to call it delusional somehow.
Great answer, but the last question, I understand that people on the stage go through my PTR when they get emotional when they go to see my pieces, but they are being
out here and say,
be quiet. Be quiet, it ain't your turn. Last question, be quiet. If your thoughts came from a brain formed by accident, how can you trust that your reasoning is even valid? Big man, this is my last question, brother.
I hear what you're saying. I don't have all the answers. All I know is that it seems that we're here for natural causes. If there is truly a creator that put us here, if you have a demonstration of a creator, you know I'm here. But that's kind of answer.
I'll praise it, brother. We're great people, brothers. All respect. I mean, it's disrespectful. Shut the fuck up. Look at him. He came and hold his piece at the game. His piece at hard. His name is Sam Rosen. I'm done, D. Take over the room. Control these goddamn wild animals on the stage.
Did you guys hear the chirp? Did you guys hear the smoke alarm chirp? I just heard the third smoke alarm chirp. Anybody hear the smoke alarm? This is the third time I heard the smoke alarm. Someone else please tell me I heard the smoke alarm.
Moderation is talking for be quiet. It's the batteries.
That was the third chirp.
Input. I think we maxed enjoyed the conversation. We can move on to the next. Have a wonderful dinner with your wife.
Bye. So, when it comes to the Book of Job is enough to make you just know that the whole story is childish nonsense. You have the devil and God having a wager. We're gonna torture this man and bet on who, whether he's gonna keep worshiping you if you torture him. That's the behavior of psychopaths. There's no reason why God would need to do the wager, given it's omniscient. There's no reason why we have to prove anything to the devil. He can just beam the true beliefs into the devil's mind. The idea that the devil and God would wager and then use the torture of man as a fucking way to do it is retarded. And then God, in the story of Job, he killed Job's sons. And then they give God afterwards, well, we gave him new sons, so therefore it's fine that I did this. It's not fine that you killed my sons just to give me more sons, you fucking retard God. So the story is just childish, evil nonsense, and you should just all see it up.
I think Sam made a great point. But
That's not the perspective of someone who doesn't know the Bible. So
yeah, let's let King respond.
Go ahead, King.
Yeah. So I'm not even gonna. Well, I'll be in the Bible a little bit, but I'm just gonna be realistic. So recently, I just lost my homeboy, my best friend. I talked to him day and night. At night I talked to him. Morning I talked to him. It was a hard loss for me. You know what I'm saying? And he hurt me. I was hurt. I'm driving, trying to work, and it just really hurt me to the core. And I do believe in the God of the Bible that we read about. But what's crazy, what happened to me, is gonna blow y'all mind, bro. I drive trucks, right? I was in the woods just driving. An owl came down and broke my antenna off my truck. And I'm like, damn, so I had to get another antenna. The next night, another owl come down, probably an hour somewhere else, come down like it's gonna come in my windshield and just fly up. And I kind of jumped because I was messing with my phone at the same time. And so now I'm calling some of my friends, my wife, and I'm telling her, man, I had 2 owls. One of them broke my antenna, one of them down there came and broke my windshield, coming straight at me. And so I was talking to my homeboys, we joking. He's like, damn, you might be seeing the ghost. It might be your boy, because he just died like 2 days ago. And it's the person I talk to every day, all day. It's my best friend. And I laughed about it, and I was like, nah, man, I don't believe in that kind of stuff, you know what I'm saying? And so I said, if I see another owl, it's definitely a sign, And so I saw another owl that same night, and it came close to me. And so now it's got my attention. Now I'm searching. I'm on ChatGPT. What does that mean? And I'm seeing omens and people seeing eyes and stuff like this. So I didn't think nothing of it. Did I go out?
No, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I didn't think nothing of it. So I saw, and so now I'm just really searching, going hard. I'm searching, and so so what I end up doing is going back to the last conversation me and my friend had the day before he died, he got killed. And we was talking about how the ancient languages had meanings to them, every letter had meanings to them. And so in the midst of this process, I see one more owl, and when I go to this place, I type in my number, and I was like, I seen 4 owls in the span of like 3 days, and they all close encounters. And while I'm talking, I put my number in the computer, and the screen pop up, we got a picture of an owl. Alright, so I'm like, okay, God, you got my attention. And now I go search the ancient languages. I go back to the text message the day before, see what we was talking about. We was talking about ancient Hebrew. And so I looked up owl in the ancient Hebrew, I ChatGPT'd it, and looked up the letters, and it came back, it said the yod, which is the divine hand, the beginning of transformation, and then the nun, which is life in motion, the continuation of the soul, shin, fire, pain, or spiritual refinement, and then the vowel was the bridge, the connection between worlds, and then the last letter was pet, the mouth, the breath, the voice returning after one is silent. And when you put that together, let me see, can I get it? Let me see, can I get it? And when you put it together, it forms a sentence, so the sentence is saying,
What are you yapping about?
This man, he's talking about something that was
I want to know what this boy is yapping about.
well, I'm just giving my experiences, man.
Go ahead and give it now, boy. Get to the point, boy.
Okay, Aaron LaHood, who's going to be good for the hood.
Yeah, but long story short, you know, it was a message straight from the Most High God telling me that my friend.
Before I get to anything, I have questions, you know, okay, dear.
Okay. Let me see what I can.
Okay.
So I went through the letters, and then it formed the sentence. I can't get to it right now, but when you put those letters together, it's telling you that my friend was in the hands of the divine one, and he's being transferred, going through a transformation. His life is in motion, his soul is continuing, and it says a spiritual refinement, and then it had to bridge the connection between worlds, and the mouth, the breath, the voice returning after silence. So my friend died, but I know that his soul is with the Most High God. That's what the message of the hour was when I broke it down in the ancient Hebrew. And the Most High got my attention because that's what we was talking about before he passed. And that's outside of the scriptures. I didn't have to go to the scripture. That's real life. I told my Christian friends. I told my Hebrew Israelite friends. I told my atheist friends. You know what everybody said? I told my Muslim friend, you crazy. But it's only a few people that can hear this and believe. But that's straight from my life experience. So I know that there is a God, you know, and that's a fact.
I received your message. Yeah, I hear you. Anybody else would like to share?
I hate to say this, but I think that you were not systematically like stalked by an owl who was like trying to, like, I don't know, molest your life and attack you, and just like I think you're just making this up. I think you're a liar, pants on fire, who made up a story about an owl, and it's not true. So that's all.
If you were to share on this stage at your own risk,
All MMA fighters should be banned from the damn sport.
Listen, that was the most dominant win I've ever seen.
It was.
Hey, Edward, I see you there in the audience. Our Clown House director here, Mojo, has taken a break from the app. But, you know, we're going to have to get signatures still, so we'll see, you know, if you want to get signatures, but based on your text, I assume you don't want to, because there's a lot of spam. It's a waste of time. It could be a waste of time for you, but I'm pretty sure we could, you know, I mean, we've got $1,000 in the campaign account, and I'm sure you could raise more money on here in a lot of these rooms if you're actually getting petitions signed, you know?
Yeah, I wasn't nowhere to say your ride was on there.
Yeah, there's a lot of haters on here, so but they're part of the game, you know.
Yeah. So, I mean, I get you this. Yeah. Yeah, I was just following up with you. I seen that you were live. I'm still interested, man. I think that you're a genuine person. You said you got what now?
We've raised $510 on the app, so I'm gonna match it. So we've got about $1,000 in our campaign account.
Mm-hmm. And last time I thought you said you had 1,000 already, and you were gonna match 900 at 19.
No, we've actually only raised like 510 off of Clubhouse, so I may have misspoke, but we've only got $1,000 in the campaign. But
And you got the papers yet? Or you got the sheets?
I don't have the PDFs. I haven't spent any more time looking for them yet. But I'd also like to try to do like a digital way where voters could sign the PDF with DocuSign, and we could submit one petition, one signature. Do it that way.
I'm not sure if that's all the way valid, but what we could do is have a mass meetup with the people that and correlate and coordinate like that. Like what we have to look and see is that totally that will be totally valid in Illinois. But yeah, that's a great idea as well. And well, I'm about to finish up here, so I wanted to see, what was the urgency here, because I didn't want to just hang around Elmhurst. It's pretty expensive out here if I didn't have to. So if I could shoot on out the blooms, then I could.
Yeah. I mean, not yet. I mean, and if we do, it's always probably going to be on a Friday, Saturday. So, because I figure that's when most people are out, and you can, capture the most number of signatures on Friday, Saturday.
Me personally, I was just campaigning for today's 42nd district out here for the state rep candidate, Congressman candidate, and got 150 today on and there's a festival. There was a festival Tuesday. I got 300. So the weekend is good, but a lot of times it doesn't matter. It's all about this. So so I don't know about hanging around here. What is today? For a whole other week.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just not ready to do anything like, immediately until, Fridays and Saturdays. But the other component is, I mean, if you want to host rooms in the morning on Monday or Tuesday, I mean, a lot of this is also getting people from this app to basically donate to you or pay you. But because we only have $1,000, part of this gig is also trying to fundraise for yourself to get the petition signatures through this app. It may sound like an extra horrible step, but basically you're not going to get paid until the petitions come in signed anyways. So I'm saying you could, if on your profile, if you have Cash App, because even the haters will send you money.
I mean, I don't even know how to host a room and all of that.
Oh, it's pretty easy. It's pretty easy. But what I'm saying is there are people that you know that like to play games on this app, and I'm sure that the people who absolutely find me obnoxious would actually pay you not to do work. So there's always that upside.
Yeah, I guess so.
It's a funny game.
Yeah, I think I was under advisement, man. Just up for the midnight oil. I seen that you were on, and I taking a listen to what you had going on over there. But yeah, yeah, keep me posted and updated, and
Yeah, Edward, if you can hear me, I will. So this is the Darren LaHood for Congress house, and one of our haters on here, Adams, who is supporting Darren LaHood, is giving us um, good content for YouTube. But we need Mojo X back. And he'll probably be back on Monday or Tuesday, hopefully. But he's the one who's helping or do a lot of the organizing here on this app and doing the money bombs, fundraisers, and content creation. And he liked you, so, and I thought your interview went well, and I definitely want you to get signatures. But in terms of like, if you did a Friday and a Saturday and it was $200 a day plus lodging plus fuel, that's like going to be like a $700 endeavor. I would assume that would be the minimum you'd want to go out there for a Friday, Saturday. But it's, we'll see. We'll do one test like with one Friday, Saturday, see how many signatures you get, and then you can determine whether you want to do hourly or like per signature. And then hopefully if we can raise a couple thousand, then it'll be no problem. You'll be able to maximize how much you're able to, bill doing this. And if you want to, if you have an associate or a friend who wants to do it with you. Let me see here. So I'm going to live stream an X space. This is Adrian Dittman, aka Elon Musk, live on X right now. It's called The Conversation. It's under Adrian Dittman. That X account is called John Kitover IL16.
can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. What happened to the other guy that was talking?
Who?
Just tell me about Darren Hood and.
I mean, that was me. That was me.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I'm pressing buttons here. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
Get acclimated to the app here.
Yeah, no worries.
So what now? LLC what?
Do you have an X account?
Twitter?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Try to find this guy called Adrian Dittman on there. I'll put it in the chat on here. All right, maybe I can just get you the link. Let me see if I can pin it. But this guy, this is Elon Musk. This is his pen name account or his burner account. Two T's, one M. No, I think that's my account. Because I have filmed Elon Musk on X for like 2 years now. And
what's his profile?
It's in the link. Click that link above. That's his X account.
we have a nationwide federal law enforcement apparatus that is also not accountable to the people.
That's Elon Musk.
I don't like using that word police state just because it will be used as weapon.
Yeah, that's him. That's Elon Musk.
It's definitely concerning. I just don't like using that word.
When has there ever been a situation?
And you were saying, what about this?
Law enforcement agency or units or
Just follow him, and because eventually we want to try to raise money from Elon, but he's not a friend of the campaign yet.
When has there ever been a single law enforcement force?
Are you hip to Adriel, the guy who used to run Pro? Adriel
It's a
Hampton?
single unit. Yeah, no, I don't think that's what I said.
No, I don't know.
Single force.
Never heard of.
Have you ever remembered in your
He does a lot of fundraising for
that was governing
clients
or
that
enforcing the law
otherwise,
of the
dollars or,
all at the same time?
kind of outside the box.
Other than that,
No, I mean,
a force is a force, right?
of course. Yeah.
The blue guy gets to work with him.
Policing the cities of the United States of America that answer to this federal government ever.
It hasn't, which is why I'm saying this is a clear march to a worse scenario, is what I was getting at. If you go look at the origin of task force and look at the continuation where
That's limited by task, correct? There's a limiting factor. There's just in the name. There's a limitation there, right? And it applies task.
You see what I just put in there?
Yeah, I see it.
to be honest, it's yes in the word, but that's not what happens in reality. I mean, they call it a task force.
But we're going by what it says.
Yeah.
So if a task force exceeds its mandates and overreaches just in that limited capacity, what do you think is going to happen with a federal police force? You think that it's going to follow the mandates, or we can expect what happened during the Biden administration? What do you think is more likely?
I think it'll probably be used. It'll be weaponized by whoever's in.
So I'm in an X room right now called National Guard Federal Policing DC Good or Bad States Next Debate.
FBI field offices across the country, ATF
Let me
field
see if I can
offices.
get this thing.
There never used to be this many field offices everywhere. So it's only getting worse.
And where is it getting
Yeah,
worse
let me ask you guys, is anybody impressed to tell me about making Wade unsafer?
I don't know.
Who is running the executive branch that it's getting worse under right now?
Well, right now it's under Trump. I mean, it's been
Sorry,
happening
everybody,
since
this guy.
Who is responsible for passing law? Okay. Who is the governing body right now that it's acting under? In both Congress and in the House and the Senate and the executive. Who's it happening under? What party is in power right now in the United States?
The Republicans are in power.
What party was in power the last 4 years when it happened?
Are you talking about the Biden administration?
Okay, Edward, let's chat back on Clubhouse on Monday morning, or like 10 a.m., 11 a.m., and we'll see if Mojo's back. And we'll see if we can do a money bomb fundraiser on Monday to get you out into the field next week.
Yeah, I was trying to, are you saying under the
But we need the whole.
It's definitely good party.
Okay, so I voted for Trump.
Okay, let's keep our fingers crossed and enjoy the rest of your night, and I will chat with you tomorrow or Monday.
Sounds good.
Is that happening right now?
Okay, sounds good. Have a good night. Talk to you soon. Bye.
Are the powers of the deep state expanding right now, given that we're looking at a federal police force?
They are definitely expanding. And sadly, I think the excuse that's being used is basically it's being looked at as a triage type of a situation. Yeah, I've been listening in for a little bit. Interesting topic. I love it. I love the conversation. I was thinking about the question that you said. I think it's actually a good thing. I've been listening to you. I understand your take.
That's my take. I'm just asking questions.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Like what you were just saying. This is happening under Trump. The Trump administration. There is an expansion of federal authority into the states. The 10th Amendment. There's going to be a battle. The governor does have some powers when it comes to that. So it is interesting. I think that
How is that working out for Governor Newsom right now?
Well, that's the interesting point because when it's a state that the president doesn't agree with,
Ukrainian President Zelensky is once again calling for a personal meeting with Vladimir Putin, saying only direct talks can bring lasting peace. He's proposing a new round of negotiations next week.
Most important when people don't agree with him.
Yeah, that's kind of why I wanted to chime in. So the sheriffs, I believe, are the most important. They are the ones that report to the local communities that elect them. They can resist the governors. They can resist the president. They are the most powerful in the nation. It's always been the sheriffs. That's where the root power of law enforcement actually comes from, is the sheriff's departments. So now whether or not you're going to have a strong sheriff that's going to stick up for its citizens and its communities when, a president sends in or a governor sends in, other law enforcement.
Does Trump's new EO give him the authority to deputize sheriff and municipal law enforcement as ICE agents?
Well, yeah, so that's I wanted to touch on that earlier. So when they deputize them, they're essentially giving them the permission to enforce the federal laws. From my understanding, it does. They can actually deputize these, whether it be sheriff or local law enforcement officers, to carry out what would be federal law, this is a very interesting discussion. Yeah, exactly. So this is a very interesting discussion.
So then the local law enforcement is being enveloped by the federal government, correct?
That would be exactly a police state. Yes, 100%. There's no way around it, whether it's my guy leading the country right now or not. You know what I mean? Like, this is not a good precedent to set. Yeah,
So then am I being hyperbolic or crazy, or what about my position of having a concern with this is fallacious?
No, nothing. I think that your concern, and I've kind of heard it in the way that I kind of think about it right now. Our guy is kind of behind the wheel. We kind of agree with what he's doing, but we also know that he could abuse that power at any time, and he's not going to. This power is going to be left on the desk when he leaves. So whoever comes in after him, this sort of precedent that's being set is very dangerous.
Why is our guy limiting the power of the people?
That's the interesting part, because we are under an actual insurrection. I think they should have been called that from the beginning. I don't think they should be shirking around it. I think the president should release all of the classified materials to justify his actions. They're not doing it right now, but there's clearly an insurrection. It's going to happen nationwide.
What do you mean? What do you mean by insurrection? What kind of insurrection?
So foreign governments have been sending people, personnel, and money to the United States to influence our governors, our mayors, our elected officials in order to carry out non-U.S. agendas, non-U.S. government-related agendas.
And you don't think that they've been doing the same thing to get the federal government to carry out non-U.S. agendas?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Who was responsible for keeping the border down for 4 years last term? Was it the federal government?
The federal government. I know Texas did try to.
Is having an open border in the best interest of the people?
No, absolutely not. You can't have open borders. You can't have a country.
So if the federal government is the one that's responsible for creating the invasion, how is policing the states going to fix a problem within the federal government?
Well, I think part of it's now you got to try and clean up the mess that was left from the prior administration, which is this is the way the U.S. Constitution and our
our government works. It's a back and forth kind of thing. You got that pendulum swinging back and forth. And I think that right now we're at a bad part of,
Is increasing the weight of that pendulum the smartest thing to do when we know that it's going to swing back?
That's the tough question. How do you do this? And this is what I think Trump is actually trying to do. I think he's trying to be delicate while he does this, because he could have clearly just signed a piece of paper, declared it an insurrection, and handled this much differently. So I do believe
a dictator for life in Russia. It's not easy. You have to be both brutal and a great chess player, obviously. And I know that Trump is looking to get out because we can't afford it right now. As opposed to
Wednesday, he said that he's going to police the states, and if they resist, he will declare an emergency.
Yeah. So right now you have states that are actively resisting federal law.
Go the way that the federal government wants, then they won't declare an insurrection. But if there's any resistance, they will. And the result, either way, is going to be a federal police force, correct?
Well, in a way, we already have a federal police force. It's just not organized for necessarily what he's using it for now. Like, that's not their sole objective. Isn't the sort of activity they're involved in right now, like cleaning up DC. That's not what they were necessarily trained to do.
What do you mean by
but
cleaning up?
How are they
cleaning up DC?
Well, there was a lot of rampant crime all over the city. DC is actually more than 10 miles now.
Policing, right? General policing?
Yeah, like from my understanding, they're enforcing
It wasn't passed specifically,
local.
It was local and federal.
Yeah, but they've now started helping with some of the local laws under the Attorney General Bureau.
So then now they are enforcing a unified local and federal law system, correct?
Yes, but technically this is only possible in Washington D.C. because this is a federal system. So he doesn't have to declare a insurrection.
If he declares the Insurrection Act, when he goes into Detroit, or when he goes into Chicago or New York, will it still be a federal police force?
Well, I think he's trying to avoid that. He shouldn't have to. The states are mandating.
What evidence do you have to suggest that he's avoiding it?
The 10th Amendment. He doesn't want to override the 10th Amendment and declare an insurrection. I mean, the states are responsible for the people in their states, not the federal government.
So
a lot of people have this upside down.
What evidence do you have that he's not going to send police into these cities?
It's not that I don't have evidence. It's that these are
what
states.
evidence? I'm not saying that you don't have evidence. I'm not trying to keep you moving negative. Okay, I'll try again. What evidence is there that Trump is not going to send? Okay, he's declared that he is sending police into the cities. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, but he's doing it for a reason.
That's not what I'm asking. Am I asking?
I understand. Yeah.
Okay. So, can we agree that he's declared he's sending police into state-level cities?
Yes, because the states and cities have failed to protect the citizens, which fall under the jurisdiction of the federal government as well.
So we can agree that he's sending police into state-level cities, federal police force, correct?
Yeah, they have field offices all over the place. They're not enforcing local laws.
Okay.
Now, that I know.
Are federal police enforcing local laws?
You're in the hood. Who's going to be good for the hood? Okay? And you're in a local builder. It's been wrong for her.
Declared that he's intending nationwide, correct?
Similar. I haven't heard the specifics, but in the cities that are kind of crime ridden, as well as having what's now been declared foreign terrorism in those cities.
Article 2, Section 1 of the United States Constitution. Article 2, Section.
How long?
In-state is higher than out-of-state. This is your U.S. Constitution.
In-state is higher than out-of-state tuition. I'm going to point this out again, Diligent. There has been a massive inside state
This
governors,
Congressman
all
John
the way
Kitover,
down to
16.
cities that have failed to protect their citizens. I mean, there's death records.
So what has to happen for Trump to be able to successfully carry out the mission of lowering crime for a significant period of time in these cities? What has to happen to, what kind of force or what kind of police force does he have to organize to make that work?
Well, it should be a cooperation, like a cooperation
Yeah,
agreement.
but
It shouldn't
obviously
be
it's
a
not an
federal.
operation, or it would already be occurring. So let's get past the semantics of what it should be, and let's get to the semantics of what it needs to be. So, what has to happen for Trump to be able to enforce the rule of law in these Democrat cities?
It depends on which one you're talking about, right? Like New York has a much different problem than Detroit. But if we're talking about just like one category of crime,
What has to happen? When did they say that they were gonna go into these cities and lower one category of crime? Did he say that?
Well,
He spoke Wednesday.
No, that
would be task force, correct?
Exactly. That's what I was getting at. Eventually, that's what's going to determine.
It's not what was stated. So let's go by what was stated. Okay, so what would have to happen for Trump to go into New York, LA, and Chicago, because those are the three that he named? What has to happen for him to be able to go into those cities and lower crime in general?
Well, you have to have justification to do so first, which I said he already has in many.
What logistically has to happen for him to lower crime in New York, Chicago, and LA? Logistically. So don't try to come up with justifications, okay? When we're talking about logistics, it means actually, okay, making it happen. It's called cause and effect.
He could use the National Guard again, like he did in California.
And so there has to be a police force present under the authorization or the authority of the president, correct?
Yeah, they'll deputize National Guard members.
And
which is what they're doing in DC.
they'll deputize wherever they need to make it happen, correct?
Yeah, in order to carry out the
enforcement. So there will be an enforcement from the federal level and a local municipality in Chicago, right?
Yeah, that's kind of what the picture looks like.
Another one in LA.
It's possible. I believe there's problems.
If we described it as happening, I mean, it applies. Does it not apply to all three cities?
Well, okay, so yeah, logistically, yeah. Logistically, yeah. 100% across the board.
There has to be a federal law enforcement present to enforce the laws in this crime rampant city of Chicago, correct?
Yeah.
Is that same logic to apply to Chicago, to LA?
Yeah, any of those problematic areas.
Does that same logic apply to New York?
Yes, New York City. Yeah, I believe that's on the list as well.
Does that same logic apply to any crime-ridden city in the United States?
Yes, most likely.
Okay, and so we have a federal police force that's enforcing the laws of the federal and local, answering to one person or one agency, right? See, the federal executive branch of the government. I'll just leave it there, right? So when do they need to stop doing it? What's the sunset clause? Is there a stated sunset clause?
Well, that's kind of what I was getting at. There has to be a mission set, right? That there has to be an objective, whether it be because of the murder rates are too high, or drug trafficking is too high, any deprivation of rights on the citizens justifies it.
How many, on what basis or what time span is crime reported for any city?
I'm not sure, but I know it's not
annual.
It's not daily.
Every year. It's every year.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, so is it going to be just a year? So we're gonna have we can agree that it takes a year to measure crime saves and knows if I'm right. Can you give me 100? Is crime reported annually? Anybody give me 100? Anybody on stage? Anybody listening? Throw up 100. Okay, cool. One person knows. All right. So if crime is reported every year, right? How long is it going to take a federal occupation of these cities to determine whether or not they're lowering the crime?
Well, it can't take more than 3 years, right? Because we'll be leaving office then. That's the protection in our system.
That's the protection in our system.
Yep. That's the only one we have, to be honest.
When a president does executive actions, do those executive actions just immediately go away when they leave office?
No, not necessarily. If the incoming president agrees with it, they continue it. But we do have the other branches of government that are going to be weighing in the entire time.
So if the executive action is to create a nationwide police occupying cities, and it doesn't automatically sunset when a president comes into office. So I'm going to ask you again. When is the stated sunset for the federal police force?
That's what I'm saying. There isn't one, unless
And you said that by nature of the system, that it would be the end of the presidential term, but then you also said that the executive action persists on to the next president, correct? The next president actually has to make an executive action to undo the previous president's executive actions, correct?
Yeah, correct.
So then the federal police state that is being created right now and getting ready to be enforced, there's a potential for it to persist indefinitely, correct?
Yeah, there is, but that's where elections come in. That's where your congressmen and your senators, that's why we have the other two branches, the legislative and judicial. There could be things done that restrict that. If this causes enough problems, there could be things that restrict.
We should wait for a single cohesive federal police force to be in power before we try to mitigate it. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's the problem. We already created the system. It existed under Obama as well. It existed under Bush and Clinton. It's been around for a long time.
When has there ever been a single federal police force like what's being proposed right now in your memory under any president?
No. This is the first time I've seen the federal government do this.
Yeah. Okay. So if it's not something that we've dealt with under Obama or Bush or any
but
other.
The law exists, and your senators are the ones that voted for it, as well as mine. They're the ones that put it in there.
It doesn't. Okay, I understand that. That's fine. We can. Hindsight's 20/20. That's good. So
exactly.
Should we wait for this federal single force to occupy state municipalities and then try to fix it afterwards, or should we try to prevent it from happening at all? Which seems more logical?
The more logical one would be to try and prevent the powers from being expanded even more, and that would be through calling your senators and your congressmen and complaining and having discussions like we're having right now, where you're actually bringing up really good points, because I don't remember much power ever being given to government that ever gets given back to the people, and that everybody should be worried about that.
Thank you. Let's go to Terry. Let's go to Terry. Terry, are you there, sir? All right, let's go to John Kitover. Go ahead.
Hey, I'm really happy that.
I'll come back to you, Terry. I'll come back to you. Go ahead, John.
I just wanted to say that I'm running for Congress in Illinois in the 16th district, and I'm very pleased that Trump has rolled out federal law enforcement in Washington, D.C. And it looks like through the videos that I'm seeing, the villainy and scum and terrorists that have taken over our city streets are already running in fear, and I just hope that he deploys more federal law enforcement or military to Chicago, LA, New York City, Portland, Seattle, etc. And I hope he systematically retakes our captured cities and eliminates sanctuary city status to all major U.S. cities that are currently engaged in that activity. And I appreciate your rooms. I like what you're doing, and I hope everybody's having a good evening.
John, are the Democrats responsible for the crime-ridden city that you're in right now in Chicago? Are the Democrats responsible for that?
100%.
Do they wield the police authority that they have right now responsibly?
No, they have street city takeovers by the youth, and the mayor vetoed a street takeover policy, so the police can't actually utilize their own force to keep the citizens of Chicago safe because the mayor blocks them from doing so.
Who voted for the mayor of Chicago?
All the liberal Democrats that live in Chicago.
So they're responsible. They're living under the hell of their own choices.
100%.
Okay. So if Democrats aren't responsible to build the police force in Chicago, and Trump is expanding the police force federally like he wanted to in all of these major cities, what happens if a Democrat wins power over that police force in 4 years?
They will basically order their commander or of the CPD to stand down from any federal issues and prevent them from communication, coordination, etc.
Say what?
I'm saying that the mayor will prevent the city of Chicago police from doing any type of interaction, planning, coordination, or operations.
But the National Guard and federal law enforcement agents are the ones that are going to be in the cities enforcing the law under Trump, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if Trump's creating a national police force by integrating agencies and dispersing them abroad, as you advocated for on my stage, what happens when a Democrat gains control of that police force, that federal police force, in 4 years? Since you guys are irresponsible to control police powers, what happens when a Democrat gains control of the police force that's being created right now?
Well, they will do with that police force what they choose to do, either release, disband, or control and modify for whatever purposes.
So we go by historical precedent. Isn't that the most logical thing to do?
Sure.
Okay, and so how was the federal police force wielded under Biden in the last 4 years?
I think they were run like a mafia terrorist organization.
And what do you think is going to happen when they have an expanded police force in 4 years?
Well, it just depends on how the Democrats are going to wield the brute end of the spectrum and the force. I don't know.
I mean, well, you just said that we can go by precedent. If we're going by historic precedent, it means that you're going to wield it in an authoritarian manner, right?
Correct.
Okay, you sound educated. So if they're going to wield police power in an authoritarian manner, does expanding that power exponentially make logical sense?
In the short term, yes. In the long term, no.
And how are you going to limit that power?
Well, I mean, it's the three branches of government. So as the government changes, that power and that force is going to change with it.
So, okay, I feel like it's not an answer. So how are you going to prevent the Democrats from gaining control of the national police force?
Sorry. I know it's not the answer that you might be looking for, meaning that it's uncontrollable and that we can't prevent Democrats from essentially doing malignant activities with that police force.
Covering up the microphone with your pinky or something, but we can't. You keep cutting out. I think it's a problem. Are you, maybe if you hold your phone different or something, you're good cutting out. Are you using a headset?
No. I can move the phone closer to my head. Is this better?
There we go. Yeah, it's much better. Yeah. So if we're creating a national police force now, okay, how do we prevent the government? How do we prevent the Democrats from using it against us like they did in the first 4 years of the Biden administration?
I just don't think you can. I think the weaponization and the lawfare is always going to happen no matter who's in control because this is all one
So
giant.
then is expanding, okay, based on your statement just now, if it's going to be expanded and used against us regardless of who's in control, okay, is expanding the police force power the logical solution?
No, it's a
If
short.
it's
It's
going
a.
to be
Sh-
weaponized, if it's going to be weaponized against us, is expanding it and actually centralizing it the smart thing to do?
in
As
the,
you
it,
suggested when you came on.
yeah, as I said earlier, it's short term solution yes, long term solution bad.
So is it smarter to play the long term solution or the short term solution when it comes to a society?
Well, with Trump in the presidency, the short term solution is the quickest and easiest answer.
So the quickest and easiest is the smart play here.
Yeah, I think we're in crisis, and what he's doing now is a requirement, and hopefully it'll fizzle out, and there will be no, increase in powers or some type of police force in the future.
Hopefully it'll fizzle out. So how does the expansion of the federal police force and their resources, what clause or what law or what evidence, where do you think it's going to fizzle out? I don't see it. Where does it sunset before a Democrat comes into power again?
Well, I think once you flush the sanctuary cities and you get rid of all the illegal alien invaders, we'll be in a much more highly secured state as a country. And if that will eliminate Democrat power in terms of harvesting votes and winning elections.
Was it sanctuary cities and illegal aliens that were pulling pro-lifers out of their houses under Biden?
No.
No. So is it sanctuary cities and pro-lifers that are the problem? The more pertinent?
No, I don't think abortion is as big as an issue as illegal alien invasion by the tune of 20 to 30 million.
Who is dragging pro-lifers out of their house under Biden?
The FBI.
What's that?
The FBI.
Huh? And so you think that giving the FBI more power right now is the more pressing problem?
In Washington, I think Washington D.C. is just the first step and a much bigger rollout.
That's my concern, right? If the FBI has been the problem, they're the ones pulling people out of their houses, and Washington D.C. is just the start, okay, which is where the FBI is based out of. Okay, do you not see the problem here? Okay,
Yeah, it's a leadership problem.
Is it a leadership problem?
It is. Kash Patel and Dan Bongino have fired a lot of corrupt FBI officials, and in Chicago, on the train platforms, the FBI are already in the trains making arrests, keeping the citizens of Chicago safe.
So how many officials have Dan Bongino and Kash Patel fired out of the FBI?
At least a dozen.
It's 505.
No, I'm talking about senior executive leadership.
So
This guy is so funny.
Work for the FBI?
I think it's like 60,000 or 80,000.
It's 100,000.
Well, there's been a wave of retirements that have brought it down by about 15,000, so I'm not sure the exact number right now.
So if the problem that we faced under Biden was the FBI, okay, and the weaponized government that occurred under Biden, think that firing 500 people, let's say that's 1,200.
How many people work in the administrative state apparatus just in law enforcement?
I don't know, 500,000.
250,000 people. In all of law enforcement throughout the entire country is almost 2 million. Do you think that firing 500 or do you think that firing 1,500 people is going to solve the weaponized government problem?
No, most likely not, because there's too many. I think there's too many in the system right now, but it's a start.
That's right. That's right. So, are we shrinking the law enforcement apparatus right now, or are we expanding?
I think if you look at the number of retirements in the system, we're probably not even expanding it at this point.
So you think that we're not hiring new law enforcement, even though they've told us they're hiring new people?
I don't think they can hire fast enough.
So you think that they're not hiring people to police extra additional cities?
No, they're utilizing the DEA and FBI and other law enforcement agencies like the IRS criminal tax investigators in a way that they've never been able to use before.
Did the big beautiful bill expand funding for these agencies?
100%, yes.
And does more funding mean more or less personnel?
It means more personnel.
Okay. And so is the police state expanding
It's so
or
retarded.
right now?
I think it's probably declining. As I said, I don't think they can hire fast enough.
If funding increases the number of personnel, then it logically speaking, it's increasing. Law enforcement agents, the law enforcement aspect of the state is increasing. Correct? It's the only thing that can happen if you hire more personnel.
I agree, but there's a huge retirement problem and replacement problem with succession plan in the federal government. There's not enough people to replace all the people that are retiring, and they want to shrink the workforce.
So if we just exponentially increase funding for these agencies across the board, and funding means more personnel, okay? Where are you getting that it's going to shrink? Are you saying that the hundreds of billions of dollars that we just put into these agencies is going to somehow be outpaced by retirements? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, because to bring on a trained law enforcement officer, say a criminal tax investigator, that training ramp up period is like 1 to 3 years.
Mm-hmm. And so that would be, let's go with that. Let's go with that framework, 1 to 3 years. So do you think that by the end of this term, by the end of President Trump's last term, that there's going to be a significantly number less law enforcement agencies, employees than there are now after they spent hundreds of billions of dollars training new ones? Is that what your position is?
I don't know if it'll be less, but significantly. It might be like 5%, negative 5%. It might be positive 5%. I really can't predict the future in 3 years. I do not know.
I can predict the future based on simple math. The math is that if you expand the funding for departments by hundreds of billions of dollars, they're going to increase their resources, both human and non-human, right? That means that logistics, materials that they need for the departments, data resources, services, right? New weapons, new armor, new vehicles, all of that, right? I know that whenever you feed a government agency money, it grows. If you're running for
That's not necessarily true, because if you look at the acquisition or the contracting, it could be multi-billions of dollars just for Palantir. It doesn't mean the total number of employees is going to go up by 20%. And most of that money is going to be earmarked for Palantir.
Does the power of the person Congress limit? Does it have a limiting power for government agencies?
Yeah, it's the appropriations bills.
Yeah. Why is that? How does that
Because
work?
we operate off of an annual budget that starts every October 1st.
So if you limit the funds that go into an agency grow or does it shrink?
Generally, it grows.
If you limit the funds that go into an agency, it grows?
Well, at $37 trillion in debt, yes, budgets have been growing, but hopefully we have some fiscal conservatives in Congress like candidate John Kitover or Thomas Massey.
If I create a single agency and I name it the Government Diligence Agency, and it has 10 people, and I stop giving that agency money to pay those 10 people, what happens?
That agency would technically be disbanded and those employees would be retired.
They're no longer going to be working in that agency, correct?
Correct. They would get their pink slips and their retirement packages.
Okay, and if I give that agency $100 million, is it going to fire those employees or is it going to expand?
It's going to expand.
Right. Okay, so now that we've worked out fundamentally what funding does for agencies, and that we've agreed that the police state wielded under Democrats is a bad thing, and we've increased funding for these agencies that have been weaponized against we the people for the last 4 years, okay? How do you come up with the logic that we're going to have less people by the time Trump leaves office?
Because law enforcement is a special branch of the government with their own separate pensions at 1.5% your top 2 years. So it's a much longer time in and time out. So I don't think that they can even hire people fast enough to increase it at a rate that you think would be, fast growth. I think the onboarding process for law enforcement holds them back from basically drastically increasing the number of law enforcement personnel across all the agencies.
Is it easier to hire people from law enforcement or the federal government, or is it easier to fire them?
It's much easier to hire than it is to fire.
So it's easier to hire them than it is to fire them. It's funding them increases their growth. But somehow, based on your logic, just because we're law enforcement, we're going to end up with less because of retirements. Correct? That's what you're saying?
Yeah. Let me put the query into Grok, see what Grok says.
All the other laws of the universe are going to come to a screeching halt because of retiring law enforcement, right?
Let me see what the actual numbers are, and then I can be more specific.
You should, because it's not the math ain't mathing, bro. What's up, Coyote?
What's the math, man? Got the heebie-jeebies over here.
Yeah, what about? What's up?
No, it's just, this don't sit right. You know what I'm saying? Like, even if it's speculation and facts or whatnot, like all this doesn't sit good in the pit of my stomach. I don't know, man.
All
what
doesn't? Can you be more specific? That you're making
all this, there's, city, everybody in the cities with the, the military and stuff, dude. It's just like, it's taken away from the state, the tent.
So are you, so let me ask you this, Coyote. Does giving government agencies, in your mind, do you think that's going to make them smaller or larger?
Larger.
Were government agencies wielded by the Democrats against we the people the last 4 years?
Yes.
Do you think it's a good idea to expand the power of the government agencies that were wielded against we the people the last 4 years?
Not at all. I would suggest minimize it.
Thanks, Chatty. Do you have anything else to add?
Shit. I mean, good to be amongst patriots.
Thanks, brother. Zintani or Edith? I don't know. Edith, I know that you're not extremely political, but I know that you are mathematical. Hi, Zintani. Do you want to give us some levity?
Yes.
Yeah, so outside of that, okay, but just funny, the other individual, John, did you get those?
Yeah.
Did you get those figures?
So I asked Grok, I said, how many law enforcement employees are there in the federal government, state, and city governments? What is the anticipation of hiring growth and retirements in 2025 and 2026? Based on the latest data, federal has 137,000 sworn law enforcement officers. State and local, 721,000 full-time sworn officers, with 68,000 and 653,000 local city. Projections, 4% growth in police detective jobs to 2033.
Why are we asking about local level when we're talking about federal?
Because the federal government also funds a lot of these local police departments and major city police
Yeah, but
departments.
that's conditional, right?
Well, I'm just telling you that the growth is 4% according to Grok. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, but you're skewing the numbers because you're giving subjective data into it by including local law enforcement. I was strictly talking about the federal answers to the president.
All right, well, I'll post it to my X account. If you want to do a Grok query and get federal numbers, go right ahead.
Specifically related to the president's authority over local law enforcement data, based on the context of our discussion about DC crime and federal intervention. I found no direct federal mandate requiring local law enforcement in DC to report crime data specifically to the president. However, under the federal
We want to know how many people currently work in federal law enforcement across all agencies.
90 agencies employed 136,815 full-time federal law enforcement officers in fiscal year 2020, with the Department of Homeland Security and its Office of Inspector General accounting for the majority of its agencies as of January 2020.
What?
wasn't underage.
Haga. What's interesting, listen, El Normo, you're a piece of shit, go somewhere else. But Haga, let me tell you something. El Normo, I've been on this app, everyone wants to talk shit about Kitover. Everyone wants to talk shit about Kitover.
She said that Danny, D-A-N-I, was 16. I was like, Danny's like 40.
Listen, yeah.
Here
we go. Here goes the El Normo show.
Which is funny. It is. I don't think that's. Well, what do you think?
Well, this is the thing, Haga.
But you know what?
Yeah, they use it a little too much, so I think it's funny that he's making it funny.
Well, it's
like an Armenian genocide.
I've been on this app. I've been on this app for 2 years.
Amir is like getting off posting Danny's intimate revelations. That's not revenge porn. That's not that. Sure it is. Listen to what she says. She's being very explicit. It's really disgusting. They're just playing it over and over again.
I want to. What?
It's like outside of Israel conflict.
Hey, I didn't mention the word, did I?
No,
I didn't mention that word.
I'm not talking about like it's not turned into the cesspool of revenge porn, accusations, doxing, calling people's workplaces and family members.
I don't know anybody who's done that.
It's happened on both sides.
Wait, Shasha never did that.
Not on my side. I can only speak for my side.
Oh, they were talking about saying that you supposedly called Spice work.
But who's workplace?
That's what Hugg said about you.
That's not. I've never done it, but I don't know anybody.
Talking about Hugg.
Say what?
Norman, cocksucker says what?
Alright, so Norman, let me ask you a question. What I heard on that wording, is that usually how Clubhouse sounds?
What do you mean?
Is that like the normal like conversation that you guys have?
You seem like so heathenistic.
What do you mean?
An audio recording.
No, I know it's an audio recording. It's an audio app.
Oh, the one that Amir posted.
The one about giving blowjob videos and stuff.
I've never heard that before.
Oh, you should play it.
Now I'm gonna play that.
We should play video audio again.
No, we don't need to play it. He knows it.
Okay. I mean, there's something about you guys playing an intimate conversation over a little weird. Don't you guys have anything exciting going on?
That's weird. And not begging for photos from somebody.
Begging, sir? Did you say begging?
Yeah, that's what I would just think for her.
That's anti-Semitic.
Yeah, you didn't say that. You didn't say it only not once. You said it like 3 times.
One time. Right
No, it was 3 times.
I think it's funny. I think it's hilarious. It's only like a 10-second thing.
Longer than 10 seconds. It was about 2 minutes.
What? 15? No, it's not 2 minutes.
No, that is about 2 minutes. We had the clip.
So what? Are you drunk and hot?
Somebody had like a lie counter on it right now. Like 5.
Ding, ding, ding. Somebody's smoking a good camera?
And the guy said he's not an asshole.
Somebody's smoking an
I just think Norm's an asshole. I just think Norm's an eccentric personality.
There you go.
What do you call this right now?
And I also think that he's a horny old man that's desperate to see naked girls. But I mean, that's normal if you're like commentating.
I have a girlfriend and a wife.
That's fine. I didn't ask you.
Yeah, true. I got kids. My dance card is full, man. Huh?
Hey, you know what's crazy?
spend more time running.
I didn't even attack him, and I asked the innocent question.
I feel attacked.
No, right?
I heard you ask.
He couldn't even ask.
I heard you ask the same. I did.
You asked.
I did.
You're gonna ask.
I heard you ask.
Yeah.
About you, which clubhouse. What else?
Yeah, that's what it was. I've asked you, is that like the normal conversation you guys have? Is that normal? Or is that just like a one-hour conversation?
It's what a normal conversation. Like what?
The conversation you guys had that night.
Wait, is it not accurate to say there's so much Jew hatred when there is so much Jew hate?
Anybody saying they don't fight things? I never said anything about hate.
No, me neither.
No, you just implied it.
How did I apply it? What?
It's just the whiny Jews all the time saying everything's anti-Semitic.
What, bro?
That was actually.
What the fuck, Gilbert?
I mean, that is what you said, Eric.
I didn't apply anything on
No, Eric was also saying it earlier.
No, I did not. No, nobody heard me saying anything about Jesus crying. I never said anything about Jesus crying. You said that.
Let's go back to Beeman talking about how she played with fire and got burned. Now she's weeping.
What do you mean?
You didn't think this, by the way, Beeman?
Hold on, what do you mean that I played with fire? What are you talking about?
I heard you weeping when I came in the room. Oh, it's so toxic, and everybody doesn't mad at me, doesn't like me. Oh, it's so upsetting.
No,
that's
not what I was saying. So Hagapa.
No, she did classify you as a cholo at first, then she walked back.
Not a cholo. You've been in prison for much people?
Yeah, no. But I stand corrected. I was told that the girl was a certain age, but whatever. But I don't care. Listen, this is the thing. So Hagap actually.
He's about 45.
Okay, right. And I got that. But you know what? Listen, you know the church people yell alarm. I get it. But listen.
I don't know. I think she sent people pictures on it.
Okay.
Because I pointed out. We can fix that.
Right. And I get it. This guy's worse than Rich. This is the point. Elmer. If you have.
Exactly right. Why do you like that?
He's drinking at the same time.
Is that a good concept? You're in the Matrix. How much is being with somebody that likes you for real work? It's pretty much work. It's like, is that a new concept? It's too old school. It's too much work. I hear you. You know what? Way too nice person that likes you, little convo, little Netflix, big deal. So just sending pictures around her. I don't offer it. You gotta go with the line. Sometimes I need somebody independent. Run a plane.
Do you say
Business
about
line.
your wife and your girlfriend?
Not immediately, maybe over time.
I'm taking notes. I like to read.
God, don't tell me, man.
But you were saying, you were going to ask me something?
No, I was just gonna say that you had asked me, like, you had said, why am I worried, like, why am I saying this now when the app has always been that way? And I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm realizing now more than ever that Cholism has been a safe haven for people that, listen, we have a free speech space, we have a sacred place in here. I have felt safe in this room for 2 years. I step outside of this room and I see what everybody else is talking about. And this is more, I am more convinced of free speech absolutism because of how we're able to not have the drama in these other rooms. And this is the only room that can have a serious discussion, dispel falsehoods when needed, have
go as deep as we need to without threats, without tyranny or anything like that. I step outside of this room for 5 seconds. I've been in these other rooms for 2 weeks, okay? It is absolute insanity. People doxing each other, affecting people's real lives, people threatening to report people to 3-letter agencies. This shit is that's not sane and that's not normal. And I'm frustrated, one, that I've been fooled to think that, that any place outside of here has been taken. Honestly, Nathan and Knowledge, I have more respect for this room and for what Nathan and Knowledge has ever created here, because it's unprecedented. And everybody wants to shit on Chillism, but I'll tell you what, Chillism is the fucking GOAT. It's the only place that you can actually feel fucking safe to have a discussion about. I don't even know, it's people like El Normo, it's people like, and I'm sorry, like, Roger, I'm upset because Roger was recently, Mojo was turning around his game. He had turned over a new leaf. He was doing things right the past couple days. The past week, he decided to take a different leaf and somebody fucking doxed him. I mean, it's a sick world out there that we have to take this into real life. But I've been sheltered.
Yeah. That nigga did not turn over the leaf. He was just trolling the guy.
Right.
That had something to him. You fell for the troll. I'm sorry. That he moved to scheme. I hate to bring it to that plea.
Beaver, you're saying that he wasn't doxed, but tell me what happened, because I had just, like I said, I had just gone into JB's room, and he pulled me up there, and he just talked about Mojo getting doxed, and then he said that he even suspected, he's like, I'm glad that, I bet you're happy about it, or you may have even done it yourself. So what is he talking about? Anybody know?
Yeah, the first person that I ever heard dox Roger was you, Nima. I mean, you didn't dox it necessarily like giving his name or personal information, but you said he's like some morbidly obese fat guy with a beard that like sells Pokemon cards.
Wait, that's what Nima said?
Yeah.
I have no idea he no, that's not true.
You did. You said,
oh my
Roger,
God.
I had somebody send me stuff saying that showing me a picture that you're morbidly obese and then you have a neck beard or you have a fucking beard, you're a fucking loser, and that you sell fucking Pokemon cards for a living. And that you don't like make any money.
This is what's interesting.
That was.
This is what's interesting. So Rich likes to take.
It was
Don't fucking listen to anything Rich has to say.
Oh my God!
So
He was calling you a piece of shit for what you said to Aiken. And then you said, Roger, somebody sent me in the back channel an image of you.
That's not true. That's not true.
You're fat as fuck, Roger.
Hold on.
And you sent Pokemon cards, and I was like, holy shit, Beaver.
I never said Pokemon cards.
I was super proud of you.
I had no idea that he had anything to do with fucking Pokemon cards. That's Rich. That's
You
Rich.
said that he sells Pokemon cards.
Okay, alright, Rich, can you shut the fuck up? Please shut the fuck up. Okay, Rich, what he does is he takes like a piece of truth, like 5% truth, and then adds a whole bunch of bullshit that's absolutely not true. So I did say that I knew what he looked like. This was just through hearsay. And the reason was, it had nothing to do with about what Incan said. It was because he and I were debating about voluntarism, and he had threatened to report me to the FBI and the CIA. And I said to him, hold on, wait a second. I was like, Roger, it's not cool. That's going too far. That's a boundary for me in this room. And I said, that's a boundary for me. Like, please don't do that. He doubled down, and he went further, and then I lost my shit. But I never said anything about Pokemon
Yes, you
cards.
did. You said he's
like,
morbidly obese. You said, I'm looking at a picture of you right now. You're super fat.
Oh my
You're
God.
like fucking 300 pounds. And then you sell Pokemon cards and you're a fucking loser. That's what you told him. He said he's a fucking loser and then he sells Pokemon cards. I never heard it before. I agree.
I'll tell you what happened. Well, what I actually said was worse than that. I definitely did not say the Pokemon thing.
Yeah, you did.
Because I had no idea.
I never heard the Pokemon shit be said.
That's.
I was okay because I was on John
Rich, did you know that it was streamed?
Yeah, I was on
streamed.
John
So
Kitover's
everybody can
shit.
go listen to it right now.
I know, I was on John
You could go
Kitover's
on
live,
YouTube. You
and
could
we
go on
were texting and talking and laughing about it. And
Rich,
he's like, Beavis fucking
wait,
crashing.
hold on. Do you want to make a bet, a monetary bet that I never said anything about?
I don't make bets. Everybody that knows me knows that I don't gamble and I don't make bets.
Because you know, listen.
I don't. When I went to casinos, I don't get.
So can I ask you a question?
I think
we're having
it's
a conversation
stupid.
right now.
I literally laughed about when the physicists all went to the convention and it got moved to Vegas. And then they wrote a fucking front page article saying physicists go home, don't ever come back. They didn't spend any money.
Who cares? Shut up. Listen.
Stupid again.
Rich. This is my point.
Nerds that comment was the Pokemon shit, bro.
Hold on. I just told you. I just told you that I didn't say anything about Pokemon. Rich, can you stop? Can you stop, please? I just told you now that I never mentioned Pokemon because I had no idea what the Pokemon. Hold on, wait. I just told you. So what is it doing for you to continue to say that I did?
You said that I lied when I told people that you were talking about putting Incan on a slave plantation. And then you said, I never said that, Rich. You're taking it out of context. And then you explained yourself and said, oh, it's because he donated money in my name to an organization. That's why I said it. And I'm like, so you're saying that I was fucking right, and you're just saying, oh, there's more context to it. You fucking idiot.
Okay, so you're just saying now that you're doubling down that I said something
You
that I
said
didn't say
he's
about the
bad in his
Hold
blog,
on.
and then you were looking
Rich,
at his picture, and then he sells Pokemon cards. I'm following. I'm able to track your knowledge.
Okay, alright, so I just asked you, if I just told you that I didn't say anything about Pokemon, but here, Rich, please. I just told you that I didn't say anything about Pokemon, and you're saying I did, and I just asked you, I said, what do you have, what is it doing for you to say that I said something that's just not true? And now your response is, because I lied about something that you said about Incan, about me and my conversation with Incan.
There, so.
Hold on, but do you understand what you're saying? So you're saying that yes, you just admitted to lying about
the people that fucking like misremember shit or
Bima, Rich, shut the fuck up. I'm actually backing you up. Bima, you actually said it. So again, at the end of the day, that was one of my sources of contention, which, by the way, Bima, I'm just letting you know, if I were you, I would specifically stop talking about this issue. I'm just letting you know.
I understand, Hines, but this is the thing.
Right.
I want you guys to know.
He's inferring that people have shit about you.
I want you guys to realize something. My situation with Incan was closed. It was my situation with Incan was between me and Incan. Do you know that Rich decided to harass me? He was going around harassing me, and he's laughing in other rooms. Hold on, in other rooms, when we're talking about nothing, we could be talking about financials, we could be talking about Bitcoin. He'll follow me into a room to get on stage to just to say, oh yeah, well, you know, about that, and oh, do you know Beeman here? He'll just wait for me to say something. Beeman here, and he harassed me with the Incan thing, and then I have to explain myself over and over and over. And so I just say, listen, just don't listen to him. What he's saying is the truth because it's not. You don't give the full context. It's not something that you could just explain to somebody, right? Nobody has the full context. Everybody that fucking talks about it, Rich, you, and Adams, I'm not upset with you because you just hear what everybody else talks about. They can't even articulate what actually happened that day or what, the actual context of the situation. So all I'm saying is, going back, I never said anything about fucking Pokemon. What I actually said was worse, okay? And why would I admit that? And yes, so there you go. Go listen to the recording. John Kitover.
Yeah, you know, Bima. That specific note, it's not looking good. If I were you, in my personal opinion, I mean, Eric is his own person. He's also deeply trained in this field. I mean, you know, just from the standpoint of, being an outsider looking in.
Why would you tell me to stop talking about it, but you were the one who brought it up in that room? Can you explain that to me?
Bima.
No, please explain that.
If I were you, I'd be a little bit quieter.
No, but hold on. But you told me You just said you should stop talking about it, but nobody mentioned anything about Incan, the Incan situation. We were just in JB's room, and you brought it up. So explain to me that.
Bridges wasn't brought up.
No, in JB's room, you brought it up. The only people that spoke to me when I was just in JB's room was
Bridge not the
you.
person that brought up Aiken on the stage.
Not on this stage, Adams. JB stage. Just JB. You were just modded in with JB. I'd gone into JB's room. Just, this is about 2 hours ago, Adams. And I was talking to JB, and you're the one. JB said he accused me of being a bunch of bullshit, anti-Semite, Jew hater, all this other shit. You jumped in.
I mean, that's
to
a
add.
the problems.
Hold on.
Anybody thinking about you?
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about you telling me to stop talking about an issue, but you bringing it up when I never talked about it.
And what happened? I go far.
Ema, like I was saying, that's the least of your problem. You don't think that no, hold on, I'm just
Nah,
on the gas. You don't think that you created a certain type of
Yeah.
You don't think that you created a certain type of dispersion on
We got
the character on the stage
Hold on. What stage, when, and what are we talking about?
tonight.
So, what did I say when I came on stage, Adams?
I mean, you weren't reading media articles as opposed to actually looking at factual information when you were talking about on the stage.
Are we talking about explicit tonight or in
You gave
JB's room?
such an egregious, such an egregious misrepresentation of the facts that Rich actually thought that El Normo was, of poor character. You know what I mean? Which is the furthest from the truth.
And
So,
that's, yeah, Adams, you're the one who just...
Bima. I'm gonna take you back. You don't think that your mouth is a little bit messy?
Listen, we can all be messy. I make mistakes. I'm not saying I'm not making...
No, we can all be.
mistakes. Hold on. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about two different things.
No, we're talking about you.
We're talking about what happened in JB's room before this.
No, we're talking about you.
And what you...
about you. And again, in what the aforementioned room that you're sitting here trying to flap your gums and discussing, okay, again, you walked yourself and backed yourself up into a corner, right? You got caught. Stop it, Bima. Stop it.
Okay,
stop it. Bima, I'm telling you right now, stop it.
It's a talk and a response.
It's a talk and a response. Rooster that cannot crow, okay, sequence in the right type of time of when a rooster is fucking supposed to crow. Is your rooster crowing on time, Bima? Is your rooster crowing on time, Bima?
He crows every morning.
No, again, and you say on this app that
right, if you had a chicken, and if you lived the life of
your rooster is not crowing on time, Bima. Stop gossiping and mind your fucking business.
So as I was saying, I walked into JB's room. Adams was modded up with JB. I was in the goo. I didn't say anything. I was just in the audience listening. Okay? JB, oh, look, Nebraska. I'm disappointed. I'm still in the audience. I haven't said anything. I've said absolutely nothing. I'm not even on stage. Oh, I'm disappointed in your recent stances, blah, 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 anti-Semite, it's terrorist sympathizer, anti-Jew, all this other bullshit, doxer supporter, all this other stuff. I come up on stage and say, like, what are you talking about, okay? Adams jumps in to say, with this whole thing with Incan, and you told this, say what I said about him. How the fuck did that have anything to do with anything? Okay, whatever. And then I said, you know what? At that moment, I said, you know what? I'm not going to come in this room anymore. And then JB put me down. That was the end of the whole thing. And then I left. and I'm not gonna be in there anymore. It's not safe to be in there. He's not safe. You're not safe. You're a bully, just like him.
I'm not safe.
No,
I'm not safe.
no.
I'm not safe.
No.
Again, you got caught, Mima. Again,
Got
you went
caught
from
with
that
what?
room
Hold on.
and you came
Got
up in
caught
here
with
and
what?
you literally ran and flapped your gums. Defamation after defamation. Flapping your gums in the process, Mima. Stop it. I'm telling you right now. Back off.
Listen, this is what I'm talking about. You're bullying. You're bullying. I came in the room and
No, what you're doing is bullying. What you are doing is bullying.
When you
Sharing
do this,
people's
this is
legs
bullying.
and
When you can't talk, I let you talk and I'm listening.
Receipts and all this other
Go ahead.
bullshit. What you're doing is bullying. What you are doing is bullying.
So when people want to noise pollute and
Do you have a job, Mima?
Here
Do you work? Do you work?
This is the bullying I'm talking about.
What is your purpose?
This is Adam.
No, what is your purpose?
Who's aligned with JB. And
Demo, what is your purpose?
This is what we're talking
What
about.
is your purpose?
Adam, you don't belong in this.
What is your
You go
purpose?
somewhere.
No, you don't belong on the internet.
You're
You otherwise don't have
You're
a
dangerous.
purpose.
You're a bully. You're proving my
you're
point.
dangerous.
You're bullying.
You're dangerous. I don't know how many pills you're taking today.
That's
Bima,
projection
Bima,
because
Bima,
people have recently
Bima,
accused you
I don't know
of
how
drug
many
addiction
pills
and
you're taking,
alcoholism.
Bima. Okay? But again, you got caught. You got caught. Stop your bullshit.
And once again, tell me what I got caught doing. Tell me what I got caught doing besides having a conversation and participating like everybody else on the app. I jumped into a conversation that was already happening. You'd know that if you weren't a bully and you asked questions. But go ahead, continue to bully like you. It's not a coincidence that you had so many wonderful things to say about another known bully, one of the other biggest bullies on the app. Oh, he's the nicest guy. He's the nicest guy. Someone who there's a long list. I can think of 6 people off the top of my head right now who have been verbally attacked, unprovoked, and abused verbally by this man. But he's the nicest man. It's not a coincidence. Not normal to dox people. It's not normal to take conversations, internet conversations, into the real life. It's not normal to bully people. It's fucking weird. Chillism has been a fucking safe haven and has shielded me from the insanity of the rest of this app. I will not be going outside of fucking Chillism, and it's so crazy that so many people want to shit on Chillism, talking about all the horrible things that they talk about. Listen, this is it. Chillism is the real deal. It's the go. It'll be better than any fucking room on this app ever. Ever will be. Ever has. Oh. The only room that you can go into and have a discussion, a real discussion, if you're curious about any situation, test falsehoods, have good, deep, truth-seeking journeys into absolutely fucking anything and not have to worry about one, getting bullied, okay? We have amazing mods that make sure everybody gets to say what they have to say. No noise pollution, no threats of violence, no threats of doxing. Fucking Chillism is the fucking go. Chillism is number fucking 1. What are you talking about? How did I dox? I've never doxed anybody. I've never doxed anybody.
Did you know the speculation behind that news article that Bima actually posted in the chat?
I didn't post any article. I didn't do that. Oh, see, Adams. I didn't post any article. So this is
now we're gonna add a liar to the roster.
Hold on. Can someone please attest? Hold on. Who posted the article? Who posted the article about JB?
Bima.
Can someone please
I'm gonna give you one option right now. Okay? One option right now. Okay? To tell the truth. Okay? Because there's many people, whether you believe it or not, that send shit across my desk. Stop it. Stop it, Bima.
Adams.
You were just
Adams.
in here, Bima.
I came
Bima,
in
you
the
were
room.
Just,
I came
Bima.
in the room and everybody was
Bima,
already reading
you
it.
were just
I came in the
here
room
posting
and Rich
links.
shared it.
You were
Rich,
just
I
in
have
here
not
posting
posted
links.
I posted 0 links. 0 links.
This is
I posted
crazy.
nothing in the chat. Rich was who posted the
Bima.
link. Rich posted the. Is anybody awake? Can anybody just dispel this idiot and shut this guy up? Can someone please say speak up? Anybody?
Yeah, well,
Anybody awake?
Why you sitting here begging everybody was in here and know what happened? Like, what's good with you?
Because Adams is friends with JB and he's gonna go back and tell a dangerous man that I'm posting articles about him and that's not true.
Is there a link?
Oh, so Rich is posting it. So let me ask you a question, Rich.
You feel me?
What starting point of information? Wait, hold on. What starting? No. So Shy, I'm getting to an overall point. So what starting point of Shy? What starting point of information did Rich find those said links?
Adam, first of all, you gotta apologize to people. He's deserving of an apology because she did not post no link and niggas was talking about it before she even came in. She came in into the conversation, she never posted no link. So can you correct that?
Adams, hello.
It was Rich that posted the link. It was Rich. And the links are still up.
Got it.
Thank you, Shy.
Got it. So from the standpoint of where Bima had a standpoint of information to be able to speak so authoritatively, on this issue, and then Rich having a starting point to be able to post those links, where did that information come from?
Now you fish.
How the topic got brought up. Got brought up and that's what happened.
How the hell are we supposed to know? I don't give a fuck. I came in the room, they were talking about that shit. Rich is the one who posted it. And you know what I said? I said, leave the guy alone. Don't fucking dox people. Everybody knows that we're against doxing. It's that we don't fucking do. We're not fucking weak ass bullshit, fucked up tyrants like the rest of you stupid fucks that have to run outside in real life and bring a fucking app into real life. You guys are yes the fuck I did, bitch. You weren't in here. You weren't the fuck in here. Okay, so keep running your dumb ass down. You were wrong to begin with. Accusing me of bullshit.
Know what happened, right? So when niggas start saying shit like, oh, I got this information came across my desk, and you better watch what you're saying. When they don't know what they fishing for shit, right? They want to know what is being said, what's going on, and y'all can't be falling for the bait. I've seen y'all speak on matters, and I know y'all smarter than this. I'm not saying any, you feel me? But like, this nigga is tripping. He don't know shit.
We don't fucking dox in this room.
If you want information, you gotta come in good. You feel what I'm saying? Come Jane. Don't be talking to people like they crazy, threatening people with fake information, and then talking about something. You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. You wrong. You feel what I'm saying? Respond to this nigga.
He wants to bring back some fucking information to start some more fucking drama. Not gonna work. We don't fucking dox people in this room. We fucking have a conversation like adults. If we don't like it, we leave fucking quietly.
Let me just clarify too. I don't agree with what's going on. And I did ask if what Rich did was something would be qualified as doxing. So it wouldn't be qualified as doxing.
Me personally, that's when you test me. You feel what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what you guys talking about. Okay, you feel me? Yeah, hash out your shit, whatever. To the next topic. I would stay oblivious to this. You feel what I'm saying? This will be the most I know about. And trust and believe it ain't gonna cross thought. I'm not gonna put enough thought into it. You feel what I'm saying? Like, I'm thinking of like, is that retrograde shit true or not? You know what I'm saying? I'm thinking about like, what's the opposite of a pink me? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's literally what I'm thinking about while I'm smoking.
Yeah, the legal perspective is different from the chosen perspective, apparently. So it's up to the chosen moms to determine whether or not it stops it. I got, before he came in, Rich posted an article. And the article had some information about someone that is on the app, some damning information. And yeah, that's what happened.
Right, and a mod that was on duty that's yet to be named said that because said mod was already privy to this information, then when it comes to him, he doesn't consider it doxing, or she doesn't consider it doxing.
I hate Clubhouse.
Cause I'm looking left and right and I'm like, hold up.
I did too. You said that, but listen, I'm very.
This shit is like set up real good for Flip City, boy. That's why I had to just go get killed. Go take a shower, come back, watch my profile. Matter of fact.
Rich to be on mute this entire time. Lima and Adams, I think you guys should just leave it for inside. I don't think you guys should be arguing over this.
It'd be with your white ass all day did an apology.
Probably what about?
Because you said this is the worst club, all this other shit.
Yup,
I think you just came in here. Yeah, so no.
No, I haven't said it's the worst club. I haven't said it's the worst club. No. I've been to the club.
I've been here right here the whole motherfucking time. And it's just like last time when your ass used to come in here early in the morning and
late at night, complaining and crying about other shit and shit like that. But then you don't want to give credit to certain shit and shit like that. I heard you just glazing the fuck out of this club.
That's crazy. I'm tired of the lying. That's so
No, focus.
No.
No, let that go. Let that go. We moving.
Adams, sorry. I recorded what you said, Adams. I recorded it because I have to protect myself against people like you.
Bima,
So I'm
that's
having
against
entire
the rules. Don't do that. We don't record it here.
You have to protect yourself against
Kitover in the goddamn audience, and y'all know he records every fucking room that he's in. And he's not kicked. So y'all can't complain to me about nothing right now, just be fair.
Alright, well, fuck it, I'm just saying.
If he's allowed in the room, then
record all you want, dox all you want.
I would never dox anybody, Kendall. I would never dox anybody.
I'm not a mod.
I don't think Bima and Adam should
I was trying to talk about something.
I did not shut up. Personal things she did not.
No, we ain't even on.
I promise you that. If she did, I would have been honest. I swear to God. But she did not post the link, Adams. So whoever came to you with whatever information, they're both face line. I promise you that. They're both face line. So I don't know if whoever came to you, that source is unreliable as fuck.
No, but Dima's still fanning the flames. She's still fanning the flames, so.
She didn't come in here talking about JP though.
She didn't come in here talking about JP. But what she was doing, fuck it. I'm trying to move the ball, man. Do y'all want to keep talking about this shit all night? Because it seems like y'all. You know what? I'm going to go on mute. Because I was trying to move the ball. Y'all got it.
No, it's not. It's not about the link. Of course it's about the links, Adams. It's about links and lying and bullying and doxing. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. You accused me of shit. It wasn't true. Now you're quiet. I'm glad that you were told the truth. Okay? Period. That's it.
So what's going on? Someone cash me out.
Nah, you don't want to get caught up on this. It's some bullshit, bro. It really is some bullshit that really shouldn't have even been talked about. Because it's some shit from another space. And, like, it ain't got nothing to do with, like, nothing for real.
See, this is what I'm saying.
It's
like,
only
I want everybody to take note of this.
Y'all drag this fucking shit from these other rooms into this room. All rights complaints by other clubs and all of that shit. And literally, motherfuckers do not like that shit.
Hey, yo,
y'all do it in the daytime. I just like to say, y'all only come in here at night to do this shit.
Right.
Because y'all know y'all can get away with it with certain people around.
I just like to say the coke from Bima is wild.
To the other clubs. Alright?
Leave that shit over there.
You're messy, bro.
No, Rich did this.
What did Rich do? Rich, what's up?
Yeah, what did I do?
No.
What I do?
Broad mess from some other place about some other motherfucker that we ain't even know. And then all this other shit about JB. I don't fucking know that bitch.
You couldn't help the debates and kick you on stage.
I don't give a fuck. I don't know about you. I don't mean to help you with things. I don't know what you're talking about. See, look at that.
Oh, you talking about the Predator?
Yeah, alright, cool. You be in there. You wanna know? Yeah, all of that shit.
I don't know her.
All of that shit. Whatever. Whoever the fuck it is. It's somebody that ain't at it. Ain't nobody in here really got no business with that shit.
So, Bima and Adams are arguing about something that happened in a different club. Not here.
Well, it's kind of...
No, they were talking about Lincoln. How she said she wanted to put Lincoln on a slave. Lincoln.
She wants to put Lincoln to sleep.
No, on a slave plantation.
That's
That's not.
Yeah, that's from this room though.
No, this is, hold on, that's not at all what the conversation was about. This is what Rich does. He wants to cause confusion and chaos. He's laughing, he thinks it's a game. What happened was,
Tell us, Bima.
no, I didn't, oh, Bima, stop it. You know what you said. You also have people thinking things about El Mormo.
I didn't say dox somebody. I'm saying Rich practically dox somebody.
Rich talk someone? Who? No one.
Maybe.
No, Eric agrees. Eric agrees.
Wait, isn't his information in the New York Times?
New York Post, yeah. Red Rob, if I posted an article about Donald Trump for the New York Post, would he dox him?
No.
There you go.
Can be considered doxing though.
Yeah, Shy did not dox him.
Well, Shy already knows where I'm sitting from that moment, but
And Adams, it's hilarious that you say all of this stuff. You weren't even in here. You weren't in here. Then you come in. See, there's Rich, the chaos creator.
John Kitover is live streaming.
Adams says he's accusing me of lying, but he wasn't in the room to hear the entire context. Okay, he comes in, falsely accuses me things, was proven wrong. the rest of the time?
That's the only time we'll really go out for work.
And does your work involve spending a lot of time on a gadget?
No, I'm usually listening on it. Or just have it, like, I'm not listening at all, and I just have it on there.
Edmund, please don't be recording this room. I'm not talking yet because you're talking about personal stuff here.
Oh, it's this guy. Well, hey, buddy. Thank you. Either way, John, I'm your only content. Thank you. Hey, guys, subscribe to Lord Nass 1107.
No, we are having a conversation about Lord Nass because he never leaves the house. He never, he doesn't have any friends, like real ones. And he spends most of his time.
It is 4 a.m. Super President Mojo vibrations.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, I didn't need a genie to tell me the future of what Trump would do against black people. Like, I didn't need to see the future. It's just gonna be.
This is information I saw. This is the narrative that I saw. This looks like this is what their plan is going to be. Let's make sure that we get ahead of this with this prediction and say this is what we think that they're going to do, and it gives us validation when we're right. I've hit so many predictions in a row now that I feel like anytime that I say, hey, this is what I think that they're doing, it kind of gives me some credibility, and it gives the network credibility. So there's actually a couple people on the panel right now that are a part of this, and it's just been something that a way to fight back in this information war. You need to have people that are the front lines. You can't just say, oh, well, this platform does it, and this platform does it, and everyone's trying to get the word out this way. Well, if they have an audience, and once they've established that audience, they don't normally get out of it. That's but the best part about this experience was waking people up. I just got a message the other day from someone who was a really old friend of mine that I lost because of this. And he messaged me and he says, you know what, you were right. I'm finally starting to understand what's going on here. I'm watching some of these clips that you've been posting. I'm watching some of the people and listening to some of the people that you were talking about earlier about this. And now I completely and totally understand. And I agree with you. I don't think there's a political solution. And then we begin having real conversations on how they want to get involved with this. And then I set them up with a group. I set them up with a back channel. And then they become basically a soldier to this information war. We outnumber them. I want you to understand this. They think that they have all this control in the world. I want you to understand that the notion that an entity has control over the world is an illusion. As long as you believe that that's true, then it's true. But in every single case where there is like an asymmetrical and a decentralized revolution, the entities that are trying to resist the revolution have always failed. Because the people have all the power, because we have all the numbers.
Hang on, Brian. Hang on.
No, don't interrupt. No, I think he's done. Like, this is crazy. No, sorry, Nancy.
We have all the numbers, and we have the ability to put them on the defensive. So much so that we see the Overton window where it's at right now. We see how far this has progressed to the point that they don't have the ability to really answer any of these questions. They have to censor us, they have to debate, they have to pass anti-Semitic laws. They're at a point where they're at a critical failure, and their entire network is collapsing underneath their feet. So I think we're seeing that we're going to see a change in power, and what we're really going to see, what I predict in the future, is because we're so sick of the Uniparty, we're so sick of the Jewish supremacy and AIPAC, how the American Jewish lobby has completely gutted the will of the American people. We're going to see the rise of a radical leader, like history rhymes kind of radical leader, and it's going to be music to the people's ears because that person's going to say the right thing, they're going to be doing the right thing, and it's going to be like, that's exactly what we need, that's what we had needed, and they know it's not going to be bullshit this time, and it's not going to come from the Uniparty. So I see the silver lining. I see like the white bill coming because they put themselves in a situation where the only thing they can do is concede. And if I was a Jewish person, I would get the hell out of this country.
If I may ask, do you foresee that moving forward, the American political structure, there's going to be multiple parties? Like, everybody loves America because, we have only two parties. We have, the left and the right. We have the so-called Democrat and the Republican parties, as opposed to the rest of the world where there is like 5-6 parties moving forward. Do you foresee that this is going to collapse as far as, the binary political structure which they're trying to institute for the masses, for the, Goyim, moving forward? It's going to change because this binary, left versus right, red versus blue dichotomy. It's just a very low IQ, manipulation of the public by the elites, and it's 2025. We've moved past on that. Do you foresee that we're going to move past on that, and most of the public are going to demand a new political structure, or at least a new demand as far as
Let me just put it this way for you. There's people so stupid, they're dumber than you.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it has to change. I think that necessity will be the creation of what we're talking about right there. The Uniparty is something that can't continue in its current form. It's done nothing but lie to us. It's done nothing but empower the military-industrial complex and allow, big pharma, big agriculture, and to run rampant with our health and medication. There's so many people linked to so many different issues that all lead back to the Jewish question and the Jewish solution, that I don't think that anyone's going to listen to a Republican or a Democrat. And let me give you some statistics to kind of back that up too. During this election cycle, there was only like 27 to 25% respectively of the population each party. So 27% Republican, 25% Democrat out of the nation's population that registered under those parties. Am I making sense? So,
you're making 100%. The more the left and the right agree on a formative or a equilibrium as far as political structure is concerned, the more the individuals, the oligarchs, are losing their power. The more the left and the right agree, the more the oligarchs lose their power structure. Like they said.
And whatever that solution is going to be, however we're going to form political entities, however we're going to form an economic structure to fix what we're going to do, what's most important is that answer is going to be an American one. And it's not going to be one that's, occupied by the, these Jewish Zionists. It's not going to happen. I don't see them able to support financially the candidate, considering that, we have things like open secrets and seeing that where the money's going, how weak people are. Anyone that is saying that they're pro-Israel or
pro-Israel,
getting money from AIPAC or anything like that, I don't think they're going to have a chance of primary. Now, do we see a third party coming up and changing the solution right now within the next 5 to 10 years? Maybe not. No, because they have passed a lot of election laws that prevent people, third parties, really from running. Like, you can't be a president and run right now if you don't live in all 50 states. No, that's impossible. I have to have an address in New York, and I have to have an address in Colorado, and I have to have an address in North Nevada, or the state, because they have control over their own individual ballots, can kick me off the ballot. Yep. So there's a lot of things that they've done to prevent a third party from having any type of control. So is there a political solution for like voting our way out of this? Probably not.
Sounds like a Zionist conspiracy theory.
Yeah, definitely.
It's not a Zionist conspiracy theory, John. What he just spoke is the truth as far as the American. Oh no, we know that guy's fucking. Come there and tell us to vote on those terms. Right, John. Can we vote on Republican in the midterms, John?
Yeah, you should vote for candidate Congressman John Kitover in the 16th District and go to johnforcongress.com to make a campaign contribution right now to liberate America from moron, low IQ Jew haters like yourselves.
Oh my god, really cool. That's so fun. That's actually so fun.
I'm gonna turn him into a bar, so.
I just want to know, is it your father, your brother, somebody that you know, close friend that was coming? Really cool.
They kicked me.
I'm gonna turn him into a bar, so.
What? They're turning me into a bar of soap, Rabbi.
Brother, somebody that you know, close friend that was caught fucking children on Jew pedophile, or is it just that you like to do free time? Speaking right now, you know what I'm saying?
I'm a lampshade now.
Is the lampshade?
You go ahead.
No. I was speechless, really. Keith,
Oh, don't you boys know you just need to vote Republican? That'll be fixed.
No, it's not about Jews. This is how Jews control the situation. They interject themselves in American history, European history, and they try to make themselves be a spectacle. The prime, in theater, like they jump out, like, oh, I'm the fucking spectacle. Look at me. We don't talk at you. The world revolves more than around Jews. The world economy has nothing to do with Jews. But Jews want to place themselves in the aspect of world Jewry. They place their soldiers or their individuals like Zelensky, all these fucking Jews, so that they can be instrumentally important. But we don't give a fuck about you Jews. World powers like America, Russia, China, Japan, we don't give a fuck about Israel, this tiny puny pimple. You know what? You are a fucking pimple.
They just said one thing that was it 550 or they're taking out 550 influencers to go. They just sent a bunch of them that fucking bigger Tate. Some Tate who came back from he just went to Israel. He comes back and they're talking about how much Jews are the best and there's no genocide. If you go and I'm so embarrassed because he does a good job because he's fully breaking down comedy. They literally sent there's a picture of 5 of those motherfuckers that went there and all those people came back and within hours they were tweeting 100% true.
You don't know Nick Fuentes?
No, I didn't know the longest. I've been out of the loop, brother, for
Yeah,
God knows
all right.
how long.
Well, a lot of people don't know Nick Fuentes. I'm not gonna lie. A lot of people that think they're right wing, whatever. Not saying you, but a lot of friends. I'm like, oh, and they're like, oh, you know who Nick Fuentes is? One thing about Nick, right? One thing I gotta give it to the kid, right? What I really like is that he is very intelligent about when he does say something, the way he says it, and it can be. Fuentes really is just unbelievable, but there's just these little talents.
He's not that intelligent. He's from Chicago. He's a Polak.
Alright. Anyways, I just enjoy his when he talks, right? When he has debates. the comebacks, right? He has good comebacks, right? And then what is interesting, right? To Machi's point to Victor real quick and calling you Trump. God damn it. Hang on one second. Hang on a second. Okay. Now shut the fuck up. What I hate seeing, right, is that everybody was on team fucking. You put yourself up as a call for me. I'm upstairs already. Everybody was on team Fuentes until Candace, until all these fuckers. I had to take you down, Truth, to get calm back up. He's gonna cool himself and I get you back up. This is the only one I want to kick off you right now. Because I love you. But anyways, it's just unbelievable to see, dude. After Fuentes, right, all this whole time, and now, right, it's because anti-Semitism shit is rising. People are fucking waking up. The movement is growing like crazy, right? And it is because of also part of Nick Fuentes' team, the Kreupers, right? And then we have our team, and we have all Myrons, they have all these teams, right? But Nick Fuentes has his team, he has his voice, and they're scared of this, because what did he do, honestly, He's waking up the generation, Gen Alpha, he's the Gen Zs, right? And look where we're heading, right? And look at this message.
He just creates Jew hate videos all day long. That's not educational. He's a low IQ schmuck.
Yeah, alright, you can go and
Don't kick him in. Don't kick him in.
Okay, then handle him, because I want to.
Who's the one that's talking? Alright, who's the one that was saying that?
Anyways, I just want to mention something. Okay, you know what? I'm going to do Victor. Sorry, I hate doing that, but I'm going to do it. Then I go to Rob. I want to hear what John Kitover from Illinois has to say. I just see it like this. Why are we wasting our time questioning Nick Fuentes when Nick Fuentes' entire time has been pointing? I mean, the direction he's pointing everybody and what he's saying is just the fucking truth. You can't make this shit up. When you have the ADL talk about that America First is a racist term now and anti-Semitic, you know, we are dealing with people that are gonna try to censor everything that is the truth. And not only that, come up with any fucking reason to take the eyes and sentiment and media away from what they're doing in Palestine and what they're doing to these countries and what they have been doing. And so nobody talks about them anymore. And it's just not working, bro. And if you keep questioning Nick, we're just feeding right into this fucking bullshit, you know what I'm saying? And so I think anybody that is a net benefit and spreads the message, especially the way Nick does it, why do I need to waste my time and figure out if he's a Fed or not? We achieved something that a year and a half, 2-3 years ago was impossible to think about.
This is
and
an
now people are
expert.
finally
This is
realizing
Jewish
that there's
question
way
radio.
more to question and that there's way more to the truth than we ever knew before. And you know what, man? If it takes a kid like him, to be out there and speak the stuff he's speaking and it's truth and it has receipts, I don't really care. Right?
He's a Polak from Cicero.
That benefits John, Colin Allen.
Alright, what's your problem with him, John? What, you just think he's a
He
Jew
just
hater or
creates
what?
Jew hate videos. I've recorded dozens, hundreds of his stupid Jew hate videos. It's low IQ. It's low brow. It's for white trash. It's for low IQ people that don't read books, don't go to the gym.
Alright, guys, chill for a second. Let me deal with it, alright? Okay?
Yeah, because I can't.
I got it, alright? You know, it's late at night and everything.
It's too late now.
I'm just telling you, he's a Polak out of Cicero. He drinks Malort.
Yeah, okay, so listen, John, at the end of the day, right, you can say that it's Jew hatred or whatever, but he doesn't say anything about Jews that isn't true. So, whether or not it's hateful or not, I guess is your opinion. Maybe that him talking about the actions that they do and talking about their sick culture seems hateful to you, but if it's what they do, then I don't know what to tell you. It's not Jew hatred.
I'm just telling you, he's a low IQ Malort drinking Polak out of Cicero. He's nothing special.
Look, yeah, I get it, John. You're just like ad-homing him, but like, dude, have any actual counter arguments to his Jew stuff? Or are you just like, oy vey, it's Jew hatred. I'm gonna kvetch about it being Jew hatred, even though it's all true.
Well, he's a Catholic. They're all pedophiles. They fuck young children. They got billion-dollar settlements, these Catholics.
Yeah, now you're making a point. Oh, I don't know. Listen, guys, relax. I got it, alright? Even the Catholic stuff. I know that this guy's retarded. Like, pedophilia rates in the Catholic Church are slightly lower than that of public schools, dude. Like, there's no sort of over-representation of fucking pedophilia in the Catholic Church. This is a...
Dude, I know a lot of faggot priests that fuck children.
Yourself, you retard.
Yeah, how much did you all that?
Zip it, you dog, alright?
Just say it.
Schizophrenic nutjob.
He must be a Jew because that's what Jews do.
100%, bro. He's a psycho fucking cocksucker that thinks that, we have to fucking not worry about the American flag, right? That the American flag is okay to be put up, but don't touch the Israel flag, right, Megaton? Or don't be mad at fucking America for us being now anti-Semitic or racist, right? Nobody cares. Those are not facts. That's not obvious truth that there's Jewish supremacy running this country. But you know what, bro?
That's Jew hatred. That's Jew hatred. Well, if you're hating on Jews,
I'm such a hater. Oh my goodness. I mean, who are they? A foreign country telling us to fucking, what? Wow. Yeah. I mean, I guess what is his name? Rep John Kitover, right? Kitover, the last name sounds Polish almost, right? So, yeah.
Do the last name origin check real quick.
Oh, yeah, Polish name, Aaron?
No.
Why do we do that? I go with, Funky. No, Luke. No, Alpha. No, Jose. No, much. I don't know. Go ahead, anybody wants to go.
First up, quick note, but then we're gonna go with whoever Wolf said. It's Eastern European. It looks like one of those names that Jews like to steal. All right, so just saying. That's all I'm saying. Anyways, whoever wants to go in.
Yeah, I do have one Jew name that he's 100%.
Let's go with Dave. Let's go with Dave. Yeah.
So what I wanted to say was, Nick Fuentes, his message, he has a good message that he's spreading. He's spreading awareness. But if you look closely at how he jokes about things and the like how much he's joked about it, cat boys and little homosexual references, and even kind of co-signing pedophilia, where people around him that have been convicted of pedophilia, he hasn't ostracized and alienated. He hasn't disavowed them, and he's still close to them. So if you look closely, I mean, there's a lot of evidence to suggest that Nick Fuentes is a closet homosexual. He may even co-sign on pedophilia, and he definitely co-signs on cat boys. And he's joked about it enough that now this is a theme.
Fucking age of consent.
Give me some names. Give me some fucking names.
Well, Ali Alexander. Ali Alexander. Kanye West. They're all pedophiles.
I had a few more things to reference.
No. Get some names then.
Let me finish my little spiel. I got a few other things to reference.
Of course, it's a Jewish spiel.
He's a leader, right? He rallied troops during the January 6th thing. But the thing is, he rallied troops like a leader, but he led from the back, not the front. So he didn't engage in anything that he.
We don't claim him to be a leader, brother.
He's just a Jew hate content creator. He's a low IQ Polak from Cicero that drinks Malort.
John, you've got one more chance, and then I'm gonna have to muzzle you permanently. Okay? Control yourself, John. You do sound like you are a definite. I don't know, actually, you're just gonna go right now. You're definitely a Jew. I don't even know what we're doing here. Control yourself, John. You do sound like you are a definite. I don't know, actually, you're just gonna go right now. You're definitely a Jew. I don't even know what we're doing here. You're a real Zio, a Jew. And I don't really want to hear you kvetching anymore, to be honest with you. I don't really want to hear about how the OEVs of Polak from Sicily. Yeah.
And I'll say something. As a 24-year-old, I feel like as a 40-year-old, 50-year-old, I don't know how old you are, John, guy. I think he left.
Oh, he's gone.
Yeah, whatever. It's it's just such a shallow argument and such an immature argument to, he's mean towards the Jews. It sounds like, your typical boomer grandma that just watches Fox all day. And
That guy was a Jew.
Well, not only that, those are literally, listen to me, and that's, okay, hypothetical, right, Carl? Let's just say he wasn't even that. Let's just say he has nothing to do with Ashkenazis or nothing, right? He's just an American mega guy. That is still the mega guy that is still out there, that is still asleep. I'm telling you, that's serious.
Yeah, and he was here to totally stir the pot. Base, if you call it, if you don't mind, Base, can you like tag those things in the whatever the hell they call it, the purple pill, the comment section?
Yeah, I was
I'm
gonna
not
say that.
if you can tag those things.
Yeah, I got you. I want to say just
I'll check it out, please.
I'm
Yeah,
glad
and
for you.
one
People
thing I would like to add,
people are on X are waking up.
the thing I was saying, I always try to put things on a grading scale. If we can all agree on
I know you love the
half
Jews
a grade,
because
if you will, whatever percentage.
I think the
number
Jews
that
are
is,
one of the biggest thinkers in
that's
the
good.
world.
That's a good start,
Not gonna lie.
right? So like I said, I don't know who the hell this guy is. I've just heard a lot of people talking about him. Even Machi, if you wouldn't mind doing me a solid and just kind of like tag me and some things that you've been following on him. I was like, I started checking it out because like I said, over these next few days, I'm definitely gonna be looking at it. But yeah, I think that'll help. Even Josie was saying, if you can name some names, just put it in that little comment section thing so we can all look through it and come to our own conclusion on that.
Yeah, no, I'll definitely do that. But I just wanted to say, after rallying people to go into what was it, the Capitol building or whatever, he then criticized them in later videos, calling these people idiots. So how are you going to rally people? And then they follow your lead and you're going to criticize them and call them idiots and things of that nature.
It sounds like we're talking to CNN right now, man. You're misrepresenting. You're not coming with facts. You have to come with evidence if you're gonna do that. You're basically speaking for him, and he's never said that before. And I'm sure Hitler can attest to that because
he has said it though. That's the thing.
All right, then send it to so we can put it up in the thing. I just.
That's good.
I think this is the other extreme of the other guy, where you're kind of like, instead of being the guy that gets offended at him being racist towards Jews, you're kind of like kind of like Dustin, where one thing that he did in the past.
Okay, first up, I didn't spurg out at all.
I'm not. It's not personal, bro. I'm just saying. I want the better for our country, and if you're on my side, then I have nothing against you. I'm just saying, as constructively as possible. I mean this. I think it's better to look at, like Victor was saying, grading things on a scale. This is not our hero, and we fell for it. A lot of people fell for it. I'll speak for myself. With Trump, that he was going to save this country, but in reality, it's going to be us. So if he was actually a pedophile, then we'd probably see evidence of that by now. And he probably would be getting convicted because he's the most hated voice from the establishment. So to me, it's like that's not going to be enough to paint him in a bad light. And he was 21 years old when he was at the January 6th. That whole looking at somebody's past and constantly condemning them, especially when they clearly were young, and we make mistakes. It's about what he's doing now. The level of gravity that he's pushing with his message, the amount of people that he's bringing in to our cause. It's like some guy that I follow has a big platform with Orthodox Christian content, and he was mentioning that Nick Fuentes, he was criticizing him for having a take on Catholicism. It's like, dude, at the end of the day, I like what he has to say about culture and politics, and he hits the nail on the head. We both believe in the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. I don't claim to be a scholar in Catholicism, neither does he. So it's like, what's the point of nitpicking these little disagreements? But yeah, a guy like John, you don't take that serious. That's just as shallow. It's disingenuous and intellectually dishonest.
Cool, man. Hey, Wolf, do you mind if I just fucking say one thing?
Go, no, please. You've been waiting forever. Go.
Alright. So, hey, listen. JQ Radio, beautiful people. Fucking the most blessed place on earth. This place thrives when Wolf and Colin are co-hosts, and we should revel and appreciate the actual moment that we have where these two boys are at the helm. So, I just wanted to extend a appreciation for the hard work that you boys have put in to maintain a community of the absolute most truth speakers on earth. All right, and get the fuck off Zero. Don't listen to all the fucking bullshit. Just don't dive in.
Bye, Solana.
Right, don't fucking go hard right now. You know, there's potential fucking death. Give up to it, right? So just stats and chill. But hey, if there was one recommendation that I would give you right now, Wolf, it would be to drop that alpha motherfucker. He's about to speak some shit. I don't know what it is, but he's just a fuckwit. Anyway, all right, love you all. Take care.
Damn, funky. You guys are both Aussies. Come on now.
Oh, with a recommendation like that, can I just say I love the way Colin is looking
All right, it's Kurt, and he's a fucking.
I love
what?
the way
It's a 50-year-old.
It is Kurt, right?
Fucking.
I like the way Colin is looking to the left of the co-host, looking at Wolf.
Anyway, take care, Wolf. Take care, Colin. Love you,
Yeah,
work.
funky. Love you,
Much
man.
love, Funky.
Remember, get off Zero, buy XRP. Got it.
Yeah, make sure you don't have 0 XRP, otherwise it's a mistake. All right, and always zoom in on the chart. All right, we're
Not
only looking
financial
for 5
advice.
minutes.
I've got a great point, Wolf, for you and everyone. I've been
Well, Hank? Listen, if I oh god, it's 2:30 in the morning. She screams and my telephone again.
Say something that's intelligible, that like, you know, let's debate, bro. Come on, like, give me something. Come on, John. Say something.
Come on, John. Tell me that you not have at least 70% Ashkenazi Jew in you. Come on.
Yeah, are you Jewish? What's up? Where does the name Kitover come from? You Jewish?
I'm just saying, if at 4 in the morning on a Saturday night you're in a Jewish question radio, maybe you don't know the source of wisdom, the source of love. Maybe you need to get laid.
What do you mean at Jewish question radio? Where does it say that?
Yeah.
Where does it say that, huh?
It says clearly JQI is just questions radio.
I'm just saying, try reading a book instead of drinking Malort like that Polak Nick Fuentes from Cicero.
Where does it say that? Where does it say that, huh?
It says clearly JQI is just questions radio, my friend.
I'm just saying, try reading a book instead of drinking Malort like that Polak.
Ooh, wait a minute. You're telling us? Okay, fine. You want to call him, handle it.
Dude, he used his 37.
German rage is boiling.
He used them not so wisely, and so he's gone. Alright? Building with
I appreciate it.
It's
You don't need these superpowers right now.
You know, it's white altruism.
The wife doesn't want to deal with it.
I knew it was a mistake when I decided to do it, but I don't know, whatever. You know, it is what it is, alright?
So what did he? What's the point just now?
Nothing. He's just retarded. He's just retarded. He's just
okay. All right. I'll let
That's
it
the
go.
problem with most politicians nowadays, and I know, you know, for the Gen Z guys in this space, probably millennials as well.
He's back.
It's like, dude, the message does not resonate with us. What you're saying, that's so shallow thinking, and it's the reason why we're at this point right now. Because of people like that, but I'll say, oh, he's racist, and then allow, you know, a bunch of Asian.
Yeah, define racism, please.
Machi, are you Hispanic?
Yeah, I'm Hispanic, but I'm also American. You know, I'm Hispanic in ancestry.
Baby, here we go, baby. Just don't let me just mute him. Goodness.
Here we go. Alright, I mean, you know, listen, it's late night. You guys can talk about whatever you want. You want to be like, fuck you, you're not American? Let's get into it. We can do it.
Let's do it. Alright, who's brown, who's not brown? Who makes the best quesadillas?
I got your back, Machi.
I was gonna.
Okay, that's my comedy show with JQR. Right up your alley. Sound like a bunch of losers from Clown House. Greek Orthodox Christian. Fine. I could CFA portfolio manager bench. Wasting all his time. Talking all this shit all the time. Fucking fire. Fucking fire, man. Fucking fire.
Who's wasting whose time, nigga?
Oh well, I guess there just wasn't enough time. Is Andrew black now? Oh my god, Andrew's black.
Okay, these are like minimal, like, abstract, these are like, something like what you actually owe. Something like some of the walk, like what you actually
that, the Lou has been sleeping.
you put out a guy's eye, you actually
What is 7 hours, dude?
owed to have your eye taken out, like stallions, but they don't actually do that. So the court stuff that we have is like, they actually, some guys like,
what Zionism truly was.
Hey, if you're watching this, could you maybe? Why am I so short? I'm so tired. We're all sons of Virginia here. I'm Major out there commanding the cannon. This James Deere, first in his class in West Point before Virginia's secession. And the boy over there with the color guard, that's Private Robert Tyler Jones. His grandfather was President of the United States. There are boys here from Norfolk, all hamlets along James River, Shenandoah Valley. Mostly they're all veteran soldiers now. The cowards and shirkers are long gone. Every man here knows his duty. They would make this charge even without an officer. Believe them. They know that this day's work, desperate and deadly. They know that many of them, this will be their last charge. But not one of them needs to be told what is expected of him. They're all willing to make the supreme sacrifice. We're all here. You may tell them when you return to your country that all Virginia was here on this day. We're all. Understood, Nick.
That's absolute honesty, though. Like, it's like,
And he, to this very day, like, I understand there are Catholics, evangelicals. I don't like a lot of evangelicals, I'll be very honest, but like, and I understand all the debates and the hatred and all that stuff, but the fact that he also told me this one little bit of detail. He said, if something is truth, absolutely no contradictions. And if when you find that to be the case, follow it, start following it blindly, and then start learning upon what it's teaching, because at least you know it's being truthful and it's teaching you something. And that's when I was going into the Quran, I looked at it historically from a history view. I started looking at the ways, the prophecies, how they were told, and to the point where I said, like, okay, this is religion you follow, was, and I don't think a lot of Muslims hit on this, but this is probably the most fascinating thing about the Quran. In the story of Moses, there is the verses where God is talking about how this Pharaoh will not be missed. Right? And it was a very weird kind of like detail that was added. And I was trying to go into hieroglyphs because I love reading into hieroglyphs and what it is, because again, Judaism, Christianity, Islam all talk about this Pharaoh, right? And it's, I'm not joking when I say this. If you put the Quran next to the hieroglyphs I was reading, I forget exactly which section it was as if the Quran and the hieroglyphs were having a conversation, where the Pharaoh was saying, once I ascend up into the heavens as a god, I will be missed. And then the Quran says, you believe you will be missed, but no, you will never be missed. In fact, I'll make an example out of you, right? And that freaked me out so much. And I was just like, you can't make that up. You genuinely could not make that up. And I was just like, I have to believe this thing. So that's, from that day I became a Muslim. I don't specifically say that day I became a Muslim. I feel like when I started worshiping God, and a lot of Muslims point this out to me, the moment you accept there to be a God and you want to follow Him truthfully, you're a Muslim. So I say I've been a Muslim for like, what, 7, 8 years at this point. But truthfully speaking, I only became a Muslim around like 2020.
that was amazing. That was very exciting. It's really nice to understand like the perspective from someone who was in it, especially if someone was against religions. When he makes the transition, like how does it change? What was his journey? That was very good. That's very, mashallah. May Allah keep you on the religion and guide us, inshallah. Your explanation is too good. How come?
Oh, that's because when I started learning from Palestinians, they started teaching me a little bit of Arabic here and there, so I picked it up from them.
Wow. Did you try to read?
In Arabic, at first no, now I am. I struggle with it, but I've only read the Quran completely in Arabic. Like I think I just finished my fourth time last month, so it's a struggle. It takes me a long time, but I really am trying to get fluent in it.
Yeah, because you read my name and your pronunciation was really good.
Yeah, no, they took their times out of their days to teach me Arabic the way I know it. I still mix up a lot of things, I'll be honest, but it's better than what it was. If you met me like 8 years ago, I'm saying, you guys all would have hated my guts. I know Boom would curse me the hell out. She would not even entertain me, not even for a minute.
Yeah. Some of the companions were also like that. They were
on the wrong side and they were also very aggressive toward Islam. Then they accepted Islam and they became some of the best and most respected and well honored Muslims in all existence. So
Absolutely.
yeah,
No, the funny thing you say that about the Sahabas, but like, there's this one guy, Walid ibn al-Walid, right? That guy.
yeah, Khalid bin Walid.
No, his brother Walid.
Ah,
So if I remember correctly, please correct me on this history, but this was after, I think, the Battle of Badr or something. He was a prisoner, right? He was basically teaching kids or something like that. He was doing community service of some kind. And after that, he was released or traded or something, so he could go all the way back to Mecca. The dude went all the way back to Mecca, right? And in front of his brother, took his shahada, and then said, I'm only doing this so you know I am not in distress for doing that. And I was so inspired by that story, right? That, and this was a point I completely omitted, but I should probably say it, that to a lot of my friends who were atheists, and I used to have a girlfriend back in the day as well, and to her I even admitted, like, hey, I'm a Muslim now, I'm taking my shahada, everything, you guys can curse me out if you want, because we were all blasphemers, I'll be honest. When I made that same point, like Walid did, right? My best friend of 9 or 10 years, he he looked at he went to Ramadan with me and became a Muslim at the end of Ramadan. I think it was like the day that Eid was happening. He became a Muslim then. My girlfriend at the time, she became Muslim at the same time as well, and like we broke it off and all that stuff or whatever. We realized it's not right to do. We want to do it properly. Now she is, alhamdulillah, having her life the way she should. And a lot of my friends who were Christians and atheists, they became Muslims as well. But interestingly enough, not a single one of my Christian and atheist friends that wanted to become Muslims, not my Jewish friends.
that's also very true. Yeah, the Jews usually it's really weird with them because they don't practice their religion like actually like practice it, and they also sometimes say that it's not even a religion, just an ethnicity, and they're always super not open to discuss or debate or try to convert or even do the dawah. Like they're not interested in bringing people to Judaism. Matter of fact, some of them say that no, you have to be a Jew by lineage in order to be a Jew. So it's really fascinating. Like, yeah, I completely believe that. But like, for example, your girlfriend, like, do you think she would have came to Islam if it wasn't for you, or she did because you faced her with it and then she was exposed to it?
So I don't ever want to say I am the catalyst for why someone became a Muslim. I feel like that is dishonest on how a law kind of like guides a person, because again, I was a blasphemer and it just happened to be that when speaking about Israel and Palestine, that I also found as well. But I feel with her, because she was such an honest person, she would have figured it out eventually if I was never there in the picture. Because I, if I, if I understand people specifically, if you are a honest person, you will naturally come to the position that, like, you know, hey, Islam's not lying about anything, so why would I walk away from it, right? But if you have any kind of like, if someone's lied to you or has been dishonest with you, or you're just naturally a dishonest person, I don't think those people will ever become Muslims unless I'm wrong. But yeah, like many of my Christian friends, for example, I know for a fact they needed to talk to a Muslim, because they're tired of hang up. And I don't know why this was a thing here in Texas, but a lot of people think that we Muslims hate Jesus, and I literally had to open up a Quran in English in front of them and just point to the verse where it literally says that Jesus was like where Jesus and his disciples, the disciples talked about being Muslims, right? He said, like, this is clear verses where Jesus is being honored, and he was doing the message, like the people from before, and what Muhammad was preaching as well, peace and blessings be upon all of them. And they kind of started questioning a lot of things because they thought for the longest time, hey, they hate Jesus, but if they're revering Jesus, calling him the Messiah and all that stuff, let's look into it. And then they became Muslims off of that.
Yeah, I hear that a lot. A lot of people think that we hate Jesus when it's just like surface information that they picked up from their local cafes and whatever. But
No, I
really,
don't think
like,
it's
Islam, every
I don't think it's that. Actually, when looking into Israel and Palestine, and I know like people are referencing Israel and Palestine a lot in this whole political thing, but my genuine thoughts on it is knowing what the Israelis have done and the Hamas and stuff like that or whatever, and I've noticed this from a lot of people who I used to call friends that were Zionists, right? They have this notion of just making shit up and passing it off to be true in the most authentic ways, and like it's eerily scary. And looking at the credentials of some of the people who criticize Islam or lie about it, they get paid off by the Zionist lobbies a lot. So I would say that like it's just baseless propaganda on a state that just wanted to make sure to oppress Muslims and make a random shit about it, and now it's just slapping them back in the face in 2025.
MashaAllah. Alhamdulillah, I'm really happy to hear that you embraced Islam. Sorry, I just wanted to say salam alaikum to you since we've not spoke to her yet and just said hello. No, it's fine, honestly, we appreciate you and we welcome you. But yeah, thank you so much. Really appreciate hearing you.
No problem.
Salam alaikum, guys, how are you?
Yeah, one second.
Because it's probably the older kid.
Yeah.
what is Falcon doing?
Well, brother, I got stuck in this.
I thought he said gonna say I'm stuck in traffic or something. I'm stuck in
Did he say you got smacked in the face?
He said stuck in chest.
Oh, shocking. Okay.
I have a
No, I
question
got my
for
room.
you. I have a question for you guys. Okay, no one has answered me this yet, and a lot of people seem to like just go off of the notion because it's haram, but like apparently chess is haram, and I don't know why.
No. They take the opinion that, see, like this app can be haram, okay? But from your stand, it's like, it can be haram in this app, you know? Since about religion, we are making dawah, is that okay? And some people have Quranic rooms and, you know, teaching people, whatever. So let's say, in a way, so these things you are doing, like reciting Quran and being on this app, and this app is taking you away from like prayer, missing prayer, so on and so forth. So in that way, they are saying like, so this app is now haram. This is what you are doing is haram. For instance, debating with people and you know, being this app, missing salah, you know, of course it's haram. You know, you don't need a scholar to tell you that, hey, when you are sitting on this app and it's taking away your time, of course it would be haram, you know. But then also people take the opinion that
So
what was I? Yeah. Sorry, Ahmad. They take the opinion. I take the opinion that this is makruh, you know, and it's not like haram.
Wait, what does that mean?
Like dislike.
Makruh, disliked, you know, but it can be haram, you know. If you miss your prayer, of course it's haram, you know.
Yeah, so there is no text in the Quran or there is no text in Hadith about the Prophet about this. So the Prophet spoke about the nard, which is the dice. Uh, that's haram, right? Because he specifically said that it's haram because there is gambling and you know how it goes with dice. As for chess, there is only one athar on a Sahabi Ali radiallahu anh.
Yeah.
He was once walking and he came across like a group gathering around the chess, right? And he asked them, ما هذه التماثيل الذين أنتم عليها عاكفون? What are these statues? Like those that you guys are عاكفون عليها? How do I say this? Like you're so like Akif is someone who's spending all his time on it, right? So some small
obsession.
Obsessed with, yes, obsessed with. So a small portion of the scholars say that it's haram because it will distract you from doing your salat and whatever. But I don't think that's good because that applies on anything, literally. If you do anything so much, you don't do anything else in your religion that is vital and necessary, that makes that act itself, not correct. Other than that, I think the only thing that you can say about chess is that it contains like these crosses, maybe like the status of like horses. Maybe you can say that's not good, but that's it. So at best, I think you should say it's makruh, dislike. I think it's also okay to say it's allowed. There is no crosses.
What about shooting?
It's just a game.
What about shooting dice?
No, dice is haram. The Prophet said that it's not allowed.
Why? What's the reasoning behind it? If it's just like any other game.
Yeah, but dice.
No, it's not like dice.
Dice is about luck.
Dice
and gambling.
Dice is more about luck. And it can easy. Like for instance, let's say when you are playing dice, because I have seen a lot of people playing dice. So when they play dice, they would say, "Oh, please give me a 6, give me a 4," and somehow you think that you made it happen. Like.
Yeah, but it's not for any money.
Mainly money.
It is for money. It is for money.
No. I
It is
if you play for without. No. Some games you're using dice. It doesn't.
Yeah, but the containing luck is still but still you are shooting with dice. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think that can be applied everywhere. You hope like
No.
the price of stock goes up. You hope for whatever. It doesn't mean you have any powers.
So it was understood that the dice is associated with luck, gambling, all of these bad stuff that are necessarily haram, right? So because the Prophet said that it's haram explicitly by words, khalas, there is no exceptions. That thing becomes haram, period. Because the Prophet did not specify if it's for because it's gambling or if you don't do it with gambling then it's okay. No, he didn't say that. He just made a general statement that dice is haram. Yeah. Let me touch it. I think it's sahih.
Why you sent me angry face?
You threw me under the bus for us.
And people who say that chess is haram.
You were not.
People who say that chess is haram, they are saying it because they can't play.
Chess?
No.
Chess is haram?
Apparently,
But if you look hard enough, everything can be haram. That's the problem with the...
It's not, it's just dislike, okay? Let's summarize it. So right after
You
the
name
other
it,
So,
we can find a way to make it haram. Trust me.
No,
they are noobs. That's why they are noobs.
No, the reason why I have to double check all the time is because, and I have this thing where like I am very worried about who I take Islamic advice from. But like, for example, in Moscow, Virginia, here in Texas, there was a sick guy who was coughing, right? and I'm not joking when I say this, but it was like this really weirdo Muslim guy that went ahead and said that like if you cough while you pray, the punishment is beheading. And I was just like, what the hell? Where was that taking place? And then he swears on it. He calls upon God and swears on it. I'm not gonna say a word. But he says that this is a ruling, and then this is like Tarawih, right? Like the night prayers that we're doing. So in the next, let's say prayer, the next two rakats, the guy coughs, and I'm just like, well, you cough now, so we have to behead you. And he's like, no, this never applies to me. And ever since like people like that and a whole bunch of other scenarios, I get very wary of Muslims, and
Yeah, they
in my daily life.
Careful.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think people hate on justice because they're bad. They don't have reflexes or intellectual ability to play. They don't know how to move the pieces. They don't know how to be strategic. How to, they're too dumb. So we might as well just do tahrim on it. I can't play it. No one should. So
Yeah. You should play drafts. It's much better. Drafts is like international checkers. The one you jump
Bro,
back across the board.
stop. Brother. Checkers is
Do you know which game I'm talking about, Falcon?
yes. Checkers is for noobs. Checkers is for noobs.
It's not American
Who
checkers.
can't play chess. No.
It's not American
No.
checkers. You don't know nothing, bro. You
I
don't know the game I'm talking about.
I know what game you're talking about.
You do?
Yes, you zigzag. When
You
you're gonna eat someone, you zigzag.
That's even a normal checkers, but this one, like it's like you eat front, back, and then when you become a king,
Well, then you're playing the Arabic
jump
one.
across.
If you can take forward.
Wait,
It's much more fun, trust me, than chess and checkers.
yes.
But man, you're right, Falcon. Chess is too stressful. I don't like chess.
That's why Imam said, and I take his opinion, and there is a ijma. You are noobs. So it's normal.
I didn't practice chess. It's too. I can do it, but it's not too. Matter of fact, I challenge you to a game.
What game?
And I will teach you chess.
Bro.
I'll send you the link right now. You're gonna see we can pick mountains.
You wanna play Lichess? Lichess?
I'm gonna send you the game now.
Okay.
Okay, brother. Let's go.
So I'm trying to read this in Arabic, but I'm guessing the dice part has to be La Hibba bin Dash, right? Tashri.
yes. So yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But if I remember correctly, this isn't actually doesn't mean dice specifically. It means gambling, right?
Let me read to you from the Nawawi. So the hadith says, روى مسلم عن بريدة أن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم قال: من لعب بالنردشير فكأنما سبق يده في لحم الخنزير ودمه. So من لعب بالنردشير, the meaning of nardashir is listed under the hadith. It says قال النووي رحمه الله في شرح مسلم: قال العلماء النردشير هو النرد، فالنرد عجمي معرب، والشير معناه حلو. Like for example, he's saying that the nard is not an Arabic word, and shir is added from Arabic, and it means good, like something that's good. But you can verify this elsewhere. This is just what I'm reading about the definition nardashir. And there is the other hadith that I listed that says, "من لعب بالنرد فقد عصي الله ورسوله." Whoever plays with nerd, he disobeyed Allah and His Messenger. This is another hadith. That one is more.
Because my Palestinian friends, whenever they refer to like gambling, they say not the shit or something.
Really?
Yeah.
We need to Google it. Google the meaning of this.
Apparently, it was teaching a lesson.
Nagi refers to over gambling, while shit means sweet and pleasant.
I'm gonna DM you the link, okay?
Yeah. So it says here, games of chance, like gambling, are often referred to as Nadi the Shir, depending on who is speaking about them.
Are you reading from AI?
Yeah, I just kind of put in ChatGPT. It's just new Google at this point now.
Yeah, it also tells me, it gives me that it is not. النردشير هو اسم لعبة النرد. The Nardashir is the name of the game of dice. So it could mean both, but we have other hadith anyway.
Yeah.
That says nerd explicitly.
Not that you heard of the tournament.
What tournament? No.
Africa is going to teach me a lesson in chess.
Africa is a big no. He doesn't know how to play chess.
Let you on the hit list to it, man.
Okay, send the link, man. Send the link.
Wait, Africa plays chess? I wouldn't be that.
No, he's gonna teach me a lesson just because I bully him in checkers or something. I don't know.
I think mind games are beneficial.
Hold on. Yo, John, why are you even here? I don't get it.
Who's John?
It's anonymous account. His name is John Kitover. He's like this Islamophobe that records a bunch of rooms and is trying to run for.
And she had her baby over, and I was like, girl, I'm so glad about it. She was like, sometimes I wish I had my kid as a teenager.
I don't know. Teenagers are.
I think I was rushing that line. Was it comfortable? But you know she considers herself not the non-binary, but she likes personality. It doesn't matter if it's a boy or girl. So because she wasn't really comfortable with having that conversation with us, or even like just letting people know, she freaking did not date like that. Like my dad was like, it's weird because there'll be some dudes they'll like her, and we know who they like her, and she'll like be playing basketball with them and be like, that's my boy, that's my friend. So my mom asked her one time, are you? And she was like, no. Leave me alone, Grandma. I'm trying to. But it forced her to study too. All she did was study. She would just come home from school, do her homework, and read and study. And she actually said, like, to avoid stuff when she was a little kid. She knew that Grandma said she couldn't do nothing if she had to do her homework. So she would be like, I have homework, and just stay in her room and do her homework. She wouldn't bother. Do homework or she'd read just so nobody bother her because they automatically assume, well, she's reading in her textbook. And she said she would just automatically study, so it just became a habit. And that was just to avoid, like, stuff or, like, if she said when she was little, certain boys would be like, they like her. And she'd be like, I don't want to play outside with him. So she'd pretend she had homework. Hey, who is this?
hope you guys are good. I just saw the topic and I really love the topic. I saw Putin just like playing with Trump.
Oh yes, he
The
did.
Trump was like someone unprepared going into war. They just played him like a toy. But then again, Trump like has a complex when it comes to Putin because he looks up to Putin. Putin is like Putin. He would like to run America the way Putin runs Russia, like unchallenged, as dictator, whatever you want to call it. No, he does what he wants when he wants. No one can challenge him. And that's what he would like to do. But obviously, he can't run America like that. So he looks up to Putin. So I don't know why anybody thought that was going to go different. But and Putin is a lot more experienced at this than Trump. Putin has been at this for a long time. Trump doesn't have what it takes to go up against Putin. That's a really, really shitty whatever it was. What did they call it?
But you know, like Trump is easy to play with, so Putin's really not playing chess. He's actually like playing go fish with him because the only thing he has to do is stroke his ego.
Exactly. And let's not forget Putin is an ex-KGB, that's like ex-Russian intelligence from back in the day. Not Russian, actually USSR. So Putin knows what he's doing. Actually knows what he's doing. Trump is not able. Trump should not be president. Trump used to be cool. Don't get me wrong. You know Trump. Trump, I'm old school, so I know Trump. He used to be cool at my point. I know Trump. He used to be cool. Like basically, I even think the whole Iron Man thing for Marvel, the billionaire playboy, selfish. I think that was Trump's life, really. That whole Iron Man thing. I think that's what Trump's life is. But
I don't
to be
really
a
think it was
president.
cool back then. I think with us as Americans, or a lot of people, I don't only say Americans. I don't know if you're American or not, but I think a lot of people like we have this we glamorize like certain characters, and we glamorize some other characters. Shit, we glamorize Scarface, but would you be Scarface's best friend in real life? Like, come on.
No. Yeah, but it's Stevie. Trump was a dude, but when I say it was cool, I mean, he used to have cameos before. Remember the old Fresh Prince of Bel-Air? Because I heard there's a new one. I've not watched that, but the old Fresh Prince of Bel-Air show, Trump had the cameos. Trump was cool. It was cool. I remember when he cameoed in Fresh Prince, one episode where he said they blamed him for who's that? So there was an episode where Trump, when they blamed him for some financial thing as well. And so someone's like, what? He wasn't even there. He shot that. Trump was like, yeah, I always get the blame for everything. Trump was a cool dude. He was cool.
I don't think so. I know growing up in New York, we already, like, I think his history in New York wasn't the greatest.
Yeah, I know, talking of like, the slumlord and all that shit. Yeah, wasn't it great? But I mean, Trump was ever cool. I think Trump was cool in the 80s. No, but he was the slumlord and all that. So he against black people like that. He said properties and shit. I get that, but I mean, like he used to be like about cool lines on TV and shit like that.
So I think in pop culture, yeah, they made him something. Only because he is somewhat of a villain. Like some of the stuff that he's done, right? So like what he did to the Polish people that built freaking Trump Towers, how he shitted on people that built Taj Mahal, how he fucking did the Central Park 5, how he ran his housing with his father. I mean, even the rich of New York, like we were talking about, they always bring up him being a Democrat. He was never a Democrat. He was a Democrat on paper.
Trump was an independent. I remember he was an independent.
Yeah. But he had said he was a Democrat, but I think it was...
That's like that.
He had said he was a Democrat, but I think it was to get into those elite circles. So, like, New York is really weird when it comes to their circles, right?
Yeah.
They have, like, certain levels, and these people that gather in New York City, they have these freaking big galas for like kids
Yeah, no,
and all
there's
this
a
shit,
big,
and they
there's a
call
divide,
themselves
a huge
Democrats
divide.
because they're doing shit for the
There's a huge
world.
divide between political and so if you're not affiliated, then they don't really want to fuck with you.
Right.
I get what you mean, but also Trump, sorry, I lost my train of thought, sorry. Trump was caught, remember, you will not say Trump. First, don't say Bill Gates is the one. Bill Gates is the new Donald Trump. Because people act like Donald Trump is just, he's not human, he's been at it for a long time. I don't think he should have been president, I don't think he should be president, but Trump has been a major name, like his name has been ringing for a long time, so it's not some new person I'm just saying.
Yeah, but let me see.
But the rumors that Trump is a Russian asset as well, let's not forget that. Trump is a Russian asset. So it might be, all of this might be Putin's direct, maybe orders from Putin, who knows? Even if it's not direct orders from Putin, it went Putin's way anyway, so Putin is playing with Trump anyway. But this might just be an order from Putin because I know there are rumors, but there's rumors that Trump is a Putin asset. So it's a Russian asset rather. So who knows, Maybe that's how they were able to like even interfere in the 2016 American elections.
So from my understanding, what came from this summit, right? So I'm reading this article now, and it says after returning from Alaska on Saturday, Putin told top officials assembled in Kremlin that his summit with Donald Trump had brought us closer to necessary solutions. These solutions, Putin stressed, involve Ukraine giving to the demands that prompted his 2022 invasion. Settling these root causes for the war must be the foundation for the settlement, he said. The extraordinary meeting at Anchorage Air Force Base has ended Putin's pariah status and brought Washington's stance on the war closer to Moscow, and Putin did not need to budge an inch. Before the summit, Trump was giving Putin ultimatums and threatening consequences. In the end, there was no consequence for Putin not agreeing to a ceasefire.
Anyone smart should know you should not let Trump and Putin to be in the room. Because once Trump sees Putin, everything goes out the window. Trump was saying, I'm gonna start the sanction, blah 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 blah. All of that, Putin was on. Putin used Trump to come out of the cold. Why would you fucking give Putin a platform?
Wait, so I want you to hear this real quick. It says when Putin arrived on U.S. soil, armed with flattery, he repeated Trump's frequent claim that Russia would not have invaded if he, not Joe Biden, had been in power. Trump later told Fox News' Sean Hannity that Putin assured him he was cheated out of the 2020 election.
Yeah, so you know why Trump spoke the last time he was president? Trump went against his own intelligence agency's advice and their research that he said Putin told him, assured him that they did not interfere or whatever. And Trump chose to believe Putin over the FBI, the CIA, and all the other lesser agencies. So Trump is like he washes Putin. I really believe that. I think he just looks at Putin and Putin's everything he wants to be. He would love to rule America, but I don't think like Putin.
It's crazy. This whole is crazy.
Imagine a kid looking up to like someone you want to be, someone that's everything you want to be. That's what Putin. That's the feeling Trump gets whenever he's in the room with Putin. Why would you even put him there, Putin? He's gonna forget who he is, man.
You know he gave Putin our intelligence during that Zelensky summit. He gave him the intelligence that we had on this, like the Russia hoax stuff. I guess it was to clean his shit up. I don't know what it was for, but he gave him the intelligence behind what was going on.
And why did he insist to meet Putin alone? He told everyone else to leave the room. Why did he insist on meeting Putin alone last time? The last time when he was president, he chose to meet Putin alone without anybody. But talking experience wise, like this diplomacy and this skill you need to like, to get shit out of people and how to smooth people and all that. Putin has been at this a lot longer than most people, so for that one I can't blame Trump because Trump was never gonna come on top. He was never gonna come out on top of Putin. But he put himself in that position. That's the only reason I can blame him for. He put him, and since he was as smart as he thinks he is, he would never even choose to meet Putin for what? Why would he's gonna get one over you by 100%? I'm smart enough to know to avoid certain situations, I'm a smart guy, it doesn't mean I want to be in every situation. Because I'm smart, there's certain situations I know will favor me. I'm not gonna be in that, I'm gonna avoid such situations,
So I do have a clip. Hold on. Let me get through this commercial and I'll play the clip. And then Trump also wants this goddamn Nobel Peace Prize.
Oh, he desperately wants that Peace Prize.
Jim Obama for just being the president, so why not? That's probably the worst Nobel award Obama. For what? Obama did more evil than anyone in that Trump in office, so why is he getting the Nobel Peace Prize?
He did more evil than Trump?
Sorry? Yes, he probably did.
So what
So,
is it?
I shouldn't really, I'm not just pointing out one person, I don't mean just Obama per se. I mean that Trump is anybody, or most people. Obama did a lot more, he attacked a lot more. Obama was anti-African first. Then but I don't blame him per se, because I like explaining this way. The person in the office doesn't have the power. The office has the power. So people think you can just get in that office and do what you like, but that's not how it works. Until you get there, you think, oh, I'm going to be president. You can't do shit. Unless, the only person...
Trump was doing shit, so...
Yeah, exactly. I was just about to say, the only person that can go against that shit is Trump. And Trump is not your normal politician. There's never been any politician like Trump before Trump. Because that office has the power, not the person. Maybe Trump was slightly different because Trump had power already. He had the power before he got into the office. Because he was Donald Trump. He had the power already before he got into the office. So
I'm gonna play this clip real quick. It's not that long. About Trump siding with Putin, then a peace deal instead of a ceasefire will end the war, which is trash. But,
and that's Moscow's line. You know that's Moscow's tagline.
Okay, let me play this real quick.
Push to end the war in Ukraine as the country's president heads to Washington Monday for a face-to-face conversation with President Trump. In a major reversal, the president returned to Washington today, dropping his ceasefire demand for the Ukraine war and telling allies that Russian President Vladimir Putin wants territory for a permanent peace deal. Russia invaded Ukraine nearly 4 years ago, seizing large areas of the country. 400,000 Ukrainians have been killed or wounded, along with nearly 1 million Russian soldiers. CBS's Torian Small is at the White House tonight and leads us off. Tori, good evening.
Good evening, Jerika. Tonight, the president is reversing course, saying he's no longer seeking an urgent ceasefire in Ukraine, but now agrees with Russian President Vladimir Putin that pursuing a peace deal is the best way to end the war. President Trump hit the greens one day after rolling out the red carpet in Alaska for Russian President Vladimir Putin. The moment marked an end to years of isolation for Putin on the world stage.
Is it fair that sooner or later we have to amend the situation to move on from the confrontation to dialogue?
Following the nearly 2.5-hour-long closed-door talk with the Russian president, Trump touted progress.
There were many, many points that we agreed on. Most of them, I would say, a couple of big ones that we haven't quite gotten there.
But ended their joint appearance after 12 minutes.
Next time in Moscow.
Without questions or any specifics. Zelensky on social media encouraged the U.S. to strengthen sanctions on Russia if Putin doesn't commit to a meeting between the three leaders. But speaking to Fox News, Trump says the next move is Zelensky's.
Now it's
it's really up to President Zelensky to get it done. Sam Vinograd is a CBS News national security contributor.
And there's certainly concerns that heading into the Oval Office meeting between Trump and Zelensky on Monday, that Trump will try to bully President Zelensky into accepting the contours of the deal that he hammered out with President Putin.
CBS News has learned President Zelensky has been receiving a lot of coaching on how to interact with President Trump since their disastrous Oval Office meeting in February. Jerika?
Tori Small reporting from the White House. Thank you.
If you don't need anything, and you can spend it on people who actually need help.
220.
Wow. Trump played, I mean, Putin played Trump like a puppet on the train. That's crazy.
Zelensky knew what was going to happen. European leaders.
Yeah, Zelensky, everybody knew about Trump. And the funny thing with Trump is that this is why Trump cannot learn. He cannot learn from his mistakes. And when you can't learn from your mistakes, you're bound to, repeat them. Because Trump is going to come out and lose, obviously. I don't know if he knows what he does, but everyone is going to see that you lost and you're going to come out and say, there are a lot of good points, we made a lot of progress, yada, yada, yada. I really don't know if Trump doesn't understand, I really don't know if he is, or if he's doing it. If it was any other human being on earth, I'll say, surely you're just pretending. But I don't know with Trump because he's done it so much. I'm not sure if he understands, if he has a so-called normal comprehension of things. Because something that's obvious to even a 10-year-old, Trump will come out and say, nah, this went well, and that. I don't understand it, man. The man is weird.
No, he successfully changed the news cycle, at least for now. So from his perspective, that's still ringing away.
You can't change it. Everybody's so like you lost. You can't just say you won and that's it. I guess Trump, actually, maybe I might be the wrong one here because Trump understands Americans. Even like this is why when it comes, he's a TV personality, so he understands. I think he's a demigod. He actually knows what he's doing. He understands people vote with their emotions in America, so generally most people everywhere. But Trump understands the American voters probably to a point that no one else does. Because the TV personality and everybody, America, you guys love, everybody wants to be on TV. For reason, I don't know. So Trump knows how to play the shit. Even whenever he has debates with them, Kamala, Biden, whatever, they try to chat some politician that is just as insulting them. And that's more interesting TV. That's better TV than some boring politics nobody else sees. So Trump's always comes out on top because I think he's comfortable in front of the camera. He's probably been in front of the camera all his life, so it's really, really good.
Yeah, I don't think he's good at all. I just think that American people are so lowbrow. At least from certain parts of the country. Like I don't even think people do research anymore on who they're voting for. So I don't.
Well, I mean, he really was trying to distract from Epstein, so, I mean, if that's...
Isn't it ironic that this is the age of information? You can just type in anything you want on your phone and you find out any information, and this is when people don't do research anymore. You don't even need to do research. You go on social media, you see all the shit you need to know, And yes,
right before you get in the booth, use your phone. Google is at your fingertips.
But remember what they say, smart technology dumb people, right? Because the easier technology makes our life, the harder basic things that 10 years ago would have been like basic. Now it's a Trump. Every little thing, these kids are microwave generation, Google's kids. Everything. I mean, I remember once I was talking to my sister, and so my son and her daughter were there. We're talking about a dictionary. And they said, what? You're telling me there's a book that contains all the meanings of words? Yes, there's a book. They said, how big is that book? I understood it from their position because think about it. They could just go on the internet and Google something and show them the meaning. And now we're telling them there was a book that contained the meaning
she went to Britannica.
Yeah, I raised my kids to believe in evidence. I don't believe in any shit anyone tells you if they have no evidence. So, evidence. So, man, I said, Dad, what is your evidence? I'm going to show him the dictionary now.
Matter of fact, I should order one and give it to her, and she'll be like, huh? That'd be, I should order one. School stuff. Daughter goes back to school. I'm gonna be by myself. Oh.
What's your major?
It's engineering now. So originally, I was like gonna kill her because like she wanted to be a journalist. She still likes writing, but she's changed it to engineering. I don't even understand how she went into why she wanted journalism. I know she would write stuff every now and then, but she was like, she's always been perfect in math and science. Like she would have like when she was in high school, she would like her average would be like for math would be like 104. For science,
Is there a specific engineering she wants to go into?
I'd have to ask her what exactly. So what happened was my dad and my mom was talking to her about AI and GD chat. And she was like, so then she was like, yeah, maybe I do need to change my major.
That's the future, man. Anything AI should encourage us to go into anything AI. That's the future. I mean, I call AI the final frontier because I believe personally that from today, not today, literally, but from now to whenever, I don't believe in the world end. I believe when you die, that's when your world ends. But every technology that comes out now, from now to maybe like the next 1,000 years, is gonna have to do something with AI. So AI is gonna to help us colonize other planets, other terraform environments. AI is going to help us build the space elevator from Earth to space. Dyson spheres, all these are theoretical and models that have been around for a long time. But all these things, what was lacking together is AI. And since we got AI now, and AI is going to also, AI is affecting every field. Medical science is numbers probably 4 to 1. So there's 7 billion people in the world. So they're gonna be like maybe 28, I don't know, 28 billion AIs or something like that, machines, robots, walking around the world. And one of these AIs is gonna be smarter than 7 billion of us combined. So how long do you think they're gonna serve us for? If a single AI, now numbers 4 to 1, and a single AI is smarter than the 7 billion people combined. That's a scary thought, but we're gonna make advancements beyond our imagination. We're gonna colonize galaxies that we never thought we were able to travel to in a lifetime. AI is gonna help us do a lot of things. Potential for AI is amazing. Transhumanism, which I'm sure you guys know. Transhumanism is like basically like cyborg, so easiest way to explain it. Basically, so man and machine in collaboration. So you replace your body parts. So you're gonna have synthetic brains that operate much, in a way that beyond what a human brain can do, stuff like that. So they're gonna probably start by you can replace certain sections of the brain to make it work a bit more efficiently, much better than what we have then. Probably we'll get to the point where we can replace the whole brain with a synthetic brain that can do things that are beyond our imagination. Then the whole like skin, synthetic skin, so we could have a skin, replace your skin, or have something on top of your skin that allow you to like live and work in harsh environments that normally your normal body wouldn't be able to operate in, stuff like that. Might be able to walk in fire or really hot temperatures that our human bodies will not be able to, stuff like that. So AI is fascinating. There's some really, really good videos like predictions or predictions, the type of things that AI will get us. There are different ones stuff because it depends on how we correlate. So the what do you call it? The so-called world leaders would also have it.
Hold on real quick. So Ed, she said she said it's her Bachelor of Science in engineering and artificial intelligence. So I guess Ken's the only one that offered that right now.
You said Bachelor of Science in Intelligence and Artificial Engineering?
No, Bachelor of Science in Engineering and Artificial Intelligence.
Well, they offer that now in universities.
Well, she said they're one of the first schools to do it.
Yeah, that's gonna be a new course because of that. But definitely encourage her to do that, man, because AI is the future. And for anyone that wants to do security, cyber security is the future. Because all this worrying about people shoplifting, all that is there, man. That's all. Cyber security is the future, man. There's a lot of money, and they're paying a lot of people. They're paying to train it right now. Because in the UK, I don't know how to
It's the only school that's actually offering it right now. So I just did a Google search, and you know how Google has the AI overview? There's a Bachelor of Science in Engineering and Artificial Intelligence is a new undergraduate program focused on training students in the principles of applications of AI. One of the first such programs in the Ivy League offered by UPenn. Program jointly administered by the Departments of Electrical and Systems Engineering and Computer Science and Information.
check out cyber security. They probably have something for cyber security as well, because man, that is one of the fastest growing industries.
Yeah, that sounds fantastic though. That's what she's gonna major in. Yeah, I can see a lot of career opportunities.
Yeah, I don't think there's ever been anything more relevant, to your day than that, because that's amazing. She's gonna be at the forefront of things. She's gonna be highly competent when she finishes. Even her BSc, not even advanced, just her BSc, man.
I said, what's your minor? And she said, I don't have time for anything else.
She's gonna be walking into jobs that's even before she finishes her degree, she's gonna have so many offers, but she's gonna be inundated.
Probably getting on her nerves. She's like, why is she asking me this? She's probably trying to make me change my major again. Because me and my dad was like, you paying all that money for school, you're gonna be broke. She's gonna be broke. She's gonna be living at home. Because like when she first started, it was like, I want to be a judge. And we was like, why? Like you're really good at math and science. And she was like, I don't want to do that.
normalize women into like not wanting to do certain things as in like male, you know. There are a lot of women in journalism though.
I think for her, it's more of like she likes to do certain things. Like she's always liked writing little things. When she was a kid, she used to like pretend write songs because you know she grew up during the Taylor Swift. So she was like 3 years old, and my mom bought her a guitar. So when I came back from deployment one day, she made this stupid song, this cute stuff, and she was trying to play her little guitar, and I was like, oh my god, she thinks she's Taylor Swift. And then like she really was a Taylor. She's a Swiftie. So she grew up during that Taylor Swift era. So for her, it's like she used to write these little songs, and I think she thought she was a writer. But
yeah, I mean, she started writing really young. I mean, why not? I mean, that's the outline career as a journalist, which is funny because in slight contrast, my niece in Houston, yeah, so my sister's daughter, Nadia, she went to the Boston, what's the music school there in Boston, Massachusetts. She went to that. So I can't remember, yes, it's a really, really.
It was in Boston or it was in the city?
Massachusetts, Boston, something like that. And there's a huge music school that's like one of the best in the world. She graduated from that university, and now she's a journalist. I'm like, oh, you know, it's mad. Why did you go to this amazing music school and only end up to be a journalist? Why? It is what it is. I mean, they'll find their pattern, you know, decide what they want to do. At some point when they are adults, you can't really tell them what to do, you know. So you can guide them, but you know, sometimes they have.
It's funny how they want to do one thing and you just already know in your brain what they're really good at, and you're like, yeah, you're really good. Because even her advisor was telling her like, looking into certain fields, that her brain was like, no, this is what I want to do.
Yeah, so I knew what my daughter was supposed to do from a young age. You know, so I guided her from that back from a very young age. So that was pretty easy. That was pretty easy because I guided her. I did not like, well, maybe there was pressure, but I did not. I think I didn't put too much. I put the right amount of pressure. Now she just got into medical school. And it's not like she's doing something she doesn't want to. As far as I know, she's happy doing it, you know. So I didn't pressure her into doing something that she doesn't care about because she's passionate about it. So I know it's something she cares about, even though I guided her in that direction. But I know it's something that she cares about. Because when someone speaks, you can tell when they're passionate about it. So.
Well, we just found out 2 years ago that she changed her major because and I was like, what made you change your major? She was like, man, I was thinking about it. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, she's got even doctors are gonna be out of work one day. AI is gonna take to everything for us eventually. You'll get to the point where there'll be no job for people. Then we're gonna have, if you believe Elon Musk, or what he didn't coin this, but he kind of switched it. Then adjusted it that way. He said universal, what they say high wage or something. The actual term when it was coined was the universal basic wage. So we're not gonna be working on AI will be doing everything to be getting paid some type of work, some type of wage rate. But obviously the rich people are not gonna want that type of thing because nobody's gonna want to earn the same thing with them, other people, you know. So obviously that dynamic is the part of it that is not fit. I mean, I don't know how that will work because these people are not gonna just be earning the same thing for everybody. That's not gonna. The world is never gonna be like that. So I guess they're gonna be the ones making the rules. So yeah, they're going to design it to favor them as it always is. Yeah, but AI is gonna take over in every industry eventually. So,
Top story this morning, Donald.
Okay, so right now Zelensky is having an issue. I think he brought up what was Trump's intent with this meeting with.
yeah, it's not gonna be good for Zelensky because Putin played Trump so well that now Trump has they're gonna get. Say Putin doesn't concede to a peace to a what's it called?
I don't know.
Ceasefire. If he doesn't agree to sanctions on him, they're not gonna study. You just came out with Putin's tagline. Say a peace deal. It has to be peace deal or no deal. Say there's no deal.
There's no deal with Putin. The only way there's going to be a deal is if he dies. There's not a deal with Putin. Period. It's never happened before. Any deal that was made in the past has been freaking flawed. Like Minsky 1, Minsky 2, nothing has been in place with him. He fucking makes excuses and he goes against these deals.
Putin is gonna. I really.
I want to play real quick.
Sorry. Oh, you want to play?
Let me go on the music.
First to our top story this morning, Donald Trump is heaping pressure on the Ukrainian president to get a peace deal with Russia over the line, effectively telling him the ball is now in his court. Now, Vladimir Zelensky will travel to Washington tomorrow for a sit-down with Donald Trump after the high-stakes summit with Putin in Alaska.
So live to Rob Scott, who is in Anchorage, where the summit was held, and Rob, the US president, doesn't want a ceasefire anymore. He's aiming higher.
Yeah, that's right, David. And after the disastrous end to the summit here in Alaska yesterday, the focus now shifts to what to do next. And as you say, Volodymyr Zelensky will be heading to Washington on Monday to talk face-to-face with Donald Trump. This will be his first trip to the White House since that disastrous Oval Office encounter back in February. Up for discussion will be Donald Trump's pivot away from wanting a ceasefire, which is what he said he wanted going into the summit, now saying he believes that ceasefires don't always hold up and it would be better to go to a full-blown peace agreement. Now, that shift will worry Ukraine and European leaders who say that an unconditional ceasefire must come first. This change in position from Trump really aligns him with Vladimir Putin's point of view and buys Russia more time on the battlefield. President Trump also reportedly telling those Western leaders on a phone call after the summit wrapped up that he believes that President Putin would agree to a ceasefire, to a full-blown peace agreement quickly if Ukraine were to surrender vast tracts of its land in the eastern Donbass region. In exchange, he said he would freeze the current battle lines where they are and promise not to attack Ukraine anymore.
Now it's really up to President Zelensky to get it done. And I would also say the European nations, they have to get involved a little bit. But it's up to President Zelensky. I think we are, and if they'd like, I'll be at that next meeting. They're going to set up a meeting now between President Zelensky and President Putin. And myself, I guess, you know, I didn't ask you about it. Not that I want to be there, but I want to make sure it gets done.
And Donald Trump, for the first time now, saying that the United States would be willing to be part of any security guarantees for Ukraine if this hypothetical peace agreement were to be reached. So a lot to discuss on Monday.
So it is all eyes on Washington, D.C. Rob Scott there in Anchorage. Thank you. Let's get some more news now. Here's Hugh.
This is great.
You know Putin is not going to sit down with Zelensky. You know that, right? Because they see Zelensky as illegitimate. They see him as a fake Nazi. They're not saying that way.
You don't see him at that. That's just propaganda. He doesn't want to sit with Zelensky because Zelensky is not going to agree. He's not going to.
Zelensky is beneath him. He doesn't like Zelensky. He's not going to sit down.
Western countries are not going to agree to that either because then that puts them in an energy crisis situation. And Americans are just as stupid because they don't understand what it looks like globally if Russia was to take over the Eastern Bloc as well as just keep Crimea, right? So them having Crimea is one thing. Also, maintaining the Eastern Bloc becomes another problem because then there's the breadbasket and there's fucking energy that Europeans rely on.
I don't think it's a problem. I think Russia is taking, USSR is taking back what was rightfully theirs. I don't think it's a problem.
Are you crazy?
I don't think it's a problem. I think
Russia is
he's taking back what is rightfully his. I don't see that as a problem.
How is Ukraine rightfully his?
Ukraine is part of the USSR. So
what was the USSR?
The Soviet
Union.
Union.
Right. So each one of those countries had their own constitution. No doubt they all fell under Moscow. Got it, right? But they were countries that wanted to separate. And this was well before.
No, not necessarily. I haven't heard any Crimeans complaining. Have you?
What?
Have you heard any Crimeans complaining? They
don't Russian passports now, they're not complaining, are they?
I don't complain.
And only
We stop on, we got the internet today, I know.
and only 15% of the country voted. So it's kind of weird.
That is Western propaganda. That's America.
That's
America,
not true. So even when
America's strongest weapon is actually American
just
propaganda.
rest for a second. Just rest your voice for a second. So during the elections in Crimea, only 15% of the population voted, right? And this was after they got the hard data. They wanted someone to be there to what do you call it? They wanted a third party to ensure that these were fair elections. They did not allow a third party. Period. And why they did that?
Let the CIA agent come and destroy you.
No, it wasn't going to be a CIA agent. It wasn't.
They would have said a CIA agent.
No, it was not a CIA. What is going on here, dude? What is wrong with you?
America is the enemy. That is what I'm trying to point out here. Putin is.
Okay. Well, then we're American, so we're.
Yeah, well, you might be American, but America is the enemy even against you. America is attacking you, and you're standing up for America.
You know what? Right now, America's attacking poor communities and black communities. So yeah.
Exactly. Okay.
Right. But that's.
Okay. So, I didn't know. I thought you were black. Maybe you're not black. Then. Okay.
Because even though I didn't agree with Bush's policies, some of the things that he did do because he wanted for the American people. Like even though that housing shit was a fucking crock of shit, and it fucking put us in a bad situation. He wanted people to be able to have home ownership because he understood what future wealth would look like for some people from certain communities. So regardless of what you're saying, most presidents do have a certain there's an intent when they go in. That doesn't necessarily mean that some of their choices are going to align with mine. But I can tell you, Trump is unusual. He's a grifter. He's using the U.S. He's using the freaking he's using the office of the presidency to make more money for himself and to boost his own goddamn ego. It has nothing to do with the American people. He don't give a fuck about you brokies or my broke ass. We're not on the same level as him. He does not give a fuck about us. His friends, he's friendly with only the people that he thinks that can move him. That's it. And that is so if you don't like the American people, or if you think this is what it is, this is the wrong road. Because there's a bunch of Americans in here worried about our country.
You're on Putin, on Trump. Same page on Trump. I don't like that. And I thought you were black American. I guess you're white American.
No, I am a black American.
Okay, yeah, so America, the American president, they might think that.
Where are you from? You from Nigeria?
Yeah, I'm from Nigeria. Yeah, so.
You're an American? Are you an American?
I'm not an American. He does ask me if I'm Nigerian. He said I'm Nigerian. I'm like.
I mean, shit. I can say I'm something else and I'm American. I'm family.
No, I don't do that. I don't do that.
Well, I do. I have.
Yeah, I know some people do that, but I don't do that.
Yeah, well, I do.
And I don't live in America as well. I live in the UK and Nigeria, so I go back.
So then you really don't understand.
That's what you think. Here's the difference. Americans do not understand politics outside America. Hold on. Americans do not understand what goes on outside America. But the rest of the world understands what goes on in America. Sometimes even more than Americans. So that's the difference.
Okay.
So you might not know this, but America's greatest weapon is propaganda. I don't know if you know this or not.
Greatest weapon is Department of Defense.
No, that's what you think.
Department of Defense.
That is what people think. That's
Actually, it was USAID. It was our fucking. It's our State Department. That is our biggest. That's our biggest weapon. Our state.
Actually, it's not. It's actually propaganda.
Our State Department freaking influences policies. Our fucking USAID helps influence policies, and our Department of Defense makes sure that these policies that are being influenced are followed through. So like.
Yeah, all of those things combined do not do nearly even up to. They don't do half as much as what.
I've seen where something as simple as a fucking irrigation system has given us fucking access to certain things that we need in our country. like what I see, what it does. You're talking from Nigeria. You stay in Nigeria.
I'm talking from Nigeria. You're talking from inside. You don't see the outsider's perspective. You can't. I mean, you can't see the picture when you're in the frame.
Right,
I am outside. I can see it better than you. You cannot see. You cannot see the frame from the picture. It's impossible. You can't be in the picture and see as clearly as someone that's outside. You only know what they and you know the funny thing is that
outside of the UK and Nigeria makes a lot of sense.
Sorry.
From the outside, from the UK and Nigeria makes a lot of sense. Okay.
How are you gonna know?
Guess what?
Have you lived in the UK or Nigeria? How do you know? You don't know.
Comfortable in the UK, worried about freaking medical because of your Brexit exit. So like y'all figure that out. Trying to reapply for the European Union because you guys fucked up and made a big mistake. So like.
Again, you see, like I said, Americans have no clue what is going on outside America.
Right. So you have no clue what's going on.
No, we actually know what's going on in America better than America. That's the thing. You guys don't know.
Well, then maybe you should move here and you should become a local politician.
I would never. Why would I? Even if I paid $1 billion, I wouldn't live in America. We're having a conversation. I don't know why you're getting mad. We're having a conversation.
Like any other country in America, in the world.
We're having a conversation. I don't know why you're getting mad. It's a conversation.
It's like we've been talking for like you've been talking, not me. You've been talking for the last hour and a half about stuff that's like I'm like this is out of reach. And I've been nice and freaking let you just continue to speak, but a lot of the shit you're saying is bullshit. I'm just riding with you, and I get it with this freaking. We both agree that Putin is freaking dangerous. We both agree that there's no way that he's gonna actually live up to any type of agreement. But one thing you're not gonna do is play with my country, because I'm not playing with yours.
Your country plays with you, so what are you on about? Your country plays with you. More than I can ever play with you, so what are you on about?
Southern Nigeria.
Again, you're going on a topic you know nothing about, so. You're going on a topic you know nothing about, so I'm just gonna ignore that. If you had done some research, then when you speak, I'll be open to having that conversation with you, but you have clearly haven't done based on what you just said, you don't know what's going on.
You know what's going on here too.
I definitely know more than a lot of Americans. I'm not saying you because I'm not fully we've been talking for I don't know, not very long, so but I definitely not just me. A lot of people are outside Nigeria.
And I agree with you. Most Americans don't fucking know what's going on. They can't even name the policies that's making them better in this country. But you know what?
So what are you arguing about then?
I'm not arguing that. They don't know no better.
Uh-huh.
And a lot of them, the ones that did, some of these white men, no offense if you're a white man in the freaking audience, some of these white men, they voted for what they see as their quote unquote survival. Because, you know, they don't see us niggas getting fucking hosed down, so they think we've made it. They don't see us niggas having to fucking sit in the back of the bus unless we want to, so they think we've made it.
Yeah.
So now they feel like we've gotten too far because we learned how to read a couple of books and now we're getting educated. The problem that is the problem when it comes to the white man. So if their interest was to destroy us having access while they freaking suffer in hunger or whatever, and that's enough for them, then okay, they got what they want out of Trump. But when it comes to the overall American population, what he is no good for our country, period.
On that we can agree, but also one thing I've noticed here, and bear with me when I say this, I'm not judging 47 million strong people with the absence of maybe a million or something on Clubhouse, but I'm just relaying what I've noticed on Clubhouse. So,
oh yeah, but Clubhouse is retarded.
Yeah, I say Clubhouse is the deflection of reality, not a reflection. That's what I say. So,
To be honest with you, if I would have been on Clubhouse when I was freaking 17 years old and heard half of these, you know, my daughter heard some of these conversations. She was like, "Are these people stupid?" Or
exactly.
And these are adults that she's talking like, "Yo, you need to chill. These are adults. They don't know no better." Like my daughter really thinks a lot of these people that come in this room are like, what is he talking about? Does he not understand? Like,
I would not even let my daughter hear this nonsense. Absolutely.
But I want her to know what the world looks like. That's only a
No, my daughter definitely knows what the world looks like. Clubhouse is not the world. Clubhouse is not the
I'm not judging anybody's parenting. I'm just saying, it's like your success is almost coming to back to bite you in the ass in a way, which is sad. But it's bad, man. But, so I was in the room basically. So this Gen Z, Gen Alpha, this young cats, a lot of them don't believe there's racism anymore. I mean, I'm not black American. I was in a room with black Americans and white Americans. And I was having to defend black Americans that America is racist. Black Americans in the room and the white Americans were having a go at me. I got kicked out of the room because the black Americans were saying that I'm old, I'm practicing old rhetoric that there's no racism in America anymore, it's an old thing. And that I'm trying to cause division between them and their white brethren.
This is for your voice. But
I
let's
got
get
kicked
back
out
to
of the
the
room for
topic.
defending
Let's
you.
get back to the topic. So they're supposed to have that meeting in Washington. Hopefully they do the news. Obviously there's a new press conference because you know Trump's like to see it that much.
Yeah,
So
that's
it's
what
supposed to be
happens.
going to
Go
Washington.
well.
It's supposed to be the European Commission President, Ursula von
Von
der
der something,
Yeah.
Von der Leyen.
The German Chancellor, which is Frederick Marx, and the Finnish President as well as the French President. So it's gonna be Emmanuel Macron and Alexander Stubb. So they also have the NATO chief that's supposed to be coming as well. So we got the Secretary General Mark Rutte.
What's that mean for?
NATO fellow.
What did you say, Ed?
What's the meeting for?
You know, they're supposed to be meeting about because Zelensky's going to Washington today. He's supposed to be here today.
Got it.
And then yesterday, they had that phone call with Zelensky. I'm trying to see if I can find it. So Sunday there was a phone call with Zelensky. It was Zelensky, and it was France, Germany. It was Macron, Mertz, and somebody else. Let me just look this up and see if I can find out if there's any information on that phone call. You know, BBC probably has it, but and the UK. So there was supposed to be a phone call with Zelensky concerning this Ukraine war. I wonder if they talked about what Trump did with that summit, which I think was a failed summit. And
He clearly failed.
Yeah, it's a clear fail. But you got people that came into Lisa's room last night talking about how great he did. So let me see if I can find any clip about this phone call. But yeah, Zelensky is supposed to be here today, and so is the other representatives. So.
Yeah, that's not gonna go well because Trump is not.
I wonder if he's gonna have a red carpet for Zelensky.
He's not. Actually, yeah, I'm wondering as well. Maybe you guys can tell me this. The people around Trump. We know Trump is a fucker, but who are the people around Trump? Why are they not? Or maybe they are, but no. Why are they not? I'm gonna say because they have responsibility. Why are they not? Because it's your job to make the president, to protect the president. Why are they not trying to help him out with some of the fuck ups he's making? That's what I want to know.
Hey, Patty, you know you got Mel downstairs, right?
Oh, my sis. I'll bring her up. Sorry, Mel.
You guys.
I was looking up an article.
Hey, good morning.
Trying to look at this Zelensky if there's any because he had they had a phone call yesterday after this summit. I'm trying to see if I can find it. Ooh. They said I do find something that says Zelensky in panic mode after last snub. Okay, so let me see. Let's see what this is about. Someone play this stupid ass 12-minute press conference real quick. We played it yesterday and just to play. Oh my god. Ed, that dude was driving me nuts.
Yeah, he was. he was special.
Oh my god, Mel, you should have been here. he was like, even the moment we opened the room, me and Ed was just talking, and then he took over the whole conversation. I was like, you got it, bro. If you read the chat, this girl was like, you keep cutting her off. I was trying to talk about what the topic is. He was all over the place. I was done. I was like, yeah, at the end, I was like, yeah, I'm done. I can't do this shit. Okay, so now I'm gonna go ahead and play this real quick for y'all in case you missed it.
President, ladies and gentlemen, our negotiations have been held in a constructive atmosphere of mutual respect. We have very thorough negotiations that were quite useful. I would like to thank once again my American counterpart for the proposal to travel out here to Alaska. It only makes sense that we've met here because our countries, though separated by the oceans, are close neighbors. So when we've met, when I came out of the plane and I said, "Good afternoon, dear neighbor. Very good to see you. In good health and to see you alive." I think that is very neighborly. And I think that's some kind words that we can say to each other. We're separated by the Strait of Bering, though there are 2 islands only between the Russian island and the U.S. island. They're only 4 kilometers apart. We're close neighbors, and it's a fact. It's also important that Alaska has to do with our common heritage, common history between Russia and the U.S., and many positive events have to do with that territory. Still, there is tremendous cultural heritage back from the Russian America. For example, Orthodox churches and a lot of more than 700 geographical names of Russian origin. During the Second World War, it was here in Alaska that was the origin of the legendary air bridge for the supply of military aircraft and other equipment under the Lend-Lease program. It was a dangerous and treacherous route over the vast emptiness of ice. However, the pilots of both countries did everything to bring closer the victory. They risked their lives and they gave it all for the common victory. I was just in the city of Magadan in Russia, and there is a memorial there dedicated to the Russian and the U.S. pilot. And there are 2 flags, the U.S. flag and the Russian flag. And I know that here as well, there is such a memorial. There is a military burial place several kilometers away from here. The Soviet pilots that buried there who died during that dangerous mission. We're thankful to the citizens and the government of the U.S. for carefully taking care of their memory. I think that's very worthy and noble. We'll always remember other historical examples when our countries defeated common enemies together in the spirit of battle camaraderie and allyship that supported each other and facilitated each other. I'm sure that this heritage will help us rebuild and foster mutually beneficial and equal ties at this new stage, even during the hardest conditions. It is known that there have been no summits between Russia and the U.S. for 4 years, and that's a long time. This time was very hard for bilateral relations, and let's be frank, they have fallen to the lowest point since the Cold War. I think that's not benefiting our countries and the world as a whole. It is apparent that sooner or later we have to amend the situation to move on from the confrontation to dialogue. And in this case, a personal meeting between the heads of state has been long overdue. Naturally, under the condition of serious and painstaking work, and this work has been done in general. Me and President Trump have very good direct contact. We've spoken multiple times. We spoke frankly on the phone. And special envoy of the president, Mr. Witkoff, traveled out to Russia several times. Our advisors and heads of foreign ministries kept in touch all the time. And you know fully well that one of the central issues was the situation around Ukraine. We see the strive of the administration and President Trump personally to help facilitate the resolution of the Ukrainian conflict. And his strive to...
I'm a six-figure funded trader and I've passed plenty of challenges just like this one, using just one tool, that's it.
To the crux of the matter, to understand this history is precious. As I've said, the situation in sincerely interested in putting an end to it. At the same time, we're convinced that in order to make the settlement lasting and long-term, we need to eliminate all the primary roots, the primary causes of that conflict. And we've said it multiple times, to consider all legitimate concerns of Russia and to reinstate a just balance of security in Europe and in the world on the whole. And I agree with President Trump, as he has said today, that naturally the security of Ukraine should be ensured as well. Naturally, we're prepared to work on that. I would like to hope that the agreement that we've reached together will help us bring closer that goal and will pave the path towards peace in Ukraine. We expect that Kiev and European capitals will perceive that constructively and that they won't throw a wrench in the works. They will not make any attempts to use some backroom dealings or to conduct provocations to torpedo the nascent progress. Incidentally, when the new administration came to power, bilateral trade started to grow. It's still very symbolic. Still, we have a growth of 20%. As I've said, we have a lot of dimensions for joint work. It is clear that the U.S. and Russian investment and business cooperation has tremendous potential. Russia and the U.S. can offer each other so much in trade, digital, high-tech, and in space exploration. We see that Arctic cooperation is also very possible in our international context, and for example, between the far east of Russia and the west coast of the U.S. Overall, it's very important for our countries to turn the page, to go back to cooperation. It is symbolic that not far away from here, at the border between Russia and the U.S., there is a so-called international date line. I think you can step over literally from yesterday into tomorrow. And I hope we'll succeed in that in political sphere. I would like to thank President Trump for our joint work, for the well-wishing and trustworthy tone of our conversation. It's important that both sides are result-oriented, and we see that the President of the U.S. has a very clear idea of what he would like to achieve. He sincerely cares about prosperity of his nation. Still, he understands that Russia has its own national interests. I expect that today's agreements will be the starting point, not only for the solution of the Ukrainian issue, but also will help us bring back business-like and pragmatic relations between Russia and the U.S. And in the end, I would like to add one more thing. I'd like to remind you that in 2022, during the last contact with the previous administration, I tried to convince my previous American colleague that the situation should not be brought to the point of no return when it would come to hostilities. And I said it quite directly back then that it's a big mistake. Today, when President Trump saying that if he was the president back then, there will be no war. And I'm quite sure that it would indeed be so. I can confirm that. I think that overall, me and President Trump have built a very good business-like and trustworthy contact. And I have every reason to believe that moving down this path, we can come, and the sooner the better, to the end of the conflict in Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
So I'm gonna put a pause on that. Does anybody got any comments in reference to what Putin has to say? You can come up on stage. Let me go ahead and play the last 4 minutes. It's fucking ridiculous. This is weird, right? So this is the first time, and if anybody looks at anything that's happened within the last couple of months since he became president, that we've actually allowed another dignitary to freaking, or at least Trump has allowed another dignitary to freaking open the press conference. Like, he has this thing when it comes to Putin. It's weird, but I don't know. So now we're gonna go ahead and listen to Trump's comment after that freaking 8-minute speech from freaking Putin of him saying, "I'm gonna get my way with your goddamn country," paving it.
Very much, Mr. President. That was very profound, and I will say that I
I believe we had a very productive meeting. There were many, many points that we agreed on. Most of them, I would say, a couple of big ones that we haven't quite got there, but we've made some headway. So there's no deal until there's a deal. I will call up NATO in a little while. I will call up the various people that I think are appropriate, and I'll of course call up President Zelensky and tell him about today's meeting. It's ultimately up to them. They're going to have to agree with what Marco and Steve and some of the great people from the Trump administration who have come here, and Scott and John Radcliffe. Thank you very much. We've some of our really great leaders. They've been doing a phenomenal job. We also have some tremendous Russian business representatives here, and I think everybody wants to deal with us. We've become the hottest country anywhere in the world in a very short period of time. And
here's one habit that makes you extremely intelligent. Replace social media with micro-learning.
We look forward to that. We look forward to dealing. We're going to try and get this over with. We really made some great progress today. I've always had a fantastic relationship with President Putin, with Vladimir. We had many tough meetings, good meetings. We were interfered with by the Russia hoax. That made it a little bit tougher to deal with, but he understood it. I think he's probably seen things like that during the course of his career. He's seen it all. But we had to put up with the Russia hoax. He knew it was a hoax, and I knew it was a hoax. But what was done was very criminal. But it made it harder for us to deal as a country in terms of the business and all of the things that we'd like to have dealt with. But we'll have a good chance when this is over. So just to put it very quickly, I'm going to start making a few phone calls and tell them what happened. But we had an extremely productive meeting, and many points were agreed to. There are just a very few that are left. Some are not that significant. One is probably the most significant, but we have a very good chance of getting there. We didn't get there, but we have a very good chance of getting there. I would like to thank President Putin and his entire team, whose faces, who I know in many cases, otherwise, other than that, whose faces I get to see all the time in the newspapers. You're almost as famous as the boss, but especially this one right over here. But we had some good meetings over the years, right? Good productive meetings over the years, and we hope to have that in the future. But let's do the most productive one right now. We're going to stop really 5, 6, 7,000, thousands of people a week from being killed, and President Putin wants to see that as much as I do. So, again, Mr. President, I'd like to thank you very much, and we'll speak to you very soon, and probably see you again very soon. Thank you very much, Vladimir.
Next time in Moscow.
Oh, that's an interesting one. I'll get a little heat on that one, but I can see it possibly happening. Thank you very much, Vladimir, and thank you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Nathan, come up. Cause you ain't here for a reason. I'm not gonna argue with you. I don't really got a problem with Nathan. Just other people in this room I can't stand. But yeah, this is retarded. What's going on with our country as well as these other countries? How we fucking alienated our fucking allies. How we pretend that they haven't assisted us in a lot of these wars. What people don't realize, I don't give a fuck how small of a military they are. Every freaking deployment that I've been on, when it came to the Patriot missile systems, Canada was important in understanding and helping us work through it. Kuwaiti air defense was very important in helping us push fucking like Patriot missile systems into certain areas, helping us make sure that our freaking circuit cards were intact so that we can fucking watch these other countries and be able to deter any type of incoming that may affect our national interest. So like it's really weird for us to have a president that pretends that these countries aren't important because I believe it or not, as big as and as much as we spend Without our allies, we're nothing. Like, those wars would have lasted longer. These people are fucking crazy. And I don't even understand. I understand why a white man, he's willing to, like, let his family suffer just so he can put his foot back on some brown people's neck. But I can't understand why we have black MAGA. I don't. Yeah.
You suppose he's going to present Zelensky?
Give up the Eastern Bloc. Give up that land. Give him what he wants so that there is no war. So that he can attack him. Nobel Peace Prize, which I don't even think. That's not an option. That wasn't an option 2 days ago. You're talking big, heavy shit.
You think he's going to try and bully him?
Yeah, I do think he is. He's going to use tariffs. He's going to use pulling troops out of certain countries, closing down bases. Yeah. He's going to bully him. This is weird, though. And it's sad.
So bully him to
He's
end the
advertising.
war in Russia's favor.
Huh?
Bully him to end the war in Russia's favor.
Yeah, right? This is some weird ass activity. Like, Russia is not somebody that you can believe nor make real agreements with. And then they're talking about opening trade and freaking fuck it. Let them continue to do what they're doing. They working with what is it, China, North Korea. Let them do what they do. Make their money the way they need to make it. But not with us. Not with us. They haven't done anything that's like great for us. Not in my lifetime at least. It's sad. It's really sad. It really pisses me off when you have black MAGA. I don't even get mad at white people anymore when they say this, that, and other. I just be like, huh? What the fuck is he talking about? But when I hear black folks talk this, we don't need this, we don't need that, I just be like, where are you from? What planet you from? Maybe he needs to start hosing down some of y'all. Just hose down MAGA, don't hose up. I ain't buying to that. This is sad, y'all. Well, let me see if I can find another article. I am really trying to find this Zelensky conversation. What, if there's anything that's been published
There's a
about.
conversation with Zelensky already that's published.
No. So yesterday, after the summit, Zelensky and some European leaders got on a phone call, and I'm trying to figure out if there's anything. You know, somebody leaks a little bit of something. Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can find something on that. But there was a conversation that was had in reference to the summit. Because right now, this is a victory for Russia. For a president to say, hey, Russia's right, just give them what they want so you can move around. This is a lot. They do have nothing. I do see where there's something about the European leaders to join Ukraine, Zelensky for the White House meeting. I was talking about earlier. Let me listen to it real quick. Give me 30 seconds.
Russian President Vladimir Putin is back in the Kremlin when he described his meeting with President Trump as frank, substantive, and, quote, bringing us closer to making the necessary decisions. But the Alaska summit could not have been more removed from this. The bloody battlefields of Ukraine. The two presidents met under a banner proclaiming they were pursuing peace. Across Ukraine, it was anything but that, as Russia launched a series of strikes, including in the northeastern city of Sumy. Whenever peace talks begin, said Ukrainian soldier Miroslav, things get even more terrifying on the front line. After more than 3.5 years of fighting, war-weary Ukrainians are desperate for a ceasefire, but summit expectations were low. Most believed it did little more than bring Putin, a man they regard as a war criminal, in from the cold. It's a great diplomatic victory for Putin, said Pavlo Nebroev. He has completely legitimized himself. Ukraine also turned up the pressure with drone strikes in the southern Russian cities of Rostov and Belgorod. The summit capped a week of intense diplomatic activity as European leaders, including Germany and the UK, met with President Zelensky and held a video call with President Trump in a bid to ensure he did not sell out Ukraine. After the summit, they held back criticism of the meeting, instead signing a statement thanking President Trump for his efforts, but stressing the long-term need for ironclad securities for Ukraine. European leaders will meet with President Zelensky on another video call tomorrow, Eureka, to discuss the Alaska summit ahead of Zelensky's trip to Washington on Monday. Yeah, a lot to discuss. Deborah Patta, thank you.
Oh well. Hey Sandra. Hey Alicia. You been watching this shit show, Sandra?
No, we just getting up. What's going on? What I missed? What's the news now?
No, just the same shit from yesterday, and I was trying to see if I can find out if anybody leaks what the conversation was about the summit after. Because there was a teleconference with the UK, France, and just the European leaders and Zelensky regarding what has happened. Hey, Dupree. And pretty much him giving Russia what they want. It's like not it. And I know European leaders aren't going for that shit because now giving up these supplies and getting freaking leverage on everything, like it's Russia. Leave it to the other our Western allies.
Exactly.
Good morning. How are you? Yeah. Waiting for that press conference today with Zelensky. Okay. He's gonna let Zelensky talk. Not like he let Putin talk. Putin got to open the press conference and everything.
It's now I've had time to process things. Take some time out to look at this Putin thing, and this is a blatant sign of weakness. This is pure weakness to welcome a man who has disrespected your country, disrespected you, is conducting himself with a I don't give a fuck disposition, and Russian media has embraced Putin as a result of to wiggle his way on American soil and be given a platform. This idiot president has actually emboldened this man to continue being a hardliner, doing what he wants to do, and we look weak as national scale. All of that shucking and jiving that man did on the freaking tarmac, all the welcoming, the warm handshakes. What a pussy, excuse my language, guys. But what a freaking pussy, what a coward. Just to see a man who bullies others cow down the way he wants everyone else to cow down to himself. I got some really good clips, by the way, I'm going to play at some point that really summarize the thoughts that I've expressed. But this is really pathetic to see our United States president cow down to a man who is an aggressive dictator and has demonstrated it throughout his whole career. And he's smiling, come get in the car with me. Like, what did we witness? So that's my thoughts so far on this.
Yeah, the unfortunate part is he's probably going to push Zelensky really hard to try and take all the lead.
Today. No, it ain't tomorrow. It's tomorrow. You're right.
The Zelensky meeting is tomorrow.
Zelensky's supposed to meet with Trump.
What a freaking coward. Oh, man. So, yeah, I think, if I may, let me know, Mel, okay, when I can play some clips. Alright, so this clip that I had, well, this is the first clip. This is Trump's claims that he would end the war within 24 hours, and that war has only gotten worse. And this is in Mr. Trump's word. Hold on. Oh, wait.
Robert's trying to get his stuff together, y'all.
Between those two countries, it won't even take that long. Mark my words, I'll stop that war in 24 hours. I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine totally settled. I'll have it done in 24 hours. I would have a deal done in 24 hours from the time we started. And even now, I could solve that in 24 hours. I can do it in 24 hours. I know both players, and I can do that in 24 hours.
End the war in Ukraine in 24 hours.
Yes, I can.
How would you do that?
I know Zelensky very well. Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, I will have the disastrous war between Russia and Ukraine settled. It will be settled quickly. I will get the problem solved, and I will get it solved in rapid order, and it will take me no longer than one day. I know exactly what to say to each of them. I got along with very well with them. I'll end that war between those two countries. I'll end that war.
So suffice to say that didn't happen. And I have one more clip I'll play for now, because the room is still filling up. And this one is a good one. This is the Russian media celebrates Putin being greeted on American soil. And so here's the report. How the Russians responded.
The Russians are pretty happy with the way that the Trump-Putin summit in Alaska went down. Russian media celebrating what they call the historic handshake between the two leaders, also noting the friendly way that President Trump received Vladimir Putin there on the tarmac in Alaska. And, of course, one of the things that's also showcased by Russian media is that President Trump and Vladimir Putin rode together in President Trump's limousine, the Beast. Now, the spokeswoman for Russia's foreign ministry, she came out and said, look, the West for 3 years has been saying that Russia is isolated, and now they see President Putin on the red carpet on American soil. Then you have the former Russian president, and he said that he believed that big things have been achieved for Russia. First of all, he said that the threat of massive sanctions that President Trump had put out there before the summit, that seems to be off the table. He also says that there seem to be mechanisms in place for talks without any sort of threats and preconditions. And most importantly for the Russians, they also say that they believe that now the negotiations process can move forward while while their military operation in Ukraine also continues as well. That is, of course, the thing that Vladimir Putin has always said. He wanted not a quick ceasefire, as President Trump said he wanted before, but negotiations for a larger peace agreement in the future.
So yeah, those are the morning clips for now. Just wait for some more conversation to happen. I'll play some more, but I'm gonna have a lot. I'm gonna enjoy unpacking this. I land.
I do have another clip I wanted to play. I know Matt hates Hillary Clinton. But Hillary Clinton said she'll nominate Trump for a Nobel Peace Prize if he can end the Ukraine war without giving territory to Russia. This some funny shit. Let me get
This is a CBS News special report. I'm John Dickerson in Anchorage, Alaska, alongside Margaret Brennan. President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin are here for a summit called to start the process of ending Russia's almost 4-year war against Ukraine. This is Putin's first meeting since Trump's re-election.
But Hillary Clinton did say that she would nominate him. It was on some podcast called Raging Moderates. It's just good talk.
Yeah, the condition she listed though.
They let them keep their shit. Let's see if I can find it.
Enjoy all that's possible with the original and most trusted cargo automation system. Control at your fingertips.
But maybe this is the opportunity to make it clear that there must be a ceasefire, there will be no exchange of territory, and that over a period of time, Putin should be actually withdrawing from the territory he seized in order to demonstrate his good faith efforts, let us say, not to threaten European security. You know, look, if we could pull that off, if President Trump were the architect of that, I'd nominate him for a Nobel Peace Prize.
Yeah, that was from a podcast she was on. Yeah, good luck. That's not gonna happen. He's trying to find an easy way out. Give him a territory so I can say definitely have people really fighting into this shit.
Yeah, it's wild. Like, just so welcoming of him. It's just, and I just saw how he did the handshake. That clip that I put in the chat. Yeah, look at how he pulls Putin's hand to him like Trump. He trying all the tactics, man. I swear this guy is something else, man. He's really something else. It's work, as they say.
So you guys want to go fight Russia heads on? Is that what you want?
We want to what?
Do you want to go fight Russia head on? Is that what you want? Want to go fight a war with Russia?
Why? Okay. Why would anyone want to fight anything?
So why would you oppose the peace summit? I don't understand the criticism.
Nobody opposes a peace summit, Matt. Nobody opposes a peace summit, Matt. Where the fuck did you get that from?
No, I mean, I'm listening to the criticism of like,
So
oh my
the
God,
criticism has to do
oh
with
my God,
the criticism has to do with him saying that he wants to take the Eastern Bloc. That's it. That's it, bro.
He already got it. So now how do you take it back?
Let me tell you what's crazy. And you know what? A lot of senior leaders agree with what I'm saying, okay? Because a lot of people have said this, and I'm talking about senior leaders within the Department of Defense. A lot of them believe that maybe there would have been a way for them to deter what already happened because they have logistical issues in the beginning. They could have pushed them back. The same shit that we did in other countries. Instead of fighting a war, push them out of the country. That's what should have been done. Period. But it didn't happen.
Right, it didn't
So
happen.
now we're
So
fucking
we,
here. So
right.
that's what needs to happen. Our allies, as well as the United States military, needs to fucking push them out of fucking Ukraine. Period.
That's not gonna happen, Patty. And you know what?
It's not gonna happen because we have a Trump as a president, and a lot of people are
That
like.
wasn't gonna happen no matter who we have as a president without a greater war.
Matt, let me ask you a question. Do you feel comfortable with knowing that a dictator is taking over lands in another country and he will only increase his aggression? Do you realize that he invaded another country? Why do you try to paint this picture and take us down this fucking distraction rabbit hole that we will be fighting all of that nonsense? See, this type of shit and this type of thinking that you have. No. Let me ask you a question. Are you okay with naked aggression? Are you okay with it?
No, I'm not okay with naked aggression. It's about making serious imperialism. You see, if you know the actual history of this conflict, you would understand the role that the United States played in it. If you knew the actual history of this conflict, you would understand the role that American imperialism plays in it. And you would have looked at the mirror. I'm not going to give you guys a history lesson on the stage regarding this war.
Let me tell you what I do know, sir. What I do know is this.
Never get it.
What I do know.
Maybe you got them confused with Nathan's room.
What I do know is this, right? I know the other day that shit show that we saw in Alaska was a show of weakness. That wasn't no peace summit. That was somebody that thinks this is shucking and jiving and his reality show gamemanship. He's living like he's in a fucking reality show. Everything is scripted for this guy, right? That's what we saw. We didn't see a serious peace summit, a serious discussion. That was just a show for the world to try to psychologically fool people into his own reality. So that's not what we witnessed. If you're familiar with what a peace summit is, these are not the protocols. You don't go and shake a man's hand and chummy with a man who's invading another country, who has disrespected you, told you one thing and did another thing. And he's done this for many years, Putin. And you don't just welcome him like that. That shit is a sign of cowardice, brother. That ain't no peace summit. That is not what that was. So knock it off.
Yeah, you clearly don't know anything about this summit. I can give you the Treaty of Versailles back in World War II, how it happened. You can even look at the way Japan happened. You can talk about Vietnam. Secondly, what is your alternative? What is your alternative?
The alternative is to surround yourself with your military unit and your intelligence apparatus and conduct the meeting from that standpoint. Have those that know and understand the intricacies and the history militarily and geopolitically by your side as you go forward to bring solutions.
Yeah, that would be a war meeting. That would be a war meeting. If you don't have the pizza, you don't have it with the adversary. So you're gonna line up your military and your intelligence to have a peace summit with yourself?
I didn't say that. That's not what I said.
Listen to yourself. What is your alternative? What is your alternative to this peace summit?
To have an intelligent approach which shows strength.
Yeah, give us some detail. Give us some detail. Are you gonna sit down with Russia at some point to discuss it? Or are you just gonna bring your military to them?
This is not the first time, though.
This is crazy.
Matt, what is going on here?
Yeah, you just said
hold on real quick, Ukraine. Matt, don't act like there hasn't been various summits with him. These peace summits is not something fucking new. Now, if you want to suck a dick, just say that. But this is not what this is the conversation that happened yesterday was not what was supposed to happen. At least to help the people from Ukraine.
Well, we don't know.
We all agreed diplomacy has to happen, but not with Putin. Putin is not the guy. He proved it over and over again.
Patty, who are you doing this with?
There was a fucking summit a couple months ago.
Patty, who are
What
you
did Russia do? They didn't show up. They didn't want to participate.
Yeah, because they're in a
So
position
guess what?
of
The
power.
agreements that were made were just fucking symbolic agreements.
Right, because
he was not gonna be there. If he does not get his way, he does not want involvement. So
yes, because they are in a
direct
position of
engagement
power.
with him has to be sucking his dick.
Because he's in a
And
position
that's
of
what
power,
Trump is
Patty.
doing. Sucking a dick so he can for a fucking piece of paper.
on. You're hateful, Matt, and you're mad behind Haiti. But guess what? Your family helped with that. You're mad. Go get mad at your mama and daddy. How about that? Get mad at your mama and daddy for fucking hurting your own people. Figure that shit out.